现在，让我们有请完美世界 CEO 肖红博士上场。
领导、各位媒体的朋友、各位来到现场的 DOTA 2的粉丝朋友们，你们好！谢谢你们，谢谢你们今天继续的支持 DOTA。当然，我们不能忘记，在我们的电视机前，在我们的网络端，正在现场收看上海特锦赛的全球的 DOTA 粉丝们，你们好！欢迎大家来到上海，来到上海特锦赛。这个比赛一年比一年大，一年比一年强，全是因为我们上海的、我们全国的粉丝们对我们的一直的深切的关爱和支持。我在此代表我们的合作伙伴 V 社以及完美世界，向大家表示深切的感谢，谢谢你们！我们知道 ，DOTA 代表了一种精神，它是勇气，它是团队，它是创意，它是技巧。这是我们愿意追随 DOTA， 一起把我们的电竞事业推到新的高峰的一个非常重要的动力。所以呢，在今后的时间里面，完美世界有信心继续的围绕 DOTA 做出更好的赛事，做出更好的比赛，让我们的所有粉丝能够欣赏到，能够参与到更激情澎湃的、更热切、热血的这样的一个电竞赛事。那么在此呢，我也特别感谢一直跟我们支持我们、长期跟我们合作的 V 社，他们在不断的让这个产品变得更好，让这样的比赛变得更加的精彩。我们希望我们一起合作，能够继续的把 DOTA 变成在中国乃至世界上最成功的、最热门的电竞赛事。我也希望大家能够继续的不断的支持我们，跟着 DOTA 一起前进。谢谢各位。那么最后最重要的，今天我们有机会邀请到全球各地16支最精英的 DOTA 职业战队，让我们用热烈的掌声邀请我们的全球精英战队出场。
EHOME. OG. Alliance.
Hello everybody, we are coming at you live from China in their largest city, Shanghai, the middle castle, if you will, and it is going to be hosting the next Dota 2 major. Another $3 million are up for grabs, and 16 teams are going to be battling it out for not just the money, but for that Mystic Staff Trophy. I'm Kyle Guy, I'm going to be your host, or at least leading host for this event. And I'm not going to be going at it alone. I am going to be blessed with a star-studded analyst panel. Let me go ahead and start some introductions here. The gentleman to my immediate left, professional gamer with a track record across all of Malaysia, a chess master, and someone who can't help but giggle at the latest meme. It's Winter. Winter, how you feeling today? Don't say a meme, please, Lord.
Okay, I'm fine, thank you.
Great to have you here, Winter. To his side, we got right in the middle here a former competitive gamer who has a talent for being able to translate some of the most professional play for an audience of all skill ranges. It's going to be Mr. Draskell. Dad, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, you know. I'm ready to go, ready for some good Dota, and I'll try to keep the memes in line, I think.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. To his left, a gentleman who has got his first competitive taste back in, what, 2006? Credited by some to be the inventor of jungling and pulling. Look out for his Zeus highlight reel. Ben Merlini-Wu, how you feel, my man?
Thanks for the introduction, Dakota. I'm excited to be here with all these memers. Minus you.
Excuse me?
Get out of here. I saw the restraint in your eyes when you were like, oh, I really want to do it to Dakota.
Last but not least, we can't forget our Danish competitive gaming friend down there on the end, someone who players, not just players can be envious of, but even casters for his talents. Cinderin, how's it going, my friend?
Good. I actually thought your introduction was just going to be, finally we have a Danish guy.
I thought about it.
That was nice, thank you.
So obviously, gentlemen, this is going to be a very interesting show. I suggest that patience is going to be something that everyone hold on to tightly, but nonetheless, we're expecting some great gameplay. The fact of the matter is, up to this point, yeah, it's been a bit of a crazy roller coaster of a ride. The Dota, though, has always been solid, and we're going to be looking forward to more of that. So, what are we going to be starting with today? It's our traditional 16 teams. You know, hopefully we'll get a chance to look at the bracket, but we started with 16 teams. We made our way through a very hectic group stage. I'm sure we'll be able to go over that. We split the top 8 teams into the upper bracket and then the bottom 8 teams into the lower bracket. For today, we'll be witnessing 2 of those top teams from the upper bracket and then 4 of the lower games, and it will be happening in best of 1. So let's talk a bit about the group stage action and how we got to here. It was 4 groups, A, B, C, D, all with 4 teams. We had some upsets. We had some predictions here. Let's break it down bit by bit. Winter, if you had to summarize the group stage, how would you put it into your terms?
Well, I think for me, the biggest surprise for everyone is probably Fnatic, because no one expected them to do that well.
I think they're going to do so good.
I mean, you've said that at like the last 5 tournaments. So I take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually I'm going to be right one time. I just need to be right one time.
Nice job on your 20% prediction.
It's not 5. It's probably just like they qualified for 3 events before this. Start at the ESL New York.
We're saying 1 out of 3 ain't bad.
So
Decent.
Winter obviously behind Fnatic, thinking that's a big story, but I know MVP also a big story so far. Cinder nodding your head. Do you feel like they were the team that's been able to show the best in the group?
I think it's hard to say because they played the first group stage, and as you saw, just the teams on the later days learned from the earlier days. So it's possible that MVP looked stronger than they really are, just because teams weren't prepared for the playstyle that they're bringing. I do think they showed really a lot of promise. I would be very surprised if we don't get to see at least top 8, hopefully top 6. It's just a great story, regardless. If Korea gets a good result, they already got the top 8 at TI5. That was really big. Maybe it's time for the next step.
All right. Now, for the other 2 groups, things might have seemed a bit more predictable, Draskell. You know, Alliance were able to be the one other team aside from MVP that kind of just swept through their group to come out on top. And then for Group C, it was going to be OG who did come out, you know, ahead of everyone else. Seems a bit predictable, but any sort of surprises we saw from there as we are looking at the bracket right now? Anything to add on top of it?
I mean, it's like you said, it kind of just went as expected. It was maybe the one group on paper that people looked at and could say pretty reliably, okay, this is how it's going to
Hello, EHOME in the lower bracket.
I mean, I think a lot of people were expecting that EHOME would do well, but at the same time, I always say I never judge a team until I see them play one game. And then as soon as I started watching EHOME play, it kind of felt to me like they weren't really clicking. So I don't know. After I saw them play one time, I was kind of just like, it was expected.
Is one game really enough?
On a LAN, I think that when you get like one game that goes badly for you, it's very easy to like snowball that. Like just how you would win one game, and then you would feel really good about that win, and you kind of have that morale, and you keep going forward, and you're like, okay, you know, we can kind of steamroll this. I think it's very easy to kind of get sucked into that bad mentality, especially with a team that is comprised of mostly newer players. Lanham said the biggest struggle for him was trying to keep them in line.
I want to bring up an interesting point, and I want to hear you guys' opinion on it and why that is. So for Frankfurt, in the upper bracket at this time, it was 7 invited teams and only 1 qualifier team made it in. That was Mineski. Here, 4 invited teams and 4 qualifier teams made it into the upper bracket split. So what does that say to us? Does that say that maybe things aren't as predictable as they once were? Does that say the second tier teams or the teams that managed to etch in are actually better or creeping on you? Or what does that say?
I think it's the qualified teams are just much better than everyone anticipated. Even like Alliance, a favorite going in, versus Team Spirit, a qualified team. That series was overall pretty darn close, and I think that the gap between the number 1 team and the last team is just continually growing smaller.
You can see right now the other upper bracket matchup is Archon. We already mentioned that EHOME being there is quite the surprise. Moving on forward, it is going to be Team Spirit versus Complexity, then Virtus Pro versus Vici Gaming, and finally we'll round out today with CDEC versus Newbee here. So with that said,
Like they seem to really struggle like at big events. It was kind of like a studio set.
the high pressure LAN environment, when it gets into like that hefty high pressure LAN environment.
I mean, a lot of their players have pretty good LAN experience, right? I mean, even Mind Control, who is one of the newer players to the competitive scene, he still has played a few LANs. I mean, there's one thing to say that you're under a lot of pressure, but I don't know if I necessarily...
Has he been to LANs before this team?
Before this team, no.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's been to a few on Liquid, so I think it's more like you're going to either have a good day or you're going to have a bad day, and I think it's really it's another one of those teams like EHOME. You know, you have a couple of good games and you feel really good about it, and I think that Kuro as a captain as well.
Would you agree with that, Sin? Do you think that Liquid should be able to step up by this point, that they've had enough experience, and even though they're going against one of the more favored teams in the whole tournament, that they should be able to kind of put those...
Time pulling themselves back up from starting in the lower bracket. But since they're here, I think they're going in with confidence. From what I heard, it's actually pulling themselves back up. I don't know this, so I'm just speculating. But I think perhaps because it's the team that they could meet that they have the most experience against. So they feel like they're going into a high-profile match. They get to...
We all know Blitz is coach of Liquid right now, in addition to also being a caster, man of many hats. But he said that the team, the ambiance in the air, felt like they were a bit confident and cool. As far as nerves, I guess we'll have to see it on paper there. So we'll take it with a grain of salt, I suppose. But into here, they took first place at WCA.
Anything that was like terribly surprising was like hidden tricks up their sleeve. Everyone knows that Jarek is like really good at Earth Spirit. You know, I don't think they're going to pull anything out of left field. So mostly just out executing. How well do they actually know Alliance?
So Ben's saying that we haven't seen like nothing too crazy from them, but is there something we might have seen from their sleeve to pull out?
Do you think they might actually do the Phoenix?
It's decent. The other thing that comes to mind for me is that they first pick Void. I think that's something no other Western team does. The only other team that consistently first picked Void in this tournament were CDEC, and they
EHOME
didn't
as well.
do well at all. EHOME did it in a couple of games, but I think CDEC
It wasn't like the Void's fault, you know.
No, yeah, of course.
The difference is Liquid are 3-0 with the hero.
Yeah,
They've
you're
won
right.
every game that they've
Yeah.
picked it in. And it's because they have a really good understanding of how to tailor a lineup around it. And the reason they can first pick it is that that is their absolute best style. I think it's worth maybe a ban even for Alliance and giving them some sort of top tier hero instead of the Void, just so they can't play that like heavy team fight that they're good at.
Would you actually rather give them like, even if Liquid is first pick, you would rather give them Chen over the Void?
Yes, I would ban Void and Earth Spirit, I think, against Liquid if they're first pick.
You do leave some other top picks where they, like you said, already 3-0 in Void. They are 3-0 with the Gyrocopter. And you can't forget, but Man's Nature's Prophet also was something that you can't really scoff at either. He was able to kind of pull out that last clutch game against Virtus Pro with it and left it great. And as we're seeing this base stats here, their top grab or their most successful grab is, of course, that Jarek's Earth Spirit. I continue to praise him as probably the best Earth Spirit in the game. This guy has abused the hero since he was legitimately the worst thing to happen with that pull stun. But obviously, most teams recognize that and have been banning it out. Do we think, and some people are hinting at the idea that maybe Alliance are going to be confident enough to just let it through, mistake or not? What do you think?
They played against it before, right? And they beat it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I had like a second thought now because I'm like, there are actually 3 heroes that you would want to ban against them. One is, I think Nature's Prophet right now is just incredible. For me, that's like the meta pick together with Earth Spirit, but Earth Spirit gets banned a lot and Prophet has the opportunity to get through in more games. So it's either you ban those 2 and leave them Void, or you ban 2 of the others and you leave them Prophet or Earth Spirit. So you kind of pick your poison if they're first pick. Knowing Alliance and how they draft, they are not scared of giving away a comfort pick for the opponent because they have such a big hero pool, as we've seen already. They've played 19 heroes that they can give something and then already prepare exactly what they want to counter that with, not even necessarily in the first phase, but already plan further ahead in the draft and be like, okay, we give them Earth Spirit, but that's because we have a strategy that is really good against it, and we don't show it until our 3rd, 4th.
It was a little different, though, in the group stage. Firstly, I think they're playing much weaker teams than Liquid. And secondly, when they were in the drafting phase and they let Earth Spirit through, the other teams were very hesitant about picking the Earth Spirit. They're like, is this really worthy of our first pick? We haven't played with it that much. It's almost always banned. They dipped into reserve time. And I think Liquid, they were like, great. It's a completely different mentality, I think, giving Earth Spirit to Liquid as opposed to the 2 teams in the group stage.
Yeah, I think it's really important that you decide against who you're giving it against. Like, you don't just like, oh, we're just going to give this hero away every game. You have to decide based on who your enemy is. Like, against certain opponents, you might not want to give a certain hero. Against Liquid, I think it's very, very dangerous that if you give that hero away to Jerax.
Do you think, I'm just casually throwing out there, do you think Rust could be a factor? Is that something teams even consider, or do you just expect that they should be
he's played that
screaming,
hero so
grinding
many
it?
times.
No.
He should just know,
There's
like a
no
bicycle
way.
pick it up. All right, fair enough, fair enough.
Do you-
Good position.
Yeah, but you have one of the best Earth Spirits on the other side. I think they might be able to crack the code and be able to have a way to respond to it.
How do you counter the
You
Earth
saw
Spirit?
the Witch Doctor. That
Yeah,
was
but
pretty
you
good.
can't really
Yeah, that
count
one.
in team fights with the heal from Witch Doctor. Earth Spirit is still good, like, for his other abilities, not just the Magnetize. He's still
unsafely, and they picked Witch Doctor,
Yeah.
so it was limiting 2 of his biggest strengths. I would say AoE damage in team fights as well as early roam. So that was
Picking a
When I was playing Earth
VP
Spirit, I
might
think
do
Saus was the worst thing to see on the
Faces
Relation is also
Void
very,
Armor,
very
yeah.
good against him. I mean, he generally can't do much with the Chrono. It's not like you just pull your ally out
yeah, but
from it or anything
Alliance don't really pick the hero much, right?
Void? No.
Question. Do you think this alliance has potential to be better than TI3 alliance? What do you think, Winner? What do you think, Dressel?
I was just gonna say, was it the grand finals? Or
Yes,
yeah.
the grand finals.
They didn't lose a single match, so I think it's really hard to top that kind of dominance, especially considering I think in regards to how developed this patch is versus how developed the TI3 patch was, that we're not quite to that state yet. Like, people haven't totally figured out everything that's like meta.
Difficult to compare what they did in TI3 and what's gonna happen right now.
Well, they're on the road so far. As I already said before, they have swept their way here. They had a 2-0 against Synderen.
I think Fnatic actually played really well
They
in one of
almost
the
won.
games.
They almost won the game.
They were so far behind in that game.
The,
and they
the
actually
first
managed to
game,
hold.
the one they had TA, they were like
Yeah.
so close to win. They got a Rex,
Yeah.
and they were really close at winning, and Alliance just outplayed them with the buybacks.
The second game wasn't bad either. Like, that's where Alliance played their Drow strat, and they pressured them really hard early, and Fnatic still managed to defend and start getting a really farmed Sven, and it looked like it was within reach. I see Liquid posing a similar threat, where it's like they're definitely going to show some strong plays, but I don't think they have what it takes to break the high ground.
I
against
actually don't
Alliance.
think you'll be as close as the Fnatic game because just Liquid's playstyle is not so early game centric like Fnatic, so it might be a very different game compared to that series though.
So I would guess then that Liquid were probably going back and watching that series pretty closely, the Alliance versus Fnatic series. What do you think they were able to take away from that to maybe exploit Alliance a bit and see what their weaknesses were that they can utilize in their own game, let's say?
Do you guys think it's all very important about the early game?
So we're going to be going to the stage, apparently, is the word I'm receiving. So let's head up there. Now we're going to see the players in it.
好了，我们这边刚刚看到的是两支队伍的一个登场，可以看得非常
All
有
right,
气势。
so
两支队伍应该
You are.
I am at least.
I'm not.
First, first I gotta say, Dumbfounded, they did a great job replicating the stage. It looks just like the Frankfurt stage. I don't know. To me, in my opinion, at least, they did a nice job replicating. So, with that said, I think I was posing the question if they were going back and checking the tapes while the players are getting ready for the draft right now. I'm sure we'll hop into it as it goes. What do you think Liquid would have learned from watching those tapes to see what the weaknesses from Alliance were? And I'm sorry I had to cut you off there.
No, it's fine.
It's very interesting setup here, I'll tell you folks, on how we're getting from one scene to another.
Yeah, I was just posing the question to everyone else that I think that the reason why Alliance had a really tough series versus Fnatic is because they had a really tough early game. So I think that if I'm Liquid, I looked at that series, I would really focus on my early game against Alliance. I would not try to pick too greedy. I would try to pick heroes that would do really well in the laning phase and in the early game to fight early. I would focus on that.
I think the Enchantress for both teams is actually a key pick that might get through, and then it's about who gets it. I haven't been particularly impressed with Kuroki's play on the hero so far in the tournament because it seems like in the early game a lot of the time a bit of time is just wasted where he tries to go for gank and it doesn't succeed, but they still have to keep trying stuff like that. I think that kind of early aggression to win their lanes is the way to go, and it can rotate between the lanes in many different ways. So
But do you
Alliance
think
can't
it's
prepare, so
suitable for them to play like that since you feel like it's not like his comfortable hero?
Well, I believe they did win at least some of the games. I don't know if they won all of the ones with Ench. It's just, I think it's very good for them to have some sort of roaming hero. And generally what we see them do is that they have Earth Spirit or Tusk for Jerax mainly, sometimes Bounty Hunter. One of those three, maybe first phase, just to get that early lane aggression going with him rotating. And then if Kuro can join in those ganks, instead of having a passive support, I think that's probably the way to go, is that they try to just run over lanes together.
I like Shaman a lot for Liquid. I think it'd be nice for Kuro because, as you said, he doesn't really participate that often in kills early. And if they can get towers down, you mentioned early aggression, so get some kills early, get some towers down, then they can actually transition to a much stronger mid to late game that Fnatic had. I think if they miss a couple of ganks with Kuro, then they're going to be really far behind Fnatic had. I think if they miss a couple of ganks with Kuro, then they're going to be really far behind.
The other more important offlaner was the Prophet. I think Prophet would probably offer a lot more. Yeah, obviously, it will offer a lot more in the laning phase because when the Enchantress or Tusk, let's say, snowballs in, then there's an extra hero that's going to be TPing in.
If they can get Prophet, that's a pick. That's just for sure. That's a given. I'm just not sure
But
if it's going to go through.
I think you should value Prophet over Void because we were talking about how Void is such a good first pick for them.
I just don't know if they will. Maybe they will because Alliance is their opponent and Alliance plays it so well. So it's more contested and Alliance are not known to play Void as much as we talked about. Interesting enough, what was it I said earlier? Void hasn't been, 1 year ago it was a given that Void was a carry. Now I was just thinking how time has passed. And even at TI3 it was an offlaner. So we need to go back 3 or 4 years. And that's what Void was always played as from 10 years ago to 4 years ago. And now it's never played as carry anymore. It's just completely changed. So
I'm sure the rework helped that a little bit.
Of
too,
course,
the
but
time
yeah,
limit,
the old Void with the classic time walk that just jumped was also played in the offlane mainly by, I think we saw Universe playing it a lot at TI4. It was not TI3. So yeah, it's been a while.
So we're hinting at that probably the best strat for Fnatic is pressure early game. Or not for Fnatic, but for Liquid to take from Fnatic was pressure the early game against Alliance. That almost feels like a bit of a given too, because Alliance are almost kings of the late game, wouldn't you say? I mean, is that even something Liquid could consider? Do you even bother picking up something to contest their late game play, like a Spectre, let's say, or an AM, which they have done before on Matama Man? Is that something you want to avoid altogether going against Alliance, or do you think Liquid could have the capability of going the long road?
I don't think you want to go late game against Alliance. I think a lot of teams have made that mistake in the past and have regretted it, especially if, for whatever reason, Nature's Prophet does get through and you make it to the late game. Not only do you have great laning phase, but that's like their wheelhouse, right? That's the stuff that they definitely want to do. And plus, the Fnatic game is a prime example. We were talking about the game where Alliance came back because they had that Spectre, but sometimes it was just like Fnatic obviously made a weird decision killing the Spectre in the first place when they pushed bottom, but Alliance are amazing at utilizing mistakes like that. And I think that they're one of the best teams at staying calm under pressure. So going late game against them, I wouldn't want to do it personally.
On top of that, I think if you draft too greedily, like if you do draft an AM, they do have that drought strategy that they ran and just could have won the game in like 20, 25 minutes. So it's not like they don't always have to out late game you too. I think they ran 19 different heroes out of 20 for the 4 games that they played. So they have a wealth of strategies, Spectre, Zeus, as well as just all early game.
Going about the wealth of strategy that they've been showing already, what do you think is something maybe from the group stage that Alliance have shown that we may have never seen from Alliance before, or not much of? For example, I guess I'll say like Bulldog playing the Weaver in the offlane is not something we typically see, but he's found some good success with. Was much of. For example, I guess I'll say like Bulldog playing the Weaver in the offlane is not something we typically see, but he's found some good success with. Was there maybe any sort of gameplay or other pickups that Alliance have shown that maybe they're not that predictable team we always know?
Now, wouldn't you guys consider Weaver his staple hero? I know it's kind of weird to say that, but
It's one of them. I think it's a fairly new thing that they pick it as much as they do. To me, the new thing with Bulldog is that they play the classic Abaddon Weaver lane, that they put Abaddon in that lane. They haven't done so much. He's been playing Weaver in quite a few games, and then basically he plays it similar to, like it's similar logic to his offlane Prophet or offlane Lundred. Like he's just there with an annoying hero that draws attention to itself. They get space to put pressure safe lane, then he can either rotate or just get something out of his lane, and then later on he participates in team fights with Max
I
Swarm.
think more importantly that his role in the team has to be the one that takes farm. That for me is the most important thing. Like it's not only the annoying part, it's his role has to be the one that can transition with farm. I think that's mainly their play style for Bulldog.
He has played Beastmaster twice this event. Was that the only hero they picked 2 times, I think?
Yes, and they were 2-0 with it.
So he has also played like less of a farm-intensive hero. The hero does well with farm, but in those games he definitely takes less than if he plays like a Weaver or a Prophet. So they can also swap that around and put more farm on S4. I feel like they just have a lot of options.
There also was a Warlock game, if I'm not mistaken.
EGM support Warlock.
No,
Did we see that again?
Wasn't it Bulldog playing it?
No, they played EGM support against
that was probably in
Spirit.
Captain's Draft, right, where Bulldog played the...
Yeah, they played it on a core role in another tournament,
What was the significance, because I unfortunately didn't get to catch that game firsthand, but the significance of Warlock in that game, is it something we could possibly see again?
I think so. I do think Alliance kind of used it as a curveball. I can't remember the exact draft order, but the enemy team was probably assuming that it was mid in the game, and then they saw an opening to do a little more greedy lanes. They love when EGM can farm, and Warlock is one of those supports where you get 1 or 2 core items, and all of a sudden he is like if he were a core, right? I think in that game he went Midas into Ags, and then maybe got Refresher at the end. If you can have that on a support, you can't lose the game. So if you get away with it, it's amazing.
Posing another interesting question, while it does look like players are still going to be taking their time to load into the draft, I happened to catch a recent interview with DOTA that was done by the RU Hub, and at one point he was talking to, asking him about like what's different this time, why did Alliance come back together, and stuff about that. And what DOTA in the interview was saying was it was nice for his team to be able to step away. We know that S4 went off to Secret, EGM to Team Tinker, Bulldog just took a flat-out break. And it gave him a moment to kind of reflect or maybe just appreciate the team they had. And one of the things was that for S4 in particular, being on a team like Alliance with like his brothers almost, they were there to kind of reinforce him and back him up on that. And I guess I'm reaching out to all of your competitive gamers. Do you think that's important for those players to be able to step back, maybe appreciate what they once had, come back together and revamp themselves? Do you think that's something that the Alliance is like a strength for them?
I think it can be. I think the most important thing is perspective. Like when you've been doing something for so long, like the TI3 Alliance had a really amazing run, it's hard to top it. And as soon as the success kind of goes away, I think it's very easy to kind of get caught up in that mentality is, oh, we were so good at this point, but now we're just not quite there. And then your mind just jumps to greener pastures. You know, what if I can go somewhere else and have a better experience? So I think that a couple of people on the team at least went to do that and understood what it was and got some experience from it and came back. I think it actually does make you a stronger team because they all realize now that this is where they are meant to be.
The thing is, it's pretty difficult for, like, historically, a lot of the amazing teams, I don't think you could just put together again like Alliance. They have something very unique that they built over such a long time. You look at previously dominating teams like the old Na'Vi. I think if you put the old Na'Vi together again, they will not see this kind of success. I think it's just unlikely. So I agree. It's both perspective, but also that I think a big part of why they lost their groove was that they kind of lost their hunger a bit as well. Like if you're dominating for that long, it's easy to just get a little bit complacent. We won so much, you relax, and then the other teams are so hungry to beat you because you're like the reigning champion. And over time, as time passes, you get more into that mentality of I have to prove my worth again.
So, still loading in for the draft at this moment, getting prepared. This might seem like a pretty damn generic question at the time, but who would you even just give the drafting nod to at this point? Because I'm looking at two pretty damn intelligent drafters here from both sides. You got S4 there for Alliance, and you also got Kuroki for, Liquid there.
I think this is just my opinion, obviously, but I think versatility is key. Like the fact that Alliance played 19 different heroes, I mean, it's one thing to say that you're really good at what you do. You can pick like 10, 15 heroes and still be an amazing team, but sooner or later somebody's going to figure you out. So I think that having the versatility that Alliance have shown so far is an advantage.
But Kuroki also showed that he is a captain that understands and knows how to use his players. Like he put a team where like most of them didn't have much experience, I would say, but they still had the success they had, and it's also partly because he knows how to use his players. I think as a captain, you need to be really good at that. Like sometimes you need to get 100% out of what you have. And I think that in some games, that the way he picks the heroes for his team, he definitely showed that he understands his players very well.
So you're actually favoring Liquid in the draft?
I'm not saying I'm favoring them, but obviously by being a flexible team, you have so many flexible players, it makes it easy for you to draft if you're S4.
Right.
Because you can pick anything you want.
I also think Kuroki in general, how he utilizes his teammates, but also himself, because historically he's played like every role, and he's been, at one point in Dota 1 at least, regardless, the best player in the world.
Has he played the offlane?
It's incredible. I think so. Like, I feel like Kuroki has played everything. Maybe that's the one role he didn't play significant, but the rest for sure, like a lot. And for him, as I would say a star player historically over many years, for him to just like stand down and let his other players shine and put himself on very self-sacrificial roles, like he played Treant in one game, which is like basically that hero is just enable everyone else.
He said DAC, but I wasn't sure if it was DAC or TI4. But the rules for the 1v1 tournament at the time were, or do you think S4 kind of takes it to a new level?
I think the teams kind of ask different things of their mid players, I mean, S4 still makes a lot of shot calls, and I'm sure Fata does too from time to time, but I think in terms of mechanics, Fata might be like very slightly better, like 55-45, like that close. But I think in general, like you mentioned, the win condition calling and like if S4's decision making in the mid and late game is probably a little bit better than his. So it just depends on like what the draft necessitates you actually do. If there's a mechanical matchup mid, I think Fata would probably end up edging S4 out. But if S4 gets like pucked, for example, and they need like game-winning initiation and things like that, I think the S4 would have the advantage.
Yeah, but S4 doesn't like always get matchups that wins his lane. He doesn't rely on that. That's why you see sometimes he doesn't have a good laning phase. But I think his strength as a player, if I'm on the team with him, I would always give him heroes that focus on what you can do later rather than what you can do in the lane.
Right, but that's why I was saying it necessitates what the draft needs, what the team needs for that particular game.
So there was a post not long ago showing that there's been a fair amount of heroes that have not been used yet, surprisingly too. Like AA and Wraith King are some of the ones that pop out to me. What do you think are some of the heroes you're surprised that we have not seen yet? And do you think there's a chance that maybe one of those could pop up in maybe this matchup, let's say?
I don't know that list by heart. I really can't remember what we haven't seen yet.
I know there's obviously I know, Keeper of the Light hasn't been used.
Yeah, Keeper of the Light, I'm sure you remember.
I don't think we'll be seeing much of him.
I think Coddle, actually, of the heroes that haven't been picked, might have a better chance than most.
But how about Wraith King? Don't you guys think that in a fighting meta, Wraith King should be at least considered?
A lot of it's because of Invoker, I think.
Isn't Wraith King like not so good against Chen as well? Like
but
Chen or Ench lineups,
Yeah.
they just
Yeah,
like
he's too
push and
slow.
Wraith King's kind of mediocre against that.
I'm surprised AA hasn't been picked.
yeah, but A is like he's weak in the laning phase. I think that in the early game, if you talk about the enemy having a hero like Enchantress and you have a support like A, you're like, oh my god, if I'm the A, I'm screwed. I see a creep
Yeah,
coming.
but I mean, we've seen like a lot of Doom, a lot of Chen, a lot of Ench. Like AA is decent versus them if you can, like if you have AA Venge, the classic support.
You know,
I
when
think
you
it's
talk
okay.
about like A against Doom, I feel like, yeah, it's kind of nice to have Ice Blast against the Scorcher, but then again, it's the early game that matters a lot more sometimes in certain situations where Doom against A, like Doom can actually kill the A in
I mean,
the
even
laning
with
phase easily.
like, even despite all that, you have the Fury on spec, which we've seen a lot of Spectre too. So like AA fits so many different strategies that I'm very surprised that we haven't seen him. Keeping it light that you mentioned, Alliance ran Coddle Bristle a lot in the off lane, but I'm surprised we've seen zero of that yet. Maybe they haven't really seen the need to do it because of Abba Weaver being better or whatever it may be. What other heroes?
I think
Clockwork, I don't think has been
No
seen yet.
clockwork at all.
Yeah, that hero is in a weird place right now. I can't decide whether the new cogs are better or worse.
No, it's
like
definitely worse. It is
And it was-
definitely
it was-
worse than the old one.
the way I interpreted it when it came out was that it was supposed to be a buff, right? When that was patched in. That's at least how
I
But
think they meant
don't you feel like it's harder to actually catch heroes?
Yeah,
in the
it
cogs
seems
now?
like
it's
it's harder.
weird though. It just seems like the old one in certain situations you would actually catch the target, but right now you have to be closer or you have to be much more accurate in your positioning. You have much more room for error with the old cogs, but not with the new one.
Another hero I would like to see is actually Timbersaw, because with teams playing this fast, or he's not super good in like the first few minutes of the game, but just when he gets a few levels in mainly a safe lane position, I don't think that hero is good off lane at all. But
I
if
agree.
teams are focusing on the early game, that hero just
You know,
I
showing
think
he's
lot
a very
more
good
life,
laner
good
against
catch.
Prophet. That's true. You
Yeah.
could just play him one-on-one against Prophet. You just play that lane. It's no problem at all.
As far as Clockwork goes, it feels like one of those heroes that's always high risk, high reward. And I think a lot of teams are picking like early pressure that's not so risky. Like you see your Ench, you see your Chen get through every once in a while. And those are more stable in the first 15, 20 minutes. I can expect to get at least this done. If you miss a couple of hook shots on Clockwork and you get behind, your game is just like over at that point. It's very, very hard to remain consistent on that hero.
So say as we hopefully get into the draft still, it looks like they're still trying to find some preparations to get the game underway. Players are still very anxious, excited to get going, I'm sure. But we get past the draft. Which team it's more valuable for them to have a more fruitful or successful laning phase to be able to achieve what could be their possible game plan?
Well, I think we all agreed that Alliance probably have like the better mid to late game decision making, and their drafts, like Winter said, don't always rely on doing well in lane. So I think that Alliance would probably be fine with having a mediocre laning phase, or maybe even like a not good one, just if they wanted to go for like team fight, or if they want to go for, you know, if they get their hands on a Furion or something, which probably would make their laning phase better. But I think that Alliance are less reliant on lanes than Liquid would be in this matchup.
It's like, what's your perspective? Who benefits more? If Alliance win the laning stage, most likely win the game. If
Yeah.
Liquid don't win the laning stage, in a very bad position, right? So for Liquid to have a chance, or a good chance at least, they need to win the lanes. Whereas Alliance, if they get a good laning stage, they probably win the game. So for them, it's obviously great too, right? Then you have, if they get off to a good laning stage, they are going to feel super confident that they got the game.
Any particular match you're hyped to see today? I know that we're leading in, and if production is there and is listening, and we could look at the schedule once more if we need a refresher. We are going to be opening today with, of course, Liquid versus Alliance, but coming after this matchup, it is going to be the very exciting MVP Phoenix versus LGD. But then we get to go into the really, the gauntlet, if you will, the best of ones, scary best of ones, EHOME, the team that was coming in here as the favorites, going against Archon, probably the biggest underdog of the tournament. And then, of course, Spirit versus Cole, VP versus VG, and then CDEC versus Newbee. So let me know, guys. Each
I
just
was
gonna
gonna
finish
say
last.
that.
It's actually unbelievable. If you look at previous major tournaments, it just seems like when there's a big tournament, Vici generally performs. They at least get. Oh, I'm trying to think of a big tournament where they didn't at least get like top 6. They just seem to, when it matters, they get far. VP at previous major tournaments, I think in Frankfurt they got top 8. At TI they got top 6.
I think they had like a
They've been
5th
looking
place
okay.
or 6th place.
and they were second
Yeah.
at the summit.
But still, if they have a 5th, 6th place curse,
Yeah,
you don't want to
that's
be
pretty
16th, right? So it's really weird that VP are finding themselves in this position. I
On
think
the-
they drew a bad
On the
opponent.
note of VP, and before we hear the other suggestions there, I heard, and I want to see if you guys agree, do you think that VP are considered almost like the gatekeepers of Dota? Like, if you're able to make it past VP, you might be a tier 1 team. If you can't make it past VP, you're still stuck at tier 2 and below.
It's an
I
interesting
think
way of
VP are
looking
tier
at it.
1.
Yeah.
Just not right now.
You think what? Oh,
So,
you said VP are
so what
tier
you
1?
mean is they're like super consistent in how they play? Like,
Yeah, they're always, like you said, like they're always in that like 3rd to 6th like slot of tournament play.
That's tier 1
But
on
it's a
global
huge
basis,
achievement. You
right?
feel like it's a huge achievement if you're able to take down VP, right? But if you don't beat VP, it's like, well, it's VP. They're good. So I can't help but feel like they're the gatekeeper of Dota right now.
I mean, but if you want to be the best team, you I kind of feel it doesn't really matter that much. You need to beat everyone else. It's not only VP that you have to beat, but it's a good benchmark. Like if you can
For
beat
invites at
yeah.
future tournaments, maybe. That's where you want to know.
Yeah.
Ben, your most hype matchup to look forward to of this tournament for round 1?
Maybe the complexity match.
That's what I was going to say.
That's what you were going to say.
Dang it. Yeah.
Now he's
Okay.
stuck thinking about what his next match might be.
I wouldn't know who was going to win if it was a best of 100.
So VP VG, who do you think is just flat out stronger then between those two?
VP, I think.
That's a hard one as well. I would probably say VP.
But based on the group stage, we would say VP, obviously. But because
But they lost like
really uncharacteristic.
it didn't look good.
Yeah.
So to me, that's like the definition of VP is that they're not scared. I was, in my companion predictions, I was like, oh, VP are going to have the games with most kills. They're going to be super hungry. I saw
The reason everyone was wrong is because it's pretty obvious that some of the Eastern teams just have been underperforming a lot. And I don't think they're lazy. Some of them didn't even want to show up for our fancy opening ceremony today.
That was everyone, though, pretty much.
Yeah.
There was like one booth. No, there was like 4, and they were all
Complexity
complexity.
was like on 4 teams
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
start
yeah.
of the intro, so I'm excited to see.
Limp is just securing his
Chessie, yeah.
future. If he gets kicked off call, he knows.
Yo,
it's like-
Chessie was in one. Come on.
yeah, Chessie too.
Yeah.
Chessie's got an extra team on backup.
But have we been able to kind of analyze that a bit further? Do you think that maybe there's a chance some of the teams can just like get that fire lit under their ass and suddenly show up at LAN time? One of the teams I think about that is always able to usually do that.
VG as well, starting from the lower bracket.
It's true. Do you think they can do it again?
That was a pretty insane run.
I think the
OG started in the loser bracket at Frankfurt.
True.
I'm just saying.
True.
This could happen.
The strategies for the Chinese teams have just evolved very slowly. Like we've seen, like FY for example, go back to the Iron Talon Night Stalker, which worked at a couple tournaments, but like no one else runs that anymore. Like they run greedy junglers, but it's more team fight. There's Enigma, there's a Beastmaster, there's other stuff, and people pulling strats back from a month ago, even though it was a very similar patch, just has not had that much success. So I just think that the strategies in maybe their like scrim circle just haven't evolved as much as the other side.
I mean, the things that they picked were really, really greedy. In the group stages, like the games that they play, they pick like 2 cores that require position 1 farm. They pick a Sand King jungling on FY. It seems like they're still really stuck with like heroes that previously worked. But as of now, everything is different, and you can't really play that slow anymore. I want to say if you play slow, you just get punished so heavily in the early game. That's why most of the games that they had a hard time, their early game just got crushed by the enemies so badly because they were so greedy.
To be fair, they also got level 1 roached in one game. And that game was just over.
That was just one game.
That was ridiculous. That's just unfortunate that happens. But at the end of the day, they need to see that the enemy draft can actually perform it and just go check it.
But it was like not obvious. So it was Team Spirit, right? That did
Yeah,
that.
they had a couple of
Was Tiny, Lich, Beastmaster.
Yeah, it wasn't that obvious. Like
It was not that obvious.
There's those 3 heroes, Wisp, Lich, and Beastmaster, are all good at doing Roche.
It's Team Spirit though, right? The way they always pick that Wisp and the NP are just absolutely no surprise. Tiny in combination with the Wisp, so you're really just looking at Lich Beastmaster. And Godblack playing Lich is not that unusual. So it's really I would say Beastmaster, but Beastmaster everyone has been picking. So I don't think anything screamed Roche.
The crazy thing about a game like that is that it's just an all-in, If Vici get in the pit and kill them there after the Lich has skilled Ice Armor, Beastmaster has skilled Aura, I think.
Yes,
After
Aura.
all of those things are skilled. If you lose there, it might just as well be a free Vici win.
yeah, but then again, what do they have to lose? Like Vici,
They were up 1-0.
Vici were the favorite, and they were up 1-0. So yeah.
Their best chance to do it too. I don't think many teams, if any team, would ever try pulling a maneuver like that at the actual main stage LAN with an audience and the sound booming out loud. Group
That's
stage
the
is probably your best
mentality
chance
that gets
doing
you
it.
level 1 roached. They would never do that, and then it happens. Then you're like, oh.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. That'd be nice. So as we continue to wait, I'm sure they're just changing out every single computer in those booths to make sure they're fresh and ready to go. Gonna pose a bit of a darker question right here. We talked about teams that we're expecting to be able to succeed. Teams that have already succeeded so well. Do you think there's a particular team that has done pretty well, but you feel like that might be overhyped and that they just kind of got a good run at the group stage and could underperform when it comes to main stage play?
So winner bracket only.
Yeah.
Or
I think MVP. For me, it's
yeah.
MVP because I think that one of the reasons why MVP would they're doing so well is because I think the enemies underestimated them. Like they don't really watch their replays because for me, what MVP did in the group stage are stuff that they're always doing, and it seems like the way like one of the matches I saw against Secret didn't really know what's coming. They didn't really understood the PL was going to go mid because MVP always does that against Invoker, and it was like the last ban I was watching the game, right? They had PL and Secret still proceeded to ban a mid hero. They didn't understood that MVP were going to do the mid PL for sure. So I feel like part of it was their enemies not really concentrating on MVP's like drafts, and they don't really like research on them that much.
I really want to get this point in because I feel like we've been in this position before, exactly at TI5 with CDEC. I feel like that was the exact same story. Team goes in, is an underdog, does well, and every single match in the winners bracket we're like, they're the underdog every time, and they stomped. Like the games that they won at the winner bracket, at least most of them. Maybe I'm praising them a little bit too much here, but I remember them being very one-sided for the most part.
And they did like the same thing.
And they did the same thing over and
again,
over.
yeah.
So everyone knows what they're doing. I don't know if they consistently underestimated them, but they went in and they just won that. I feel like MVP can do more than what they
wouldn't you say it's also because that teams didn't really find out what were their weaknesses? Like obviously EG found out that they couldn't play Lash, but it was in the last series. So
but the question is what MVP's weakness is.
Wouldn't you think that it's like about their opponents, how fast they figure out what to ban against MVP?
Yeah, there's just not much footage because they've played 4 games and they just owned those. So now you need to find the weakness first and then you can abuse it. And a good place to start is to ban out the heroes that they've been doing very well with, like Bounty Hunter and Prophet. But all teams rate those heroes highly, so MVP might have something special backhand when they don't.
I think if you ask me, like I would agree. I think Prophet and probably even Earth Spirit. I think these two.
And Earth Spirit, of course.
Yeah, Earth Spirit and Prophet would be on my highest priority against MVP. I would not let them have these 2 heroes because they are a team that, again, very similar to Fnatic. They focus so much on the early game. And when their early game doesn't go well, it seems like they do not have really much of plan B, like compared to other stronger teams. Where if you talk about Alliance, okay, their early game doesn't go well, but they have the experience and decision making to get through the mid game, even though their early game is not good.
Yep.
Are we pretty much in an agreement here that if we had to pick a team for that has a chance to maybe be a bit shaky on the main stage, it would be MVP? Anyone else maybe popping out that?
I'm just trying to think of the 8 teams that made it.
I mean, I'm sure we could go back to the bracket again, right? We have the time and the technology, I'm sure. We'll see. Maybe they'll come
I
up
actually
with,
think I would pick Liquid for that. But they also have a hard matchup, so maybe it's easier to say because they're against Alliance. But I'm not... I feel like out of the 8 teams in the winner bracket, Liquid might be one of the weaker ones, to be honest. They've played... Now we're talking about playing one style and whatnot, but the difference is their style is so teamfight-centric. So I think it's easier for opponents to prepare for that than the early chaos, because it goes so fast. I feel like Liquid's games aren't as fast, so you can play more of your own style against them than you can against MVP. If you're playing against MVP, it just seems like you're playing MVP's game for the first 15 minutes. That's just how it is. You need to get through that. Against Liquid, I think there's more flexibility, and let's see.
I guess I'll just start busting out some funner questions here. It looks
Reaver's
supposed to be the next one.
Yeah.
It's gotta be.
Where do we go from there?
Do it again.
They're going to add an item into the game that takes those 3 items to make, and that will be TI.
That will be. We're going to be battling it out for a Mystic Staff. What happened already? We had Reaver, Mystic Staff, Eagle Song.
Reaver is
the triumvirate.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. What if you got the powers of the item that you get? Like let's say Eagle Song, agility. The whole team runs faster, has more endurance, higher. Mystic Staff, a bit smarter. S4 maybe he could use that. Who knows, right? As he giggles about some memes, I'm sure. Reaver a bit stronger. What would you want the next item to be if you actually obtained the powers of that item? TI, you get an Aegis. You die, you come back to life.
I guess Boots of Travel is a good one, right?
Boots of Travel would be pretty nice.
I could teleport to Winter anytime, and he could just give me a meme, and then I just leave.
Would be nice if we could actually teleport to Malaysia in the future, you know.
And that would be nice.
And then I would use Bloodstone.
What? Christ. Oh my god. I mean, if you ask me, I like the item that can actually allow you to teleport the whole team somewhere. Wouldn't that be nice?
Pit Lord?
Yeah.
I'm so glad you don't balance the game. That would be awful.
Man, haven't you heard of Ben's idea? His ideas are worse than mine.
What idea?
What idea?
Like some of the ideas that he shared at the house with me.
Well, give me an example. You can't just say they're
Yeah,
bad
what
and then
idea? I don't
not
even
give
know
me
what
an
you're talking
example.
about.
Okay, I'm just trying to, you know.
You're a flamer.
You can't even have an example. He's just purely lying. What? is this?
Come on, Winner, get it together.
I don't remember, but some of the stuff that he says was like worse than mine.
It's okay. I think at one point, all people who have played Dota try to balance the game in their own mind, and they say something, and it just like it sounds really good, and you look and you're like, man, that would be so broken.
This
actually.
guy's the guy that would random and would buy like what 4 mangoes and goes to the lane.
What's wrong with 4 mangoes?
I tried that on Ogre. It was not so good. But yeah,
How is it not good? You have
he
like
insists
what?
that it's good.
7 regen, 8 regen.
Yeah,
something
but
like
then
that?
you want to fight in lane, and then you lose your regen for free.
And he wouldn't want to, like when he goes out of mana, he wouldn't want to click on his mango 'cause I still want that regen.
I think like 1 stout plus 3 mangoes is slightly better. That's not about game balance. I'm not saying mango should be buffed or nerfed.
Or broken.
Or I was like, they are.
Who was the guy that said that mango should be buffed?
I think God said that it should get plus for each additional mango you have. It should give an additional HP regen. So if you had 4 mangoes, they should give 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. So it's 10 HP regen. I mean, it's still more balanced than the original Earth Spirit, so it could happen.
They need a recipe and make like a mighty mango then, so that way you can get like 6 mighty mangoes.
Oh yeah, they used to
Triple
stack,
protection
by the
there.
way. I'm not sure if that actually was ever. I was told they used to stack. Mangoes used to stack in your inventory. Can you
So does
imagine
the
that?
regen stack as well if you stack it?
I'm guessing that. No, there's no way. They can't have made that.
That would be
Someone said
insane.
they stacked.
That would actually be insane.
So what we're alluding to is Ben can be a pretty unconventional player, which I guess I'll pose my next question with. Who do you think is the most unconventional player here at the tournament that could pull out something very far-fetched like that?
Yep.
Think CTY?
Easy.
I guess
CTY easily.
What's the most craziest thing? For me, I'll start first. The SMYOD was probably one of the more crazier things I've seen from him.
No,
That one wasn't
that
even that
wasn't him.
crazy.
No, that one wasn't him. It was Old Chicken. That's Old
Oh,
Chicken.
Old Chicken.
I
Is
think
that
they
Old
both.
Chicken?
I think
Yes,
they've
yes.
both done it.
Are you
Well,
sure?
if Old Chicken did it, it was definitely CTY's suggestion. That's for sure. There's no.
He's like,
Like,
dude.
Team,
trust me.
what should I get next? And Lanham's just like, get something standard. CTY's like, Sanjay Yasha. That's great. Go
Let's be
for it.
honest. It is like the best item in the game. Come on.
I would.
You
I
go
would
fast.
argue. I think drums are better.
You get but
Drums-
drums still make you go fast, which means
But
that
it's
SLI is
cheaper.
good too. So what? It
You
doesn't
get
make
drums.
you as fast.
You get drum.
Faster
you get
item.
drums
Best
first.
item in the game is Town Portal Scroll.
Iron Talon.
What for best item in the game?
Yeah.
Town
Okay,
Portal Scroll.
Iron Talon's pretty good.
No, Iron
yeah,
Talon.
pretty good item.
You'd rather, if you had the choice, you were like, I have to get one item every game. You would get Iron Talon over Town Portal.
It's standardized for gold, probably. Yeah. There's no substitute.
I mean, depending on what kind of
DOTs.
games you play, most people don't buy TPs anyway, so it's just like whatever, right? I mean, if you're in competitive, maybe.
Iron Talon jungle, boots of travel first item, and then you can join.
Yeah, easy.
That's good. No.
Iron Talon. Okay.
You're on the Iron Talon bandwagon now?
I'm down with nerfing that item too. I think it's too good right now.
How would you nerf
be
it?
I think Quelling Blade is actually too good, and that's the problem. Essentially,
Yeah.
Quelling Blade used to, as good as Quelling Blade is right now, that's how it used to be, and you couldn't sell it, but now you can sell it. So it's like it costs 200 gold, you get plus 32% damage as melee, and that means if you secure 2 last hits because of it, you can sell it. With that logic, you say, well, it's the same for Iron Branch, but Iron Branch gives 1 damage, Quelling Blade gives like 20 on some heroes, right?
Isn't it 140 of base now? Not 132? Or 32%? It's like 140% of base damage. That's the new quelling.
I mean, also you can
Oh
cut down
yeah,
trees.
yeah, it's even better, right?
It's better
I
on
would
some
say.
heroes in the very early game. But
Yeah.
like if you complete like a Battle Fury or something, it's only better in the sense that you keep your quelling blade on heroes like AM. It actually becomes worse in terms of overall damage output.
So what I would do is, I think if you want to keep Iron Talon the way it works right now, where it costs no mana and has the cooldown it does, I think the passive component of damage you do to creeps needs to be lower. So I think the Quelling Blade itself should just be weaker, but then the Battle Fury should be full. So the Battle Fury stays the way it is, so that's an additional buff to the item relative to Quelling Blade. Similar to what happened to Poor Man's Shield, actually, where Poor Man's Shield is still as good as it is, but the Stout component got nerfed.
I like that actually.
That
It's a pretty
could
good
work.
idea. 'Cause then it-
Winter had the idea of giving a mana cost to the
But
Talon.
then
I
it
think
would
that's
be
interesting too.
detrimental because we want maybe the item was like made to encourage the junglers to actually be active. But if you add a mana cost, it might balance the item, but it would actually.
It's like why they removed the mana
Yeah,
cost of Blink Dagger,
yeah.
pretty much. It's like
So-
you want heroes to use this item to get into the game faster, and then if they're using mana all the time, you have to go back to base. Slows
The
down
other
game.
idea was that the cast range should be melee, because then you can't just like the way some
What's the
heroes
range
can
now?
It's like 500, I think. Some
Is it that
heroes
far?
Nah,
It's not
no,
five.
I thought it was like 300.
300, I think.
300.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, regardless, it actually doesn't matter how long the range is, as long as it's long enough that you can cast it and run and not take damage. That's what matters. So if it's melee and you're a melee hero, you have to like actually put yourself in a position where you take damage from the creeps to use it.
But
instead of
is
just kiting
this
it a little
nerf
bit.
enough though?
I don't know. It's a start.
They could lower the damage a tiny bit, like on
Yeah.
the on use.
That's
Instead
the
of, it's like 40%,
That's
right?
the obvious nerf.
Yeah.
Would be just to lower the damage, but
How about making it a bit more expensive?
Yeah, increased recipe cost, I think.
If
is
it's
okay.
if it's too expensive, then it loses its appeal of being a start item. Then you can't just
Yeah.
jungle with it anymore.
If it
from
was
the
any more
beginning.
expensive, you
Yes.
wouldn't be able to start Talon Tangos,
Yeah,
right?
it's the max cost that you have right now. I think the price is good, but you need to nerf the item a bit. That's the way to go.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. So we're stuck with it as it is, apparently.
Yep.
Without it being adjusted in some way, or Tango's becoming cheaper, I suppose.
So what's your input in it?
On
you-
Iron Talon?
Yes.
Good item.
Good item.
Good item.
Double thumbs up endorsement. I like that. It's good.
Fair
Do you get it on Kotal?
Definitely. If I'm doing the off-lane demon coddle, where you like hide yourself into the trees on the side and just blast from the side lane, no one wants to like step away from their CS game to deal with the pesky coddle.
I'm sorry, you're reported if you're in my game.
Reported?
I'm not good enough to be in your game anyways. You don't have to report.
Have
me.
you heard of this guy about his reports? He loves reporting. Absolutely loves
Toxic
it.
member of the community, Winter.
What?
You're just reporting people for
It's
trying
for
to
their
do
own
something
good.
that they think is good. It's for their own good.
It's for everyone else.
Did you tell them before you report them why you're reporting them?
What's an immediate red flag for a winner? Like, he's getting reported.
Oh,
now.
I already asked him. There's like
What?
10 different things.
You looked at him wrong.
What? 10?
Report.
Yeah, we
Nah.
talked about this at TI.
What's the
What?
10
What's the
commandments of
Like
winter
tossing
report?
someone in, stealing, feeding chicken. There's so many different things. I asked him, would
Okay,
you
but
report me for this? And
Those
he's-
two are actually like. If
I
you
mean,
grieve
and then
somebody-
I kept asking stuff that was more dubious, and he would still report. And then most of the time, he wouldn't even tell you. He would just report you.
Yeah, I mean, how are you teaching them a lesson if you don't even tell them what you're reporting them for? You just don't care.
And then he's so proud
He
of the number
just
of
doesn't
reports.
care
He's
at
like,
all.
all my reports always get replenished. I'm such a good reporter.
I'm doing good for the community.
Yeah.
If you're
He's
not
he's
helping,
abusive
you're
with
hurting
power.
Winter. Have you heard that saying before?
Yeah, but if I always get my reports back, means I'm doing legit reports. That's how the system works. Because other people are reporting that particular player.
Or you're encouraging everyone else to do dumb reports, but there's enough of them that you get them back.
Are you that? Are you an enabler?
Dude, come on. I only report people if they
Enabler, that's a good word. You're actually an enabler.
if they do something bad in the game, then I report them.
Something bad, like you died of the rune. That's report.
That's not how I report. Come on, guys. You play with me, you know me.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, unfortunately.
What?
What's the most infuriating player you've had on your team then that you've had to report twice, or you wish you could report
Oh,
twice?
there are some players that I report every time I see them.
You know,
So regardless of what they do, you just report.
So
them.
they can't. So you report someone, and there's no chance for them to be able to even change their ways. You're just like,
Because they do the same thing every time I play with them.
you know, he reported Blitz.
really?
Yep.
He's a flamer.
He is a flamer. Flames
100%.
everyone. Doesn't care if he's friends with them. Just report.
I'm glad you queue on C. You'd report me too.
No,
Because I'd play.
I'll tell you
Invoker.
someone that I report all the time
Who?
when I'm at the house. Balto Avanta.
Oh, is it the PA spammer?
Yeah, the PA
Yeah,
spammer.
I know
Okay.
who that guy
Because every
is,
time he
yeah.
goes into the game, he starts yelling like, "Oh my god, not this again!"
He probably reports me for buying too many mangoes.
I did not. Okay.
Oh, okay. You haven't? Okay.
No,
Oh,
I haven't, and I'm never will.
what if
Would
I
you-
buy 6?
Would you
with no
report a
boots?
player for buying bad items, even though he believes they're good?
No,
Okay.
Yeah. He's reasonable.
I never report Ben when he buys his mangoes and whatever. Like he does his Radiance, Juggernaut, Boots of Travel.
but we
What a
win.
build, actually. I'm stealing that build. And
Just-
then he's gonna
it's
play Invoker
horrible.
and make Blade Mail.
How is that good?
What?
Why do you want to steal
Because you're
that?
dealing damage, extra damage during spin. Look at that. Think
And-
about it. Magic damage.
Nice.
And it's
Nice.
mischance. So the biggest weakness of Juggernaut and spin is the fact that you can get
Wow.
wrecked by physical.
So you should get
So they get
stats. You know,
mischance.
you should get Blade Fury and stats. You should never get your.
All right,
You-
Ben, help me out. I'm
You
having
can
a
be
hard
friends
time
with me here.
Okay.
instead of
Radiant
Winter.
Solar Crest.
I was
That's
getting ready to
legit.
pose the
You're
question. What's your
reported.
craziest like tinfoil hat build that you have for a hero?
Oh my god.
Tinfoil hat build?
Yeah.
Oh, it's easily Blade Mail Invoker. He hates it. I just taunt him about it all the time. He just flames me. Says it's the worst thing ever. So what I did, right, is I played Quaswex Invoker. And this is back when like Queen of Pain and Puck were picked all the time. I would do like Treads, double null Blade Mail like you would Furion, and then you make Atos. And you just go Quaswex, full right click, just cold snap people.
Anyone on the
And he
on board
flamed
of
me.
the train here?
He flamed me
No,
for like
I'm not.
for like a year. I had your bot's Radiance Juggernaut, and you're gonna. All right, I'm done. I'm out. That's it.
I actually think your Blade Mail Invoker is better than Radiance Juggernaut.
Oh,
And that's a problem, man. Wow. That's really a problem.
whatever. It's fine. You
But-
guys are just haters.
I do see the appeal. Like I make more fun of it than it deserves. The Blade Mail Invoker. I can see sometimes why it would be good.
I think it's just a low-hanging fruit, and Winter needs something to flame about me.
Blade Mail
Besides my head.
Blade Mail Invoker is better than Radiance Juggernaut here.
Yes.
All right.
Wow.
I got the endorsement of the panel, boys. We're going to competitive next. Blade Mail Invokers.
I think Syndra endorsing your build makes something inherently wrong with it.
Wow.
All right. Fair enough.
Ben, what? That was uncalled for.
You play my build, dude.
But I can't really flame your efficiency. I watched one of your games for the Shanghai major qualifier, and he had like, what, 120 CS at 10 minutes on his Bloodseeker?
I'm efficient.
Yeah.
Iron
You
Talon.
can't flame his efficiency.
Wait, you play Bloodseeker?
Yeah, we use it as a Darkseer pseudo counter.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's pretty good against Darkseer.
Yeah.
So do you get Blade Mail on Bloodseeker?
Do I?
Yeah.
When he was decent, yeah. I only played him like 2 or 3 times when he was like OP or whatever.
That's another hero that hasn't been picked this tournament.
Bloodseeker, yeah.
And it won't.
Terrorblade. Is that surprising though?
I picked Terrorblade as my hero with the least deaths just because LGD ran him a lot.
But it needs 5 games.
So you're
Yeah,
technically
it does.
right
I was like,
It
oh,
has
yeah,
0
no
deaths so far, though.
Yeah.
So
0 deaths, 0 games.
Impressive.
Impressive.
When's the right time to pick a Terrorblade?
last patch.
Moving on.
Good answer.
So as we saw before, players are still hanging out in their booths. There's the shot, getting ready, psyched up. What do you think that they're thinking about right now? Do you think that it's actually like, does that affect your gameplay at all? Just kind of sitting there and you're just wondering when the game's actually going to be beginning?
I mean, that looked to be a
Alliance
pretty good
wasn't
How many
good.
times can you like re-theory craft how the first few picks are going to go in the first
No, you
few
don't do that.
games?
You
like-
relax.
What do
No,
you
you relax
relax?
and you say, time for pub, China pubs.
Okay.
And then you abandon and Winter reports you.
You play Element TD.
Yeah.
You play
I was,
Element
I was
TD.
thinking the exact same thing,
Yeah.
actually.
'Cause then
what
you can
they
just
would be
leave.
doing there. Yeah.
At any time. And you won't ruin other people's experience.
Give me some tips for Element TD.
Element TD?
Yeah.
Is this about to
Sell
turn
a
into an
lot?
elemental TD panel?
I do want to
It's about
say
that
though, I
time.
think it's a very interesting question, the whole overanalyzing thing when you go into a match, because I think if you start overthinking things right before the game starts, it's actually detrimental to you. Yeah, I would guess Alliance and Liquid, when they woke up this morning, they know exactly what they wanted to do. They prepared yesterday, and today they're here to play. It's also one of the points that PPD raised about the whole EG run at TI5, and part of the reason why they wanted AY removed from the team was that they went into the grand finals, and AY started questioning the captain's ideas right before the finals, like when they went on stage. It's not good for team spirit, and it's not good for gameplay in general. If you aren't sure what you want to do right when you go in, it just makes everyone nervous.
Didn't he say that he started the question during the draft when he was...
Even during the draft.
Yeah, he was picking the hero, and then he felt like the plan that they had might not be good during that scenario.
Okay, so not during the prep phase
Yeah,
for the
but
match
it was like
itself,
during
but
the draft,
inside the draft.
yeah.
Okay, then maybe yeah.
Isn't it
that's-
worse,
that's-
actually?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
probably
know.
worse.
It depends on your team dynamic, but I think no matter what, for a team like EG, it's not a good thing.
All right, do you guys want to go back to talking about Alliance versus Liquid here? I know we kind of already risked through everything we can. We could break it down a bit more lane by lane if you'd like. We talked a bit about S4 versus Fata, but why don't we go ahead and check out some of the other setups here. Bulldog versus Mind Control here. Bulldog, as we know, a hero specialist, already with Nature's Prophet, with Lone Druid, and oh my goodness, I have just received word. Gentlemen, the draft is ready. Yes. The draft is ready.
Let's go.
Let's do it. I guess we could answer the question, though. Oh, no, here we go. Looks like Alliance versus Team Liquid here. Woo! Let the games begin. And one of the questions we had asked what felt like 3 days ago on this panel was Earth Spirit going to be led on through? Alliance say nay. We've led it through before. In fact, they actually have first pick. This time, though, they just said we're not going to bother, and they banned it out.
This is probably already a curveball in the first ban. I think Liquid were expecting going into this match that they might have to ban the Earth Spirit themselves, not to give it to EGM. It could have also been the choice for them that they wanted it to go through, and they can't do that either now. So this is, I want to say when you go into a match like this as Liquid, you've probably prepared for most of the scenarios, but this is not one of the ones I would have deemed the most likely for them.
So the next question is, are you going to lift the Wiz in the pool? What do you think, Syndra?
For which team?
I guess if you're Alliance, you want to get it. So it's more of whether Liquid wants to give it to them.
10 seconds
I think you leave
For a
Wisp.
trade-off, like for example, if you trade it off for a Prophet.
There we go. That's the white band. Definitely. You leave. I think if you're Liquid now, you leave both and you get a trade, or you can possibly do the Phoenix thing we talked about. Just ban the Prophet and hope Alliance go for Lone Druid, and then you counter it with Phoenix. But judging from how the tournament has developed, I don't think Alliance will overall first pick Alone, especially not against Liquid. So that doesn't seem like that good of a choice.
They ban out that Void, which Synderen said before. It's been very successful for Liquid, 3-0.
There's a Wisp. If they want it.
Turn to pick.
Wisp available, Enchantress available.
I'd be very so there are two ways of looking at this for Alliance. The one is, okay, Liquid are probably not going to first 2 Lone Druid, so we can pick it as the second pick of our first phase and get something else. And the other one is, well, if we pick Lone Druid, sure, we give some information, but then we hide another role. Like, if they know that Bulldog is going to be playing it, okay, I think this is a better pick anyway. It's like Ench, it's between Ench, Io, and I feel like I'm forgetting one first phase hero right now that Alliance could have chosen as well.
Lone Druid? Do you say Lone Druid?
Yeah, but they wouldn't pick that first.
Yeah, true,
I think.
true.
There's no.
That is true. That is true.
Maybe Invoker that Liquid have played a lot could have also been a grab for them. But I do think S4 doesn't play it so much nowadays. The Invoker.
Yeah, I think that it also doesn't really fit their playstyle because Invoker would take up a lot more space, and it's generally not Alliance playstyle that they put a mid that needs so much space. So, yeah, I guess if we are looking at an Invoker pick, it's most likely going to be on Liquid. It's not going to be on Alliance.
Has been a successful grab for Fata here, and Liquid, and we're gauging they had strategies coming into this one, but they are chewing through some of their clock.
So this is what we talked about previously. If they don't get the Earth Spirit, they're going to get Tusk. So this is like a hero that they would always have when they do not have a roaming hero like Earth Spirit. And the Tide as well, which is going to show that they want to focus a lot on team fight early. None of these heroes are particularly good against Enchantress because usually when we see an Enchantress pick early, teams would just pick a lot of burst damage, spell damage to deal with the Ench.
Tide is also in preparation for a potential Lone Druid. It's a good matchup. If they want to keep their laning options a little bit more open, then maybe they can use Tide for that.
It's also good versus Wisp.
And it's good against IO in case you have
5 seconds remaining.
We look back to Alliance's side now, and they are going to be grabbing up the
They don't care.
Well, they can just ban Phoenix if we were going to pick it anyway, so.
Jarex has been typically their Phoenix player, but
yeah,
I guess they could hand it off to Kuro to play the Tusk.
We saw one game, right?
Kuro's played Tusk twice.
Kuro was playing the Tusk, twice even. Yeah. But I think overall, if you look at the first 2 picks of Alliance, Alliance has really good lanes. They have their comfortable heroes, and Liquid's heroes are more utility. Tide, you can fit a lot of strategies. Like if you put him in the off lane against Lone Druid 1v1, obviously he can still survive in the lane. Tusk is going to be roaming, trying to balance the early game against the Enchantress if Enchantress is indeed used as a position 4. But obviously, Tusk is more, if it's against Enchantress, you would always rather the Enchantress in the early game because Enchantress provides more. So I think in the first 2 picks, their early game looks really good for Alliance with these 2 heroes.
And we already alluded to the fact that if Lions have a successful early laning phase, they tend to have a great game overall here.
Yeah. That band's a little bit interesting, actually.
I think it's
Is it even really that good against the opener that Liquid have put together?
And Tide is usually a hero that you would say is much better against Bat because he can't lasso you. And at the same time, if he lassos your teammate, it's like a free opening for Tide to just jump in and just ravage the targets behind.
5 seconds.
I would say that is good versus OD, though.
OD? Oh, yeah.
I think.
Oh, you mean Bat is good versus OD?
Yeah.
But isn't OD as well good versus the Bat? Because if he doesn't focus you, you can prison the target.
Yeah, I think so. But with their lineup, they don't have like that great of a wayward. I don't know. A lot of the times I see just ODs get destroyed by Bat, and the OD players just hate playing against Bat because you just get lassoed and you're in a terrible position. You can astral yourself, but you'll most likely get fireflied and just die after.
And he's short range, so it makes OD easy lasso target as well.
And also OD, I think, is also pretty good versus Lone Druid and decent versus Eng.
He's better against LB than
but
he used to
early game, he's really bad versus Eng. If you, I've seen in pubs like where players did this matchup where it was Eng versus OD in mid lane 1v1, and it was really difficult for the OD early game. In the lane.
In the later games.
Yeah, in the lane.
Better.
So Alliance is banning out heroes that are really good with team fight, good synergy with the Tide, the Invoker, the Death Prophet.
They're scared of the Death Ball.
Yeah, the Death Ball. They have a really good laning phase right now, but they don't really have much team fight because Eng and Lone Druid are more single target focused. They don't have a lot of team fight, so we'll see what direction that they want to go for after this obviously they can still transition into that.
Alliances turn to pick.
Ursa Grab coming up from Liquid as their third pickup here. 3 melees to kind of open up things for them. 3 pretty
It's really good
melee
against
heroes.
Lone now and Enchantress.
I talked to Bulldog about that. I mentioned is Ursa really that good versus Lone during Starlight, and he thinks that it's not as necessarily that good because of Savage Raw. You can always save the Raw until the Ursa jumps in, and it's like wasting, like even if the Ursa uses his Enrage, then you just
10
pop the Raw.
seconds
So it's like it could work both ways if you think about it.
Yeah, and I think it's also
5
very
seconds
dependent on what type of
remaining.
initiation you have, because if you look at Liquid's other 2 heroes, like Tusk and Tide can get you in and lock them down for a
Reserve
decent
life.
amount of time, at least enough to get a double overpower off, and that probably kills most heroes. And I don't think that you necessarily need to kill the Lone Druid early. I think in these types of lineups, if it starts to go to mid-late game, Ench becomes a higher priority target for Ursa just because you can kill it faster, and there's no roar that you have to worry about.
I wonder if Liquid have Omni Knight in the back of their minds right now.
Oh yeah, I remember they played that draft before. I can't remember in which event. It was Ursa plus Omni Knight, but they're gonna go for the
Alliances
Phoenix
turn to
once more. Like we mentioned, it was really good versus Lone Druid because of the percentage-based spell that he has, the Sun Ray or the Death Ray, whatever ray, whatever ray that you want to call it.
So a fully channeled Sunray on Lone Druid's Bear deals about like 1,400 damage, I think. 14 or 1,500.
Is that with Aether Lens?
Yeah, so then
That's
you put
without
it-
the lens.
Then
Oh,
you put a
without
lens
that.
on top of that. Things really get
10
So the way it works on level
seconds
4 is that it starts on 5% pure damage per second plus 30, and it lasts for 6.
5
But the
seconds
longer you
remaining.
keep the ray on the target, it gets amplified.
Yeah.
So a fully channeled ray on a target is 180 pure
Reserve
damage plus
time.
45% of max health.
Is this just
Before
a
you
puck
get lens.
lineup for Alliance right now? It feels like the kind of really strong dual
Yep.
core that you could run a puck behind.
Seems really good
Yeah.
for Puck because
Puck's
you
very
can
good.
silence the Phoenix and you can kite the Ursa very easy. You get Aghanims on the Puck, which is really good versus Ursa.
And Puck is also a natural hex carrier, which you actually can't enrage out of. So that's another nice piece of utility. For the
Oh yeah, that was a really weird mechanic when I played Ursa. I figured that out like one time. I was like, oh, I can't actually get out of Hex.
Oh,
The counter to Phoenix.
there we go,
Turn
Coddle.
to battle.
Finally got
Whoa! Silencer.
it. EGM.
I actually expected them to pick this a little bit during the group stage.
It's really good versus all their heroes, like
Yeah.
the Tusk, you counter the Tusk, you counter the Tide. To a certain extent, Ursa is also pretty vulnerable
10
to that if you don't have a
seconds
BKB on Ursa.
This feels premeditated from Alliance. Like going for
5
something like the Lone
seconds
Druid,
remaining.
but not banning out the Phoenix, just anticipating Liquid were going to be going for it at some point and
This
them feeling
makes-
confident to pull out the
Reserve
silencer.
Yeah, it makes Puck even better. Yeah, they're just gonna ban it. Because
It's way too good.
yeah, it's actually insane
Turn
if
to
Alliance
bat.
could have gotten Puck there.
So what's the next best option here? He's played Quap already once, maybe in the group
I think they
stage.
need like a control, like initiating hero.
Magnus,
Yeah,
maybe?
Turn to pick.
I think when you have like a Silencer and Lone Druid, like you need way more.
I remember I
lockdown.
mentioned that like during Starlight, I thought they were gonna pick Magnus, and then they picked Night Stalker.
I think they'll get Brewmaster.
Brewmaster, yeah,
Actually.
Brewmaster is also pretty good.
Um,
Control the Ursa, but right now Liquid are looking for their mid hero as well for Fata. It seems like their team is all about the team fight. You know, they're just picking team fight, and there's still
10
Razor, which is
seconds
really good versus the
remaining.
Lone Druid. Razor is really good versus the Sven as well, and it's one of Fata's.
5
Like,
seconds
is that his
remaining.
most played hero?
it's one of his best.
Yeah.
I think Puck is his most placed hero.
Okay.
But,
Yeah.
I think
Reserve
so.
time.
If you're in Alliance's shoes and we're like, Puck was incredible for them. The fact that they pick Silencer over that, when Silencer would likely not have been a ban from Liquid, to me shows that Alliance feel like they have more replacements in the mid lane than they did
Yeah.
for Silencer. He was a more integral part of the lineup. So you think of, okay, what heroes in mid actually perform the function that Puck does? It's teamfight setup, it's engaging, and it's getting like a Blink Dagger and securing that you can fight on your terms and then transition into
Yeah.
a tower. I think Brewmaster is the logical choice,
I think
but this is
Quap's
not a
okay
good lane
too.
matchup against OD. I think it's
I think
well,
it's
maybe
actually okay
with Drunken
with
Haze,
Haze,
you
yeah.
should be okay.
He's more right click
10
oriented than he used to be, so
seconds
Drunken Haze is actually better.
Yeah, he's difficult to gank for the Tusk. You just
5 seconds
you're
remaining.
naturally pretty tanky. You have Clap. Brewmaster can also benefit quite a bit from Enchantress rotations. I'm imagining Ake will
Reserve
focus the
time.
mid lane quite a bit in this matchup.
I think I like Quap a little bit more.
You like Quap just because of the lane, so you have a better lane.
They
setup.
rely
I
a
just
lot
think
on
there's
the
a lot
Sven
more
to set them up.
It's a lot
then.
more damage in the team fight.
But
I
then
think-
they don't have stuns though if they have Quap. Only Sven stun. Like, don't
Yeah.
you think that's?
It's very hard to utilize global if you don't have some kind of control from your mid. That's the biggest issue that their team has right now.
Yeah.
I just feel like I agree with Sinran. They need like team fight, some sort of setup. Like Brew, we mentioned Magnus. I even mentioned Stalker, which all has
Yeah, nice
potential
Stalkers.
to set up like team fights, and the silence from Stalker, which is really good versus the OD. Really good.
I mean, I
versus-
think Magnus is really good. There's like triple melee as well on Liquid.
Mag is good.
But the thing is, like, Magnus might be a bit too slow paced. I'm not sure. Though.
I mean, it's, I guess Liquid, they are dire, right? Okay, it's going to be
Oh,
great.
so Ben was right with this. They go for much more. They want to focus more on their lane, but they won't have many ways of setting up the team fights. That's like the weakness of their choice here.
All right, so with that said, before we let you gentlemen go, you want to throw out some quick predictions here? Syndrome, we'll start way on that end.
I'll still go with Alliance. Even though I think Liquid got some good heroes for themselves, I think it looks like Alliance are prepared for it, especially with the Silencer.
Ben, for you?
Yeah, I agree. I like the Silencer pick a lot. I'm surprised they didn't use it more during the group stage. I think it's the trump card to Liquid's team fight.
All right, Draskell, so now that we've seen this spread, how you feeling about it? Alliance versus Liquid?
I actually think they picked the Silencer in the reverse order. I think picking Puck in that stage would have been better. So with that said, I do think that Liquid have a slightly better draft, so I'll say Liquid.
How are you feeling here?
Yeah, I'm feeling that even though Alliance have a really good setup, but the team fight from Liquid might be too overwhelming for them in the start of the game. So yeah, I'm going for Liquid here.
It was a slow-paced start, and I did ask for patience here as we got started, but it looks like we are finally going to be treated for our opening matchup of the day. The Shanghai main event is about to get squared away, and we'll go ahead and now throw it over to our casters for our opening matchup, Alliance versus Liquid. It's going to be none other than LD and Gods. Gentlemen, please have some fun.
Welcome everybody to the opening match here of the Shanghai Majors. We're here, Alliance versus Team Liquid. I'm Gods, joining me as LD. We're David and David. And what a way to kick things off here, LD. We've got two teams. They met at Starladder in the LAN Finals semi-finals. Alliance took that series 2-0. This time around, Liquid looking for some vengeance, really, but boy, do Alliance look good right now.
Yeah, Alliance come in having won the last two major events they played in, actually. Starladder as well as WCA. Some people thought WCA may be a fluke. Even after Starladder, they had their doubters, but my goodness, they have looked very solid at this event. Pretty convincing performance in the group stage, and away we go. Team Liquid now going to move down into the river. They are smoked up, looking for that early engagement, but Alliance in pretty good high ground position. Jarek's going to lead the way with the smoke, but he immediately blinks back. Already skilling up the dive at level 1. Liquid,
sneaky
not
little
able
play.
to find the kill.
Yeah, Alliance needs to scout out Roshan. There's an Ursa on the dire side, but you can realistically do that very safely and cautiously with the Spirit Bear. So good cautious play coming up from Alliance, positioning themselves on the high ground, using the bear to scout Roshan, and no casualties lost. And something that Liquid, they kind of, I almost want to say, invented this. A 5-man level 1 smoke. They did it every time they had Tusk. Back in when Jarex used to play the Tusk, every single time they'd get their hands on it. This was like during the MDL, sorry, not MDL, the Nanyang, when they were qualifying for that event and they were just steamrolling through Europe. It was always this 5-man smoke. You get vision of a hero and you snowball in 5 heroes. You get a free kill early on. But Alliance, they've seen the tape. They knew what was coming their way.
Yeah, we'll see a pause here. Teams trying to get themselves settled and dealing with a couple of sound issues. A lot of regen on the Tidehunter here. 8 tangos, a salve, a mango. He's got a little bit of everything.
Yep.
Smorgasbord of consumables, and then just one solitary Iron Branch. So it is going to be the carry Sven this game. Warcry has been quite, I think, underrated coming into this tournament. We've seen a Sven, especially versus the physical damage lineups like the Invokers. We've seen a Lycan pick here or there, even some Drow Visage. But in this particular game, there's a lot of nuke damage as well with the OD pick.
Yeah, tons of nuke damage and even a lot of team fight when you look at what Tide Phoenix bring to the table. And the Sven build is normally prioritizing the SMY, the Blink before. You don't want to go into the BKB too early because you limit your late game, which is where Alliance will not be looking to team fight head on. Or if they decide they do, they have to go for something like a BKB first on Sven. But I think the biggest reason we're seeing Sven picked is purely just the farming efficiency. He farms Ancients like no other hero right now, and you don't even need a lot of levels. It's at level 7, level 8, Helm of the Dominator treads. You can farm a 4 or 5 stack of Ancients.
Do you think Liquid can contest them by that point? So you're looking, what, like 10 minutes into the game roughly, something around there. At that point, can they walk up into the Ancients, take a fight? Ursa comes online pretty early. You've got Snowball, good initiation. At the same time, though, Alliance, maybe they'll have their trump card of a Global Silence ready. So I guess that'll be one of the big things to keep an eye on.
And even if Phoenix is level 6, because I've seen Sven do that Ancient stack as early as minute 8, minute 9, and sometimes at that stage of the game, your Phoenix is still looking for a few levels here. So getting the Phoenix his levels is going to be very important this game. And it comes down to vision. If Liquid can get vision around that area, there's a couple good ward spots around those Radiant Ancients. The Radiant Ancients are a lot easier to contest than the Dire Ancients right now, and that's something where I think we're actually seeing more Dire Sven than Radiant Sven because of that fact.
Not sure what the status is for the teams, but they want to make sure everything is good to go. We just know there are sounds. Stadium's starting to fill up, actually. It was pretty empty when we got here very early in the wee hours of the morning, but I have seen the crowd filing in. It's quite a process to get in here to Mercedes-Benz Arena, but it's big, man. I think those screens might actually be a little bit bigger than the ones they had at Key Arena. So
yeah, I was told, bragged to by some locals, that these are the biggest screens at a Dota event you've seen. So it's impressive, the viewing experience. Putting them up apparently was a procedure in itself because they're not projectors, they're actual LEDs. So
they're apparently they are the heaviest thing that they have ever attached to the ceiling of this arena. So
it sounded like just a workplace hazard putting them up. So
you know, one time I worked
this effigy.
They've never won a TI quali, have they?
Exactly. They can't talk, I guess.
They really can't. That's just depressing.
Bulbasaur is confused.
EGM, we need to give him some vitamin D. It sounds like he's a little deficient right now, feeling a bit blue under the weather. It is the winter major.
Yep.
He's from the Northlands and maybe a little seasonal affective disorder. But we don't have to worry about that for now. We've got Dota to keep you all happy and hopefully him as well. Unpaused and into the game we'll go. Bulldog, the man to do it. So he'll be heading here to the offlane as the lone druid.
I hope Draskell's watching them to cheer him up. He quoted himself as being a black hole of sadness earlier today.
It was a very bold claim. It's like if you're playing Mafia and you just claim Mafia at the start of the games. I am the saddest person in the world. Once the sadness crosses the event horizon, there's no turning back. But look over time, burning him down. It looks like a first blood onto Bulldog. They saw all of Liquid at the southern rune. They were not expecting an aggressive move here to the north, but it works. And Team Liquid now on top, leading 1-0. And Bulldog's bear not available. Sad man.
Well, really important because you need that bear at level 1 more than anything because that's when you pull the creep wave to your tower to guarantee your level 2. So your level 2 is so important on this here because yeah, the Ursa Phoenix actually didn't hit the bear with either the dive or the Earth Shock. So I think the Phoenix canceled the dive, just like, oh, Earth Shock mid, we're going to back off anyways. But
an Alliance, even if they want to deward it, might be missing another spawn here.
And Liquid have a plan. This is reminiscent of what like Alliance did to EG in that Starlighter Finals, where they just come in, kill Universe when he's jungling. Not just to counter, it's a great way to kind of come into a series.
S4 going to hang back, so actually doing very well here in the mid lane.
He doesn't actually do too well at level 1, level 2, so if anything, knowing that's S4, I'm not too surprised by where things stand right now.
So expect the lane maybe to get a bit harder for him.
Yeah.
If there's... Okay, currently just comfortably farming the jungle here. Does hit level 2.5. But a lot of aggressive wards trying to block camps, keep tabs on the Enchantress. And so far, it feels like Liquid have done a pretty good job at keeping the dreaded Ake Enchantress in check.
EGM at bottom just getting what he can. That big camp simultaneously, although this one is going to be contested by the Enchantress swooping on in, but a bit too late back.
It's deeper into the jungle, but this frees up Liquid in the top lane if they want to do some pulls of their own, maybe apply some pressure. You see the supports trying to maximize their level progression. They'll split the camps, and Matumba Man will take the lane uncontested. He's your leader in terms of CS, very slightly ahead of that creep waves.
For now, Liquid's like, well, if we try getting mid lane, likely Queen of Pain just blinks away, we don't get the kill, because a Tusk plus OD doesn't have the kill potential you need on a Queen of Pain, so they're better off getting their levels, pressuring the top tower, forcing Alliance to make moves to respond to that top lane.
And they are doing that. They're making a move of their own here bottom. They don't manage to catch out the Tidehunter though, so we'll leave some experience here. In a little more solidly, and here he will dodge the gank, so nicely done by him. Alliance meanwhile planting a high ground ward, so they'll have some good vision of that Tide should he choose to come near the lane. You can see also in the Radiant offlane, the wraparound on Bulldog always a threat, and he is just hugging the tower. Looks like he's dragging the waves back to it, but Blood, Sunray, doing lots of the two range creeps coming for the flank. So Liquid getting some extra reinforcements here in the top lane.
And more than actually
pop the stick to get off. The bear lives, but that is all. Very good patience there from S4, and as that happens, Ake taking over the middle lane, so nice efficient play here. We'll see the Queen of Pain just blinking back, angry, hasted OD, hunting forward, but Ake's full HP. Maybe he gets a creep out of it, but that is not going to be enough to justify it.
It's such a classic Alliance. I feel like I've seen that S4 TP from Quap countless times before, and he just does it so well. It was a tiny bit short for the Sonic Wave initially, but it almost, he didn't one right away, which I feel was actually intentional to bait Liquid in a little bit because they fully committed to that tower with how low it was, and just great team play. First they delay the tower being pushed out, then they give time for the Queen of Pain to get ready, prepare, set up for the rotation in, and it just works out so well for them. Suddenly
like
Bulldog's not looking like he's had a rough start.
Well, Alliance, they didn't, I'm not sure they knew what Kuroki got, but they definitely knew he got the bottom rune and it wasn't a bounty. So S4 is back to the base. Bulldog here, looking to do a little Ancient farm. We're not seeing any stacking as of yet, at least not at the Ancients for the Sven. Bulldog is going to occupy quite a bit of the space here on the map.
Yeah, one of the problems, I guess, with the Sven plus Lone Druid is you're not going to be able to... Well, typically Lone Druid in that offlane will want to use the Ancients as well as the big camp, so it does kind of limit Sven's farming possibilities. You can look to maybe stack more of your regular jungle, not just the Ancients as a result.
Do you see Liquid on a slightly different note being able to sneak a Roshan here at some point? They lost their tier 1 bottom. They have a little bit less map control in that area. There is an early Mask of Death here.
They've got really two options. I don't think... I mean, sneaking one is probably an option, but I think they're better off... They can force a Roshan fight when they can take Roshan because of how fast and efficiently a hero like Ursa can take Roshan.
Kuroki has a pretty aggressive ward here, helping him to feel more confident moving out into the lane. And at the same time, Bulldog leeching his experience, trying to get his levels. Ake's there as a bastion of reinforcement should they try to move forward. And so far, Alliance doing a nice job at protecting both their cores, farming, actually all three farming quite well. And Tidehunter slipping behind a bit. I'm curious if he has any stacks to help him catch up or if he's just going to be very poor. It doesn't appear to be the case.
Looks like they...
It's going to be a tough time.
Want to use a Ravage here. They TP in the Ursa as Tide's about to hit level 6.
But there's an Alliance ward, so
exactly.
Everything is
Alliance
known.
are ready.
It is known for Alliance, and it is not a good feeling for Liquid. S4, now a bounty rune. Has the maxed out Scream of Pain now. So
couldn't sound the clock, but that's only going to be... he only just picked up the Master Madness.
Late game, you get the Hex on the OD, you get the Basher, but that is a long way off. Loda going to make his move here on mind control. Looks like he wanted to evacuate the lane, changes his mind, goes in for the stun.
I think he misclicked there.
We'll back away. As Jerax is desperately trying to get that level 6 here in the top lane. He's going to Sunray, but he gets roared and will prevent him from retreating. Then the Ake stun comes out from the Centaur, and Jerax likely to go down here. Just one or two more auto attacks, popping the Fairy Fire, juking through the trees, turns with the Spirit, the double damage OD looking to counterplay this. Still somehow that Phoenix surviving in the trees. Bulldogs moved out of range. It's up to the Enchantress Creeps to finish the job. Finally get the Phoenix kill at the same moment. Elsewhere, mind control is a Queen of Pain damage, but still he's low, and still S4 chases forward. When's that blink gonna cool down? 4 seconds. Juking into the trees. Matumba Man getting fancy here, but they drop the curse. The Richer. They also delay the Phoenix level 6. Close engagements, but all of them overall just coming out on top there for the Alliance.
Whew. That was a very ballsy move from Liquid. They were going for Roshan there with the Ursa as kind of Alliance pressure the top lane. I think they realized Loda was kind of not ready to fight either. He'd just gone on the Tide at bottom, but S4 again, like he just reads the game so well. He sees what's going to just happening around the map. He knows that when that tier 1 tower push top's going to be coming, ready for the counter gate there. He's ready for the Roshan play, counter plays it, and he's just been, so far S4 has just been exactly on point with where he's been on the map.
Yeah, you look at Liquid, they see those heroes top, they're like, okay, great, now we can go Roche, but Alliance, they were ready for that reaction too. They're just one step ahead here in an elaborate game of chess. Tumba Man though, down on the river is Cardi going to come in, try to see what's going on in the pit. But it is
down incredibly fast.
They know the Quap ult's on cooldown.
Yeah, I think they even know Queen of Pain was back at Fountain healing, so Queen
Double Silence is online here, so it's out of the picture, and Liquid still hanging on to their Ravage as they march forward down the middle lane. Quap hunting the Courier in the mid lane. Looks like he tried to blink forward.
I still feel they're very
they want to go now.
To
they've got the Quap ult. They've got the Global, but they managed to banish us for off the bat. Loda arrives, unloads the Blink Dagger. He's gone for it nice and early here. And with the God Strength, he's got the damage to kill off Kuroki. Turning back on the Tumba Man. This time waiting for that opportunity, but it seems we see a
Vincent stun build, and it's, I think because you're, I mean, it's Alliance. You've got Bulldog in the offlane who takes it.
That Im's going to leave a mark. So it does get out of vision. Looks like he wants to be a big damage dealer here. Potentially a quad core for Alliance if he can find his farm later on, though he's looking at...
You want to throw probably the ultimate. He's the top farm Alliance hero despite the start he had.
And you look at Alliance's draft, they've got more like damage dealers, I guess you could say. The Lone Druid, the Queen of Pain, even Enchantress, Sven, obviously a heavy hitter. All heroes that can scale really well into late game. And of course, once Bulldog gets the Radiance, things generally get out of hand for the opponents unless they have a lot to work with. So do you feel like they're getting enough right now? Well, hold that thought, because Mind Control, he does get caught out here at the top lane, but he's a tanky one. They force out some rotations. Mass TP's coming in, but not going to be able to follow this up in time. Tusk marches forward, but they will back off. So, oh, Kuroki in pretty deep. They just turn on him. They'll quickly mow him down. That was a freebie. Didn't expect them to stick around, and if they did, they thought Mind Control could get involved, but Mind Control, he's gone for the mech. Doesn't have the Blink Dagger, so he doesn't have the initiation range to help out there. As the Bear looks for an entangle on Mind Control. Elsewhere, Global Silence gets committed. Good micro here from Aki. They lock Fada down. Looks like they might finish him off. The mech comes in. Perfect range there from Mind Control, but it's not in time to allow the OD to drop the hammer. He still ends up falling, but Teft of the Egg will finish him with the Ray, and they might get the Bear too. The Bear drops. That's another 300 gold, but it's not a hero kill. And while this is all happening, you can see still Alliance pushing out that bottom 4, closing in on the Orchid. Only now does Ursa.
That's the most impressive.
You could tell he was trying to do the math. Human calculator here, but I think the mech was about to cool down a fan already and would have been a risky play.
I think that's one of the hard things about Liquid's lineup is one of the things the analysts talk about going to the last pick and kind of theory-crafting whether it be something like a Brewmaster, the Queen of Pain, mentioning that Liquid didn't have a lot of actual like reliable control and stuns, is that when you have a fight like a spell like Supernova, the Phoenix egg, you want to be able to force the fight around it, but the problem is they engage, unless it's like a perfect Ravage, what happens is Alliance just kite around the egg. They back off away from the egg, then they take the little pickoffs, then they take the fight away from the Supernova, and you're not getting your maximum value out of it.
They really need that Blake. Matumba Man here will get caught out in the mid lane. Has the Aegis, but I believe it is wearing off here fairly soon. He scurries back towards the river, fought up on the high ground. Also has his ultimate available, Kurogi in position, and they're going to go onto EGM, quickly trying to finish off the Silencer, who doesn't have a global to work with. EGM down. Not the most important hero, especially lacking his ultimate, but Liquid happy with that kill. Let's see what more they can get.
This game's really developing interesting because Alliance are getting everything they want. This is like your classic Alliance draft in a lot of ways. They've got the Bulldog Lone Druid, he's getting farmed, but this is going to be a true test of whether or not, like, how good a counter the Phoenix is to the Spirit Bear. We've seen a couple times that Spirit Bear will be brought down very easily using the Sunray, and it almost feels like they may even have to prioritize the Global Silence around the Sunray just because of how much damage it does, and it allows you to kind of engage in and try and kill that Phoenix.
Tumba Man now. No more Aegis to work with, but it's not going to stop his aggressive positioning here. Is the ultimate ready? Bit light on the mana, and he's hunting.
That Mask of Madness does not look very ferocious in the inventory.
It looks like a slightly cuter Magneto version, perhaps. More decorative than anything else. Nice Savage Roar here to prevent anything nasty from Matumba Man. No bear-on-bear violence today. Keep things clean. But so far, haven't seen the explosion from Liquid. They have pretty much everything that you mentioned. The big ultimates, they got their first Roshan. Matumba Man has his Blink Mask of Madness. Generally, with the Aegis is when we see an Ursa look for those aggressive dives, try to rack up kills and snowball. It feels like the pace is a little bit more Alliance's pace. Slower, they're getting the Lone Druid's farm, he's not dying. Radiance is coming. Are you worried if you're Liquid about that, or are you content?
I think you're a little worried, and I think a big reason why Alliance can kind of control the pace pretty well is because the Liquid don't Alliance have given a lot of time to respond to any Liquid pressure on towers. So what Liquid have to kind of do is look for pickoffs, smoke plays. This is what they do here. Jarek's missteps and accidentally pop good tower siege. They can't break buildings. Pops his smoke on the tower and reveals itself.
They probably had Bulldog if it wasn't for that. Instead, he sees them coming, walks away, and that could have delayed the Radiance timing. Big whiffed opportunity there from Liquid, and it really was a matter of inches there.
And now Liquid find themselves in a tower, but again, as kind of just pointed out, like Alliance can respond to this, get ready to defend it. They can counter push. This push happens at such a slow pace that Alliance are always given plenty of time to react to Liquid, unless they're missing off the map, smoked up, doing something kind of less predictable.
Well, this is where Alliance is comfortable. When they can't take fights, they are very good, possibly the best team in the world at eking out farm elsewhere on the map and minimizing casualties. You can see Loda blinking through the trees now, trying to farm here deep in the bottom lane. Earlier it was the Queen of Pain, now she's top, and as soon as Bulldog gets scouted out, those two immediately get more aggressive. But Loda has a kill opportunity here. They also have a global silence ready, so they can prevent Jax from doing anything, but not even necessary. Just one blink, one stun, one swing of that ugly sword, and
yeah,
they get the kill.
Global down, so Liquid probably want to take advantage of that, be it the next... they're probably hoping for a very short Roche respawn if they can get in there.
I guess if the Phoenix is really quick on the egg there, maybe you don't get the kill. So
and Sven
probably worth it to secure it.
Not the best attack speed, getting off 5 swipes. I think it's possible with treads. I'm not actually sure on the math.
It would be very close.
Yeah, it'd be borderline.
So we'll see Fada going for the early Rod of Atos here. Seems to be the build a lot of the Western players do favor. Super was the player from Vici, loved the BKB rush, but Sumail Arteezy, generally it is the Atos first. So just tanking up, getting an item that allows them to maybe kite that Sven a bit better, as well as the Bear potentially. Here Liquid go. Smoked up in the river. Wrapping around, they are going to find Loda. He's a pretty tanky hero, and they don't have any global to help him disengage. Boy, they could sure use it now. Sigil flying over, Mersa popping the ultimate, committing, and they'll maul the Rogue Knight to bits. Down he goes. So they get the kill there, but the trade is S4. Debuting the Orchid, finding a kill of his own bottom lane. It's a support for a core, and it is an Orchid debut. So overall, I think Liquid's still pretty happy with that, but
still
S4 is having his way with them. They have not been able to slow down the Queen of Pain at all, and his positioning demonstrates he isn't afraid of anything Liquid can do.
Yeah, when you're farming at that spot on the map, you're getting a lot.
There's the Bear Banish. Moving on to Mind Control. They have the Radiance now. They're going to silence Mind Control. He insta-pops the Ravage. He looks for the turnaround. Fada's got his ultimate. Drops the hammer. Lays out Aki, but the Savage Roar is going to force Fada back while they try to chase out the Tidehunter. Gets off the Anchor Smash into the trees. Bulldog will go. Turning on the Bear. They're going to finish that off. And then the other Bear, Mr. Fuzzy Wuzzy, arrives. Matumba Man had the ult ready to go again. He's going to kill him off. Bulldog hiding in the trees here. I don't believe he has a TP. Or
He's
if he
waiting
does,
for mana, I believe.
So hectic there. He too may have gone down. Still some wasted farming time.
Very bold. Alliance, I think, was in the top lane. Wanted to just go.
CTY do this on his Ursa before. Sometimes he'll just go straight for an Aghanim Scepter. Is the Orchid and the Global the reason for this? Why Diffusal first?
Orchid Global, potential Ghost Scepters. I don't think there's any Ghost Scepters up, but it's just like a logical item typically to buy as a support for a Silencer, for an Enchantress, even for the Lone Druid on his hero itself. On top of that, it's like, stat-wise a fantastic item. It's ridiculous actually at a cheap price. Gives you a bit of mana from the road, so just like the most cost-effective items you can get for an Ursa at this stage of the game.
Liquid gonna finish off the Roshan here, and they won't have control for him. No Basher out on the Ursa. Hex a long way off if there is going to be one on the OD. You can see some aggression here. Choose through these things. I still remember that fight where CTY managed to pop, I think it was 5 charges in 1 engagement. And he like triple diffused one hero in a row. So Matumba Man not breaking records yet, but it's early in Shanghai Major.
Yeah, you see a Global Silence come out, you pop it on yourself, your teammates, and suddenly...
Just purge your entire team instantly. That's the silencer counter.
Need some fast fingers for that, but that's what Matumba Man can do. I think Liquid, again, they're the ones who are kind of posing as the aggressors, but there's still a lot of plays Alliance can make. They can counter push the other lanes, your typical kind of Alliance split push. They've got pretty good potent team fight of their own.
Looks like they're hunting the Bear in this bottom lane. Bulldog trying for a bit of the split push. That Spirit Bear, though, could be in trouble. Meanwhile, S4 shoving out the top lane.
The catch for Liquid is very lacking, and that's where this Queen of Pain last pick, at this stage I'm like, wow, Queen of Pain was actually a fantastic last pick. I was kind of on Syndren's side, like the Bruce seemed like a good substitute for Puck.
Oh, S4, they sprung the trap. Kuroki came from behind, goes for the snowball, gets the uppercut into the trees. S4 will blink, has the teleport scroll. Mind Control, has a Ravage ready. Is S4 going to go for a TP out? No, he blinks once more.
He doesn't instant TP because he knows that Mind Control would happily Ravage. At all. He gets like a blink hex.
They need a blink hex or a basher / abyssal blade on Matumba. And until it's an abyssal, it's going to purge that one off. Chases forward. They snowball again. This one's going to connect. There's the uppercut. Then the egg drops in the middle of Alliance. They're being forced back. Run over. Matumba Man angry. What's his honey? They get 2. Looking out for S4. Burning him down. 3 have fallen. Alliance crushed in the fight, and it was after what looked like a decent engage, but that Diffusal blade by Matumba Man really paying off there, allowing the Tusk to immediately roll in, setting himself up for round 2.
Everyone gets baited into this fight that they don't want to take against Ravage.
Once you hit Tidehunter, they have most of the tools here to just keep the pressure up. So I guess on the flip side, gods, if you're Alliance, what do they need to do to get things back under control?
It's going to be avoid those 2 fights. I think more than Liquid, I mean, it was an amazing timing for them, but more than anything, it was a lot. Like 4 heroes keeping for a co-op, they don't get. It's hard to just say avoid giving up pickoffs because Liquid have a lineup that can kill anyone that doesn't have an escape spell. In this case, the Queen of Pain blink, the Savage Roar from the Lone Druid, but you.
A blink on Tidehunter that might go pick up after the last fight, and they are sieging. While they may not have the best natural sieging heroes, Ursa with an Aegis still can do some decent tower damage. And now he's got his BKB. So an OD BKB comes out, an Aether Lens here for the Phoenix. And along with that, the Ursa BKB. Looking at Alliance, do you feel like they have enough control to deal with BKBs? Or is this a game where BKBs can just are the ultimate trump card?
They've got Impetus, Sven, not looking like a true carry to be able to DPS there, and they've got plenty to actually deal with the BKBs themselves. You can Sonic Wave through, you've got the Bear Root. If you Global Silence afterwards, they are going to get silenced, but the BKBs are still just great items. You can instantly pop yourself out of the Global. See a
JRX being found here. S4 going to have to commit the ultimate if he wants that kill, and he will get it. The Soul Burn popping the Phoenix. We'll move in now onto mid. Quick war cry.
Oh, he put 8th lane soon. Without a buyback, this is looking like at least one tower, possibly a couple. Liquid
30 seconds. So should be alive for a high ground. That's certainly good for Alliance here. Fada walking down in the river. He's got the BKB. S4 is going to try to force it out, banishing the Queen of Pain. Glyph, they lost the Phoenix, they lost the Tier 1, and they're going to lose the Tier 2. That advantage that Liquid was starting to cobble together. Alliance just ripped it apart. Right back in it. You can see your Lone Druid now very close to the Ursa's net worth. The Alliance, they're actually on top. Mid, he got the Tier 1 bottom.
EGM as well as Ake because
unless
of the nature of
unless he decides to play greedy. Once in a while you'll see the Midas come out. It happened once in the group stage, but he's not quite. It's not the way they used to be, where every game he's a super greedy for, like back in the
part of it
good
is,
old TI3 days.
Yeah, part of it is they do end their games fairly quickly, so they're looking just to get 3 very farm cores, end the game, support's just doing what they need to, being selfless. In a game like this, you'd be in a better position if your champ just had some farm. She's a hero that can actually do a decent amount of DPS sitting from the back, dealing DPS through the BKBs from a safe range, and a hero that's likely to be often ignored in this fight, so something that Alliance may look to kind of rectify if they can try and find some farm to send away a few champions at any point.
The flat side really looks like the Reaper from Overwatch, actually. The interesting little art differences here in the Chinese version of the game. So Fada clearing out some jungle camps now.
Seeing Blizzard stole Valve intellectual property.
I'm just saying, it's an interesting coincidence. Stop stirring the pot.
To the Reddit.
That's classic Aussie.
Punish any split push, find pickoffs, small catch potential.
That's 4. Probably been him not learning anything. Alive, the Gunner initiation, teamwork from Liquid. They get 3, make it 4. Fada bailing out the team there with the Astral and completely turning the fight.
Oh my god. He made up for that earlier misplay where he got caught out of top rune. First saves his escape. Oh, Alliance.
The Blade, they have Master buying back the Sven, also buying back. They're committing a lot of bodies to try and hold this lane of Rags. But Kuroki rolling in deep onto S4. He'll go. They're coming into this series, but after their dominance here, they go on to win this one. Not sure they'll be underdogs much longer. Mind control will get fun. DOTA trying to turn this. He's looking for the multiple cleaves, but he gets controlled. Held in position now, trying to back away. If Sven's got to walk, he's likely to die. But Tumbleman jumping in, Blink first, Bash next. Dead DOTA, the result. That's a dieback now to Sven as well. And Ake hangs back, but can't easily escape. The Sun Ray melts him down and spits him out.
The bears
roasted deer, it's venison for dinner. Everything falling apart here for Alliance. They have thrown body after body at this Liquid offense, and nothing has worked. Another bash, another kill. EGM2 into the meat grinder. 4 dead. They just don't have anything left.
It's really 5 dead. He has no bear, so you may as well be dead in Bulldog's case. Your Radiance, your Vlads, I believe, all gone. And what incredible execution for Liquid. Just punishing the Alliance like some high ground mispositioning. They got jump after jump before Alliance were ready. They were willing to commit the buybacks for the defense, but EGM had already been picked on the high ground. Then the Queen of Pain gets picked before the Lone Druid even respawns. It was just a very uncoordinated play.
They're waiting for the silence to respawn. 5 seconds. Then they might try to go with the global and a quad ult, but it's already too late. Everybody from Liquid backing out. Perhaps they could catch Kuroki, but catching the whole gang, very unlikely. Plus, Ravage is up. S4 though, he blinks forward. He's smoked. He gets some vision on them now. It is daytime, so he knows Liquid are backing off, but they're a tight ball of 5. Very tough to go in, and he will crack their smoke. Blinking forward, mind control, going to work. The Ravage on 2, Bulldog down. Ake next. Liquid feasting on Alliance, and now back to the Roche. That felt like the absolute last breath of Alliance in this game. They have lost so much money over the past couple of minutes.
Well, it's Alliance again. They have the vision of these heroes, but kind of like you mentioned earlier, the global silence just doesn't feel like a global silence. There's so many ways to get out of it, and Liquid are just maneuvering and playing so well in these 5v5 engagements. Even when Alliance see everything. The previous fight was Alliance with the high ground swoop down on Liquid. That one there, S4 smoked up during daytime, sees everything. They still I mean, that was more like a desperation play. You can't really blame Alliance much for that. They just have to go for something. Hope Liquid kind of split up. They also expect Liquid to fall back and go for that Roshan, so they're trying to punish it, but...
Even Phoenix has a BKB. This global silence is officially useless. Ouch.
And he was the one hero that was often getting targeted by the Orchid from Queen of Pain.
That as well. So now they can purge it off, they can BKB it off on pretty much every hero, and just to go a little bit further, Kuroki grabbing the Lotus Orb. Matumba Man has his Diffusal 2 flying out on the Courier. Liquid every single weapon, and then a truck full of extras just in case something breaks.
Throwing the Shiver's Guard for Tide, why not?
Alliance just couldn't play the clean enough polished game where they dodged gank after gank, and like what S4 was doing top, had they done that a bunch, maybe things are different, but now S4 caught out by the Hex debut of Fana, quickly will fall. Another death for the Queen of Pain, who no longer can split push safely, and now finds herself 5k, nearly a full tier 4 item down her counterpart in the mid lane.
I believe that's all folks at that point. That pick off there, no Queen of Pain for the high ground defense. Should be near impossible for Alliance to kind of take this one. But we'll see. I've seen crazy stuff from Alliance. Go back to qualifiers where they've come back. Was it the Mega Creep defense coming out from Loda? Like, we've seen all kinds of insane stuff from them.
Well, doing it 4v5, that is a taller task, especially when Fana's the man to get the jump. Hex quickly onto Loda. Dio gets shot minute off the respawn, and Alliance, they've had enough. They're bloody, battered, bruised, and going to game 2. Down 0-1. This one was ugly, and towards the end, it wasn't even close.
Absolutely fantastic momentum from Liquid. Team very momentum dependent. Come out and just pummel their way through.
聪明，他们那个阵容就是需要黑鸟，但是是最后一手拿到的。他们是一开始抢到了潮汐这个英雄一个大团控，海明潮汐，而 Alliance 这边是很早的拿到了4号位的小鹿之后，又是拿了一个1号位和一个3号位，熊德和死问。他那个死问可能就是拿出来觉得打拍拍熊比较好。
The Queen of Pain was just like, they had 3 cores that needed to like stay and farm, and no one was going to be able to make space, like be initiating, and they didn't really have enough, disable. Because I know LD and Parker were talking about the fact that global silence didn't feel like it was a global silence because there was no stuns. Like the only stun they had was Lotus Stormhammer. That was not the ideal thing you want to have when you have a silencer, and you're up against a team fight composition from Liquid, which makes it so difficult for them to win a team fight.
Would you agree with that, Draskell?
Yeah, I think he pretty much hit the nail on the head. There's very lacking control. So the thing about Silencer, when you don't pick him in a core capacity, is that you need to win the fight in global. Otherwise, the hero doesn't have a purpose. I mean, in laning phase, he's pretty mediocre. Other heroes can zone about as well as he can. But if you global, and then you don't win an engagement, then the enemy team has a lot of time to punish because it's a fairly lengthy cooldown. And I also feel like they wanted to pick Queen because the tempo of their team needed to be fast to prevent Liquid from getting early Roshes, but they got them anyway. Like, they got every single Roshan, I want to say. They got 2 in a row around, what the 20-minute mark is when they got the other one. And at that point, it's already like, well, we have superior team fight, the Queen split pushing, and I still argue that S4 played a very good game. It's just that he's playing Queen, so he's fairly limited on what he can contribute in the actual team fight, and that was really, I think, what ended up breaking them down.
Sin, Ben, welcome back, by the way. Do you guys agree with what they've said, and do you feel like maybe Alliance could have done something different with already the draft they were given in the early game to kind of change the outcome?
I don't know. I think the early game kind of went fairly even, which I think Alliance should be okay with. We talked about it going into the game. They're okay with not winning the early game because their mid game is so good, but in this particular game, I don't think their draft was actually even stronger in the mid game unless Lone Druid gets a really good game, but he got shut down very hard.
I don't think they can be okay with the early game going the way it is. I think they had to gain more because they had Enchantress, and typically against a
teamfight composition like what Liquid has, and Liquid has weaker lanes, you want to be able to use that to your advantage. If you go past the early game 50-50, it means that your team fight is not going to match the enemy's team fight later on. So if you don't get an advantage in the first 10 minutes with your Enchantress, you are going to struggle, and which we saw in the game. They can't take team fights.
If there was anything they needed to do more, but the thing is, like, they really won mid. Like, I was looking at the CS, and that wasn't even remotely close. Aki came in and helped with a tornado. I can't remember if he sent another creep, but as far as like 25 for 7 against an OD with 10 and 2, like that's about as much as you can expect to win that mid lane. Lone Druid got countered pretty hard top. I don't really know if they can kill bottom that easily. Silencer, Sven plus Ench is not extremely strong. Tide is very defensive and tanky hero. They're a little bit limited. I do agree that they could have done more with their Ench, but all in all, when you look at how the outcome was, it was probably fairly expected. And then in the mid game, it's actually a pretty even game. And Alliance make one mistake, and they lose like 5 heroes, and then they lose another 3, and a Rax, and a Roche. And
but
then
just like look at the way they itemize as well. Like LoTa, this is one of the first times we've seen Sven. Actually, I think it was literally the first game where he's actually max stun. So they understood that because of the hero that they picked, and Winter said it as well, just another person who eats space, the Sven even had to sacrifice going for a greedier build to make sure that they had a way of going all in. Because if they don't have Blink stun, then the global is even harder to use than it was previously without the addition of the Puck. So I really think the biggest mistake was not picking Puck first. I think if they had that hero, you can have that high tempo that Queen gives you. A Puck can do the exact same thing as Queen did that game, just being in side lanes, being a nuisance. But when you come to the team fight, it's much more impactful, and you have other ways of playing the game out.
And it doesn't even need to be that scared of getting ganked by a Tusk either.
Right.
Liquid's strength around that mid lane revolves around having the Phoenix and the Tusk being able to come in from long distances, but Puck actually doesn't care. Qual was the same logic. I'm thinking that's why they decided it, because I think they wanted Puck, and Puck got banned.
Yep.
And then they're like thinking, okay, we need some sort of team fight hero that can do damage. They must have considered Brew. S4 loves that hero, and I think it was really good, but he was probably scared that the rotations would be too much. I argued that he could probably stay alive against OD plus Tusk, but what if they also bring the Phoenix? And if he gets abused in that lane, he doesn't come back.
I think the Sven pick was actually a much bigger issue.
Not you. Sorry, Ben, don't mean to interrupt. Unfortunately, I believe we didn't get to hear much from Cinder in there. I guess his microphone wasn't flipped on. So we'll get to go back to him so we make sure that everyone from home got to hear the battery was out. All right, well, we got our man K-Pop here. He's going to be helping him out. Ben, please move on with your point.
I think
we'll
the Sven was a bigger issue. Firstly, he can't
Hello,
play.
hello.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey,
You're
there
good
we go.
now, brother.
Okay, we're good. I just said something stupid probably, so it doesn't matter.
He can't lane versus Tide that well. Also, we've seen most of them go for HOD, Treads, SNY, which is just way too late versus their lineup. And also, the Warcry is generally like very, very useful. Either the Warcry or the Cleave, which I don't think was actually very useful at all versus their lineup. It's not like you're dealing with PL or Meepo or anything like that. And then, yeah, you have the AoE stun, but that's pretty much all that Sven offered. You can't really man fight an Ursa, and there were just so many issues with probably the Queen as well as the...
It's because they had no control when the hero initiated. So I felt like even though you think that the Sven was not the most effective carry here, but I feel like if they had another mid hero, the Sven could have done a lot more, like someone to control the enemy so that he can unleash his damage. So it's partly because that there was not enough disable to help the Sven in the team fights.
I mean, I look at Alliance as a team that usually will have something like a plan B to fall back on. Was there really even a plan B for them in this particular game when you see that the early laning phase is only breaking at possibly even at best when normally they would love to be up and ahead, and how the game ended up being into a bit more of a stalemate and then suddenly turns into a wipe after a wipe. Was there any way for them to fall back on an alternate game plan to kind of pull this one
their
back?
game plan was, okay, early game they have Queen of Pain, Ench, and Lone Druid. Those are all pretty strong. They should be able to get through the laning phase pretty decently. Mid game they have the Silencer for the team fights for the global, and then late game they have the Sven who can do all the damage that you need in a team fight. But if one of those kind of falls off, like they didn't have, like Lone Druid wasn't as fat as he normally was. Global Silencers got countered by way too early BKBs, and they also had the Aegis to tank it. Like it wasn't enough.
I think that tempo was like way too slow, and they have very little room for error. Because I feel like they needed to get more, like what Cinder mentioned. It was not enough, They didn't get enough from the early game. So that's why it felt like their draft was like, they can't do anything when it comes to the mid game when Ursa gets Roshan and whatnot. So,
what do you think about Liquid's performance, though? They came out with a win, which makes you feel like they're doing a good job, but they did have their moments where it felt a bit bumpy, maybe a smoke going out a bit too far, Fata being caught out of position a bit. Do you think that's the nerves coming to him a bit that we were talking about at the panel, or do you think that it's just game one jitters a bit? What do we take away?
I think the one thing that happened to Fata was probably just a misread. I think that's also what Gods called it. Alliance are pushing mid. There's one hero dead on Liquid's side still without buyback, and they force out the glyph. They realistically didn't have enough time to just go back and hit them and finish the tower, but they just rushed over to the rune, and he thought he could get
because
it. Because
there was a ward at the rune spot.
And there was a ward
saw
on the
him.
lane.
That's
Yeah.
why they went to the
But
rune.
he was not expecting that rotation, and I think that's fair enough. Like, he obviously saw them moving left, probably didn't think they did it. In hindsight, don't take that risk, obviously.
Yeah.
It didn't pay out, but...
It was just all for a bounty rune.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, their game plan worked, and I think it's a good point that Winter brings up that they have very little margin for error. It felt like Liquid could get away with a couple of mistakes adding up, whereas Alliance, the moment they made one mistake, it cost them an entire team fight and just the map control very quickly.
So what can Alliance do to change things up for game number 2 where they can kind of, afford to maybe make a mistake? I know Alliance doesn't want to be making any mistakes whatsoever, but I imagine some sort of revamp is going to be in order for them.
I think it's just the composition. I feel like, because I think during the break, Scan came over and he gave us some stat, like when Bulldog is on Lone Druid, or it was when S4 was on Queen of Pain, they mostly put Bulldog on Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Because it sort of compensates the lack of stuns when they run a lineup like this. So I felt like a better composition would be an ideal adjustment for them, because maybe they were very used to Bulldog being on either Prophet, and Prophet can actually do more. So I don't know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they actually chose that composition.
I think they should have second phase banned Phoenix, to be honest. They already had Lone Druid. We were talking a lot about why Sunray is good. The other reason is because obviously the Supernova, because the bear doesn't deal damage to it since it's not a hero. So you have to run in your hero.
Yeah,
and
but
hit it,
at
right?
the same time, if they had something else that can disable, then the Sunray wouldn't be such of a big...
And yes, they have global silence, but when the Supernova comes out, what heroes do they actually have hitting the egg? They have a Silencer, an Ench, a Sven, Lone Druid, and what was the fifth
but the
pick?
problem is
they
can't
have some
hit the
ranged
egg.
heroes, but they don't have that good attack speed. They can't
hit the
initiate
egg.
into that.
There's tight. They can't hit the egg. That was also the second problem. Like, they didn't have enough AoE.
And they had that piece of information even in the first phase. The Tide was a second pick, so I would say that's the main adjustment they could have done in this game to make it easier for themselves. Even with the draft they had, I think Phoenix was a massive problem for them.
I think it still goes back to just like the inability to pick up puck, because the thing is they had last pick, so they see the mid much, like not giving S4 the proper tempo controlling mid and rather just giving him a favorable lane. If he has that advantage on puck, I think he controls the game way more. I think that you can just stop, maybe not stop the Roshans, because they just had Tide sitting there at level 6, but at the very least you can give yourself a better chance to make the Blink Dagger purchase on the Sven worth it, because he went like Treads, Dominator, Blink, and then he bought BKB. At that point, maxing stun, you're already fully committed to fighting. I just think that it didn't mesh up well.
And what hero could Liquid have picked that would have just shut down a puck mid when Alliance have a ban afterwards?
And the other thing too is it's like it's even worse because the Silencer does nothing in the laning phase. He can like Enchantress, sure, you can control the tempo of the game, maybe get a couple of ganks in, but I still think it's hard to gank Liquid's lanes if you have a Silencer. Like, what does he do? He stands there, leeches level 6, throws out a global. They just didn't have the lineup to utilize the hero.
They didn't have to win the lanes though. All they needed to do was protect Roche. Or have a team fight better at securing Roche. But against Tide Phoenix and like Tusk Sigil too, there's no way they can kill the egg. And
it's like you're splitting what you want to do though, because Queen kind of controls tempo, but it's also kind of greedy. And then Silencer is greedy in the sense that you need levels, but once you get there, it's okay because then you can fight off global. But then they can't fight off global because they have a pick that's too greedy because they picked the heroes in the opposite order, I think, in which they should have.
So for the Silencer, though, we felt like, was that Alliance just kind of experimenting a bit what they felt would be a good counter to something of the Phoenix? And they're like, well, we had the one game flexibility to give it a shot, and now we'll just kind of throw that back into the waste bin or something? Or it's obvious that at one point
it was a good
the Silencer
pick.
was very useful.
Like
the idea was good.
Yeah. Okay.
It was the problem was the composition.
Yes.
The particular Silencer idea was okay. It was really good versus their heroes. It was just the puzzle. They put a puzzle that didn't fit together, even though the pieces were good. So I think that was the main issue that they had.
Okay. Another fun fact that we had actually heard was, and this is coming from Liquid's players themselves, is apparently Alliance were not willing or did not want to scrim against Liquid at all. Maybe fearing Liquid or just not looking to give them any sort of extra intel. So they got to feel pretty good about game number 1. So where are you if you're Liquid right now? You come off with a win like that. How do you approach game number 2 going against Alliance? You got to be expecting Alliance is going to be. Oh, wait, I don't know. What do you think that Alliance would be going for? Would they be kind of going back to what works a bit more? Or what do you think you are from the perspective of Liquid to going into game number 2
I think game 2 is going to be harder if
Yeah.
I'm Liquid. Because I think that Kuro is smart enough of a captain to realize that draft didn't really work out, I think, the way the Alliance wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm expecting a harder game if I'm going into game number 2, because I don't think they'll make that mistake twice.
I mean, if they get priority in pick, I'm sure they will want to go back for Dire and do
Yeah.
their Roshan stuff again.
Yeah,
Or
Ursa
is it-
seems to be really strong for them.
I saw the stat earlier. Was it today or yesterday that, well, it kind of doesn't matter because there were no games. I think Dire has a 61% win rate this tournament. I mean, the sample size is not that big yet, but now there's another win, so maybe it's like 63, 64 at this point.
We've seen other teams run Ursa as well, right? Not just Liquid. Yeah.
We have, it's obviously like that combination of having Dire and Ursa is of course incredible, but just in general, Dire just seems to win more, and it seems to be that good old Roshan advantage that's back now, and the Radiant can't
I
compensate.
think you could probably get away with second phase banning at most games if you know that Liquid's going to have Dire. I think that's relatively safe. Kinda
What did
similar.
Alliance ban this game? Because it felt like we
They
wanted
banned
them to...
Invoker and DP in second phase.
Yeah, okay.
So like at that point in the draft, I was already thinking, okay, they definitely want a good mid matchup because they had last pick. So that's why I figured they just waited.
I think Invoker was a good ban, and then DP needed to be Phoenix or Ursa.
Yeah,
Then they
like
would have been
Ben
good.
mentioned even that he thinks that Queen of Pain might fit. Like the idea behind the Queen of Pain that game was just basically to win their lanes, right? Because you wanted to win the lanes more with the edge, but it didn't work out for them that well.
One of the players I wanted to talk about a bit more before the draft happened to come up for game number 1 was Mind Control. What did you think about his performance in that game on the Tidehunter? From what I saw, it looked like a lot of his ravages seemed pretty on point. It looks
sense is pretty ridiculous. Like he understands very well when this team can take a fight and when they can't. So he's just always in the right place at the right time. And as a hero like Tide, that's really all you have to do. You just have to read the fight properly, know if you can win, throw out a ravage, and you just steamroll.
Wasn't that simple for them though? Because they always had superior team fight.
Yeah.
I feel like it was, yeah.
So it's like,
I mean,
yeah.
Because the thing is, too, he had pretty early Greaves. So even if he gets global, he can just Greaves Ravage. You know, there's never a situation where he feels like hard pressured. And the other part of it, too, is they don't have to go Siege. Because they have Dire, they have Ursa, they can just play the slow game. I think Alliance are the ones who actually have to finish it. And I think they knew that, so they can just play whatever pace they want.
I think he did his job. Like
Yeah, he
that's
did.
much more accurate of a statement of what he actually accomplished in his game. It wasn't that flashy, but he did what he needed to do to bring his team to victory.
If you want to highlight anything, it's his laning stage, right? Because that's where it could be harder. But I think he had a 14-minute Arcane's mech. He was against Sven Silencer, not the hardest lane, so maybe again favoring him a little bit in that regard. But yeah, solid at the very least.
Isn't that
Maybe-
lane quite tough? Like Sven plus Silencer against a Tide?
I think, so how did Silencer skill? He started with Last Word, and then I think, did he even skill Curse that game, EGM? Did he just go Max Glaives?
I don't think you skill Curse in that lane.
He generally doesn't.
But it feels like that lane might actually still be hard for Tide though. Because if you think about it, the Silencer just needs to harass you, and as long as they have kill potential, because Sven has stun, then you can't really be too greedy in terms of how much you get. I feel like most of his farm just came from like the Ancients and the stacks that his team just gave him. His lane phase was okay, but not particularly like easy for him.
Was it a good enough showing to award him maybe MVP for Team Liquid right there? Or
Yeah,
would you put it more on Fata to be able to hold his own against us?
I mean, Fata had some mistakes, but he did have a game-winning, I would say, game-winning play.
Astral?
Yeah, the Astral.
Yeah.
So, but it's either Fata or you give it to maybe even Matuma Man. I feel like he did a lot too in the game. Like he was also like the fact that they won a lot of fights because he went in first. He gave his team the vision, and it was just easy after that because someone is in front. You see the position of the enemy heroes. Then the Tide is like, oh, okay, I can just jump in right now. So the Ursa is just gonna clean up.
I actually would argue that one of the most important moments of the game was before the laning phase even started. The kill on Lone Druid is actually huge. They rotated in, what was it, Tusk Phoenix? That those two heroes alone killed him off. That's such a game-defining moment. The bear doesn't get to pull the wave top. They then block his camp after. So Bulldog got set back, like in his general pace, he was set back by minutes that game from that gank. So to me, that's like an MVP-worthy moment, if you will. And obviously, none of the cores were involved in that. But
His pace is generally 20 minutes. You get Midas plus Radiance on the Lone Druid off lane, maybe 22. That's like the general time. If you have a good game, obviously you can get it like 19. But that game, he got it like way later than usual because he got set back a lot.
And just getting that one kill also allows them to set up other plays because they're less under pressure top after they accomplish that gank. Sure, he had the resummon, I think 15 seconds after he respawned, so he gets a new bear. But that, by nature, these Lone Druid lanes are very, very snowballing. He had to play catch up the whole time. So, very, very big moment.
We're expecting that Liquid is going to be having first pick coming into our second draft right here. Is there any way they should appropriately use that first pick opportunity? I mean, I imagine they'll probably let the Earth Spirit go.
We're not sure if they're going to have first pick. We just talked about how they might prefer Dire over first pick.
Do you know who was like, who had priority the last game? No?
I'm guessing Liquid didn't have pick Dire, and I think Alliance will pick Dire now. That's my guess.
I'm not too sure. I know there's like that new rule that says like what third place is going to get first pick, at least for the lower bracket that it goes. But I guess would that mean that maybe first place of the bracket gets auto choice for the upper bracket?
That is actually possible that Alliance has selection priority because they were first place.
So they selected first.
Yeah, it's more likely they
you're right.
That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. So this game, Liquid will have the priority to pick. So
so what's in there? So then I guess that poses the question: do you think for Liquid's playstyle, what would be to their benefit? Are they a team that would benefit more from the Dire, playing around the Roche a bit instead of taking that first pick?
I would think so. I think that Dire is much better for their overall playstyle, and they can actually force Alliance maybe to even ban some of those heroes. That would be really good for them. So it opens up their pool even better. So for me, I think Dire is a bit probably better for Liquid.
We agree with this?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Because they don't really have any like first. I mean, obviously you talk about Liquid, you talk about their Earth Spirit, but do they really need to rely on that to win their games? So I don't think first pick is as important for Liquid. Maybe for Alliance it is because you want to grab one of those, strong heroes for your team. So for Liquid, it's more of like the overall strategy. They need to win with that.
Yeah, and their overall strategy is like if you have a better team fight, but generally against better team fight, you just split push until you get BKB so you can actually team fight them. But with Dire, you force them to come to you because you can't give them like 3-4 Roshans in a row. And that kind of threat put Alliance in a really bad spot where they wanted to team fight them, but they didn't have the lineup to do so.
So say if Liquid goes for the Dire side again, so if your Alliance this time you see them picking Dire, you want to contest the row, so you want to pick more team fight. Do you think that's like the idea of how Alliance?
I think so. Or just make it much more tough for them. Like if you ban out Ursa, it becomes a lot more difficult. But I don't know. We've seen so many. You can roach with so many different heroes like Juggernaut or even Wraith King. Like
to approach it if Liquid goes for the Dire side.
Pretty much anything if you have decent team fight control. So it's more about drafting enough team fight for yourself to contest.
So let's just go down that road then, since we have the time. What would be Alliance's big team fight grabs? I don't know Bulldog to be like a big Tidehunter hero.
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster, maybe that.
You
that
scout
should show
Scout
up
Roshan with the Hawk, so that would be nice. If you are afraid of any Roshan type of shenanigans, you have Beastmaster Hawk, so that could be nice for them.
I think it comes back to if, like, let's say Alliance take first pick again, if Liquid take Dire. I think they don't ban Earth Spirit. I feel like in a way they set up Liquid a bit in that previous draft by banning the Earth Spirit out for them, because it gives Liquid 2 free bans that they can use against Alliance, so they don't need to worry about the Earth Spirit. Maybe Alliance's thought process is, okay, Liquid has arguably the best Earth Spirit player in the world. They will probably know how to deal with it. EGM, I think, is very competent on the hero, to be honest. But banning that out just meant that Alliance couldn't get Chen or Prophet. But if they don't ban the Earth Spirit, then Liquid have to. Then we're in the pick your poison situation, where here, what did they give away as the first pick for Alliance that game? Enchantress, which they seem to have a pretty good idea of how to deal with overall. So maybe that's an approach they could take.
I mean, the other thing, too, is it doesn't necessarily have to be teamfight oriented. It just has to be fast tempo. It just has to be a team that can contest the pit at like the 10-minute mark. I would even go back and say during the group stage, having that Abaddon Weaver lane, it worked out really well that game because, first off, if you're picking like Ursa, you're picking Sven, it's a really good pick because obviously Sven can't really do anything in that situation. And plus, even if you're only like level 5, you can still go contest Roach Pit. You can go for a steal. You can fight quite easily. So it's like Winter was saying, he doesn't play the teamfight oriented heroes, but it can still just be fast tempo.
Okay. We'll take it back to, I wanted to ask a question, but we got ahead of ourselves talking about the upcoming game here. But from Matama Man's itemization, did it feel a bit appropriate there? Mask of Madness, Diffusal Blade, is that just something that works on the whim for that particular game?
Obviously, you need it against Global. There was an Orchid 2 on the Queen of Pain at some point. I think he got it like, 18 minutes or something, 17 minutes.
So
it's pretty early.
What do you guys think? Like Ben, I know Ben plays carry a lot, so what do you think about his build? Do you think it's the most optimal build for him this game?
Diffusal's fine. It doesn't help you farm that quickly, but it's great for your supports, especially like, your Phoenix goes in, he gets global, and then you can just diffuse him and he instantly casts his egg. That's pretty good. I think the Diffusal just makes it so it's like the least likelihood that you'll lose a team fight.
So you wouldn't go for the Axe over the Diffuser this game?
Axe only helps yourself, right? Because they have so many ways to save him, right? They have Blink Ravage, they have Blink Astral, they have Sunray. Like all these are pretty good at saving him. But as long as his teammates don't die, then they actually win the fight, right? Like as long as they get the Ravage plus Egg off, then that's good enough. So his job, as you mentioned before, all he needs to do, go in, get vision, get some cooldowns used, and that's about it. He doesn't even actually need to do that much damage, although he did. And in case they get Ghost Scepters later, that's a very difficult call though to go Diffusal. I think a lot of players would have just went different items, maybe BKB super early or Yeah, BKB super early. Some people get Manta to deal with it. Maybe relying on your teammates for Lotus Orb when they actually need it for themselves. Like, I don't think it's an easy call to get Diffuse at all.
I think that Ursa feels quite safe in that game, though. If my Tide has 14-minute Arcane's mech and I have OD, I feel like the worst thing that can happen to me is I get Sven stunned and I get rooted, in which case counterplay is Astral, and then both of those spells are pretty much a complete waste. And unless the global is like absolutely perfect, and we already talked about how their initiation and follow-up wasn't really that great with the Silencer combo, I feel like Alliance have to outplay them so badly in order for that team fight to go in their favor. So I don't know. I guess
they can. You have to consider the bear too. Like the bear in a lot of fights, they like if you send it in the backline when Ursa's there and they roar his teammates, you're in a really bad situation, and you don't want to use BKB to counter the roar because you need it for the global silence too. So like there wasn't that much control, like Sven stun, Orchid, global, like roar, but it's still like, you know, you want to feel like 100% safe in the fights, where like even in the worst possible scenario where OD gets caught by, you know, his blink gets disabled or something like that, you'll still be able to win the fight. So it was if you're ahead, that's the way to play.
All right, Winter, you once coached or helped out Alliance back in the day, right? Let's say you're still in that position now, and Alliance are down a game against Liquid where they feel like they should be pretty confident here. You're pulling them back into the Alliance locker room right now. What are you telling your team to look forward into game number 2, both psychologically and maybe draft prepared?
I think against Liquid, because they are a team that generally play better when they have drafts that revolve around the team, I would say that focus less on winning the lanes so much. You don't pick heroes just to win the lanes. You just pick more about the mid game and team fight and go into the late game and Roche control. Try to stretch the game long. Try not to pick heroes that try to end the game too quickly. Just try to play the long game with Liquid.
Okay. Assistant coach to Alliance. Are you backing up this man?
I think we said it at the pregame, right, before the first game even kicked off, is just the idea that Alliance always have good decision making. And even in that game, when I felt like they were at one point pretty outdrafted just in terms of what their team could do, S4 was still playing phenomenal. He was making plays happen, getting picks, so I totally agree. Assistant coach agrees with head coach.
All right, down there, the man in blue, I'm assigning you now coach of Liquid here. Now, obviously, your team's feeling pretty happy. You know, you got the big win over Alliance. Keep it cool, guys. You know, this is only one step. They had the first victory, I believe, even against VP, but didn't work out at that point. So what are you telling your team? And then same goes for your assistant coach.
You know, just continue with the plan they have. If they have pick priority, take Dire, first off, and focus your play around Roshan. And then be prepared for something else in the first drafting phase, because I think Alliance are going to try to throw either a curveball now, or at the very least change up the first phase. Make sure you get your key picks in the first phase. Don't be too scared of what Alliance are planning to do, but stick to your own game plan.
Back this man up.
I'm thinking more about what would Alliance do. I think you mentioned that Alliance will switch things up, and I think that's totally going to happen.
Assistant coach, you.
I think that Alliance, they don't need better late game to win the late game. They can win the late game with crappier late game heroes. So I think that you expect Alliance to play a very fast tempo in this next game, which I'm not really sure how Liquid deal with, because their early game.
So far, he hasn't disagreed with me, I think.
Yeah.
But he just shook his head.
So the early. So what's the actual plan though? The early game is like, do they go all out in the early game? Do they play for a safer late game to make sure that they have the heroes to deal with it? Like what exactly?
Make sure to have heroes that can play early mid game and fight at Roche.
All right, coaches, we'll see which team is going to do you proud. We have a draft, so please, let's cut to it. We can see exactly what is in store for us, and I'm already eager to find out if Liquid indeed are going to be taking that first Dire pick. And wouldn't you know it, they're actually going to be on Radiant with the first pick. And as you can see, they're going to be leading in with the first grab of the Nature's Prophet. Alliance snag up the Beastmaster Enchantress, and Liquid respond with Invoker.
So they actually banned the Lone Druid, even though I felt like they had a pretty good answer for it in the first game. But I guess maybe it's largely due to the fact that they picked their mid so early. Like I think having the OD in conjunction with the Ursa last game made it an extremely hard game for Bulldog, even outside of the laning phase. So that's definitely a different opening, though, from Alliance. And looks like the stat man was correct. Beastmaster's coming out here.
I mean, Liquid still have a very flexible heroes for the start of the draft. They have very good lanes as well, like Invoker, Prophet, and they can play really fast pace. That's the really important benefit of having these two heroes too. You know, but Exalt Invoker might get under too much pressure from Enchantress early, so I'm not that sure that whether Exalt might still be important here.
Winter. Blade Mail.
Blade Mail is good. Blade Mail is good versus Enchantress.
It is.
Yes.
See? Head coach agrees with assistant coach.
But not this game.
Oh, come on.
Not
Right through the
any
heart,
game.
man. Right through the heart.
So they're taking out the Zeus.
It's pretty common when you pick Ench, right? And I guess Beastmaster's not a natural BKB buyer, so. And plus it's like decent deep push as well.
Yeah. So basically, Alliance right now they need like damage. So I think that the idea behind the Zeus ban is because like when Beastmaster rolls, you need someone to finish up the target. And Zeus is also pretty good versus Prophet in case the game goes into more of a split push and Prophet's always hiding in the trees, trying to do his thing. Zeus can always scout him out.
Okay, so I actually had a question for you, Winter, head coach. Answer me this, okay? So we see like Beastmaster and Ench a lot and like low health pool heroes. Why don't people play Skyref when you pick those kind of lineups? Because I feel like sometimes the tempo of the game is decent enough to where you're not going to get pushed down super fast, but you can still find good combos with it. And plus Void's been being picked a lot too. So.
Yeah, but I think that Skyraf is good in the laning phase. But after that, he doesn't really compare to maybe something else like a Shaman, which can provide more in terms of objective. You want to take objective.
Sure.
That was an instant Oracle pick.
Yeah, that was a quick instant counter to the Batrider.
It's like, okay, I want to pick
it's
Batrider.
counter to both, right? Beastmaster as well.
Oh,
so
yeah.
So it's pretty good here, even without the bat. Alliance have very heavy single target focus right now, so that's a bit worrisome.
And they have a lot of summons too, like Nature's Prophet and Invoker. Like you got to deal with all those treants, the Force Spirits. Like this is.
I would say this is one of the few teams, though, who I would be okay with running that kind of like pick style, because S4's bat in the past has just been known to be like ridiculous, and if you have Beastmaster Hawk Vision as well.
I guess you put Loda on Spectre, right? This game.
Spectre seems.
Yeah, because you need a hero that's gonna carry the whole team. Because S4's on bat, Bulldog's on Beastmaster. You need a hero that is a strong carry that can, because you have 4 heroes that's gonna make space for you.
And you always need to scout out the Oracle. I think that the Spectre kind of fulfills all those roles if they don't have the Zeus on their side.
But what else would you, if you don't want to go for Spectre, what else would you go, Ben? What else would you want to play? Would like something like a PL?
Anti-mage?
AM?
Yeah.
AM's okay, yeah. I mean, they have very little lockdown, so it's already like a pretty attractive AM game. Void's banned. Yeah, I actually like AM.
Yeah, AM Respect would be my 2 choices for them. They need a heavy carry though. Unless they do something funky and do like Beastmaster support, but that's unlikely, rather unlikely.
Oh.
This fits the role. This fits the role too. This is a very heavy call.
This hero hasn't been played either, right? Has it been picked at all?
I don't remember seeing it on the list of not picked.
I don't think I saw
I don't
a
remember
Naga
seeing
game.
it being played either.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe it was played like one game and I
Yeah,
just didn't see it.
might have actually seen the hero one game.
One
Not
game?
sure. Maybe
Okay.
just one. I'm not sure. I might be wrong. So, but overall, the general idea is to have a hero for loader that's gonna farm the whole map, push all the lanes. Because when you push all the lanes, Beastmaster and Batrider comes into play. They can actually catch the enemy heroes. So this is a really good pick here for their lineup. It's a bit different with the Spectre, because Spectre you want your team to fight and then you go in. But this one is more like you push all the lanes so your team can keep catching and catching and catching.
Yeah.
What do you think about Disruptor as the last pick for Alliance?
I was actually thinking Shadow Shaman would be really good. Few disables. I think it's hard for Liquid to punish the laning phase right now with their heroes.
I think both would be really nice with their lineup.
Yeah.
Disruptor would have synergy with the song, and it's good in the lane. They have Glimpse as well to set up the kill on the Prophet if they need to. I mean, overall it looks alright for really good for Alliance right now.
I guess when you have a lot of choices, you know your draft is pretty good, right?
Yeah. And for Liquid, they're looking for a support plus. It might still be a safe lane Prophet, right? What do you guys think?
If they go aggressive, they're playing into Ench Naga +1. That seems doable, but I don't think Oracle's like the best aggro hero. That's like my only concern. They do have Prophet though, so maybe that's okay.
So would you go anti-mage for Matumba Man against Naga?
Yep.
I would.
You would?
Yep.
Yep, I would.
Dude, I love AM. Come on. He's like one of my favorite heroes. Oh, they're going to take the Shadow Shaman. Okay.
It's like becoming more clear that what actually Liquid wants to do right now with the Shaman pick. They probably want to push very hard because against Naga, you don't want a game to go late. That's number one. So you want to take as much objectives as you can. So Shaman, Prophet, and probably even an Exalt Invoker. So you can just keep pushing and taking objectives. That might be really good for them. And Alliance is also right now worried that it might happen. The pace of the game might be too fast. So they are banning out a carry that is fast-paced, Gyrocopter.
Isn't Juggernaut more worrisome though. I think Juggernaut's way more worrisome than Gyro.
10 seconds.
Gyro excels better at the early team fights, I would say, but Juggernaut is better at pushing.
Yeah, I think you're more worried about, like, their team fights are okay, like Naga Siren in 3-minute cooldown ultimate, you have Oracle to deal with the 2 single target ultimates. I think you're actually more worried about reaching the high ground than winning team fights though, if I'm Liquid.
Could Liquid take a page out of MVP's book and run a safe lane Lesh this game? Do you think that's too much?
It's very all in. Probably.
It's very good against Naga in the mid game. They have defensive.
I like the idea.
In Oracle.
It's pretty good versus Enchantress as well, because you have so much
kills Ench very
spell burst.
easily. Good synergy with Shaman in lane. It's very difficult for Beastmaster to lane against that. If he gets shackled, he actually dies.
I like it. I just don't know if Liquid would full commit to.
Has he ever played the hero?
Matumbaman plays Lesh.
Oh,
He plays a really good Lesh
Yeah,
too.
this is awesome.
That's why I was thinking it, because it is in his like active hero pool.
So is there by any chance the Naga can be a support for Alliance?
I mean, it was an EGM classic back at TI3
What do
Alliance.
you guys think? Like,
I think it could be.
Sometimes.
they have fairly good lanes right now with the Dazzle. So Dazzle, Enchantress, they are going to be able to secure the lanes, I imagine, for Alliance. Liquid might have a little bit.
Okay, but it's not.
But it's not. Dazzle, another what used to be very familiar face, but just hasn't seemed to.
Weaker lanes, but I think their overall plan is to push. So we'll see what they've actually put Matumbaman on. We suggested Anti-Mage and Leshrat. These two seems like really good picks for them now.
Necrophos, though.
Still a really good pick in terms of pushing.
But that's like, isn't it really bad against Dazzle?
So good with Oracle, though.
Nah, it's more
it's really good
for
with
a
Oracle.
core that has a lot of sustain that they can push.
Yeah, it's more of the idea, what they want to do in a game.
It's not about Reapers, it's all about the Death Pulse.
All right, so this is our 5-on-5 right now. We'll start again on the end over there. Coach of Liquid, if you will, Cinderin. What are you making of the draft?
I'm pretty happy if I'm Liquid right now. I think if they get away with their safe lane and get their level 6s on the supports, they are in a very good position to actually win this game fairly early.
I can't get out of the mindset of the assistant coach, so I'm still going with Liquid.
Nice, nice. Over here, my what was Alliance gentlemen? Are you going to stick with your boys, or are you going to convert?
I'm going to say Alliance. I think their win condition is much easier.
Win condition is much easier. Would you agree with that?
Yep, and they are dire this time, so yes, Alliance.
Prepare for battle.
Alliance.
It's game getting some eyes on Alliance. No level 1 smoke shenanigans, though.
Stay away from my neutral camp, says Bulldog.
Thoughts on the next?
Against those early Liquid pushes.
All right, let's see if that's how it plays out for Fada here. Handing back in the mid lane, up against the Bat Rider. Has opted to go for the Sunstrike build, and of course was expecting the Bat mid with S4 taking it on. So S4 doing a good job at lane. Dazzle not.
I'm not. I guess they're really thinking with the Enchantress early rotations they can find some pickups, but the problem is Enchantress isn't permanently in the lane, so there's going to be plenty of openings, and Enchantress is going to have to get a lot done in the mid lane as well as the bottom lane to really justify this laning setup.
In theory, it can work, right? If they get the mirror image, you throw the heal bomb out, and Enchantress creep is there, that's a lot of damage, but she wasn't in the lane, and they just got caught out.
Build, make one charge.
They've gone in bottom. I think they know the Enchantress moved towards mid, courtesy of that ward.
Okay, like there's always plenty of time to catch up. You're just looking at the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game where Naga's not done well. They're already the Naga Siren as underfarmed as she is. So we're going to see Bulldog probably pick up some early smokes, look to roam around the map with the Enchantress, I want to say, while the Naga Siren kind of takes farm in the safe lane. And then pick-offs, and then by that point, S4 has his Blink Dagger. Then S4 can kind of lead the way. So you kind of got this nice little tag team approach coming out from the Bat Rider and Beastmaster, where Beastmaster, he's in position to gank now. S4 and Bat Rider will be... What you need to do is Bulldog is get 1 or 2 successes to gank in like 4 to 5 minutes from now.
Kuroki and Jerax, they take advantage of the exodus from Alliance, everyone abandoning this bottom lane for now. They saw quite a bit of it, so they start going for the double pull-through. They rotated the Oracle to make any... Now, Invisvern grabbed, trying to move in. Fada in danger here for the Invoker. But that one, I mean, when they commit a roar and then make a move forward,
very pesky. You want to pressure this bottom tier 1 tower, but every time draw aggro away with the boar, so just good control from him. Keeping that tower nice and healthy, so... It's not really Liquid able to take objectives, it feels like, until they towards Shadow Shaman getting level 6. Even the Oracle level 6, a nice counterplay for the Beastmaster as well as Bat Rider ultimates. And it seems like that's kind of the plan. You see Kuro here just chain pulling together through the jungle. More than anything, I think right now Liquid's kind of next step is getting level 6 on their supports.
Yeah, and those are both very big level 6s. Having access to the wards, the false promise could be a real game changer. So S4 now closing in on the Blink Dagger, 500 gold to go, and Alliance have definitely stabilized here in the laning stage. The offensive duel or tri-lane, whatever you want to call it, it was backfired completely, but they've rotated the lanes, they've made their adjustments. Bulldog with the Iron Talon, able to eke out farm in the jungle. He's still doing well here bottom, and they're 3 cores in the top 4 of net worth. So with the Invoker's very poor start mid, the Nature's Prophet yet to make his first rotation with the ultimate.
But check out this dire jungle, by the way. There's Oracle Illusions. There was also Nature's Prophet Treants. They're blocking all these camps from spawning. The Treants just expired there, but they are trying to shut down this Alliance jungle play. When you've got a Naga Siren as well as a Batrider, even Enchantress, like you have plenty of heroes that need this jungle, and that's something Liquid are very wary of.
It may even force Alliance to go for more ganks if the farming opportunities become a bit scarcer. But I imagine they're going to wait for the Bat Blink before they make that move. So see Liquid group up here bottom. Kuroki, not yet level 6, but he is getting close to it, and they're going to congregate around Matumba Man, pressing forward onto the tower. Not the fastest push here until they get those wards. they kind of poke the tower and say, next wave.
Another Treant like battle its way.
That's possibly 2-3 kills.
I want to say it's been slowed down by at least like a good minute and a half, 2 minutes, just through some nice micro play there from the Nature's Prophet as well as the Oracle Illusions.
So Loda going to grab the early Arcane Boots. We'll go into the Octarine with these later on, but gets that extra bit of mana to sustain him in lane for the time being. And they're looking for the wraparound here. Nature's Prophet hiding back does have the ultimate ready. S4, well, if you're going to block my jungle, I'm going to steal yours is the call. And with that, finally has the money for the Blink. Where will he move first?
And Liquid are kind of ready for this. They're grouped up themselves, taking the bottom tier 1 tower, kind of a very common trade to see at this stage of the game.
Threatening, but instead they're looking for the tower deny. Let's see who gets the last hit. Will be Bulldog with the deny. So doesn't have to commit the lasso there. Doesn't risk his own life, but does guarantee the deny.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So with the tower falling now, where do you think Liquid look to go next?
They still haven't got level 6 on Shadow Shaman yet, which I think is pretty important. Less towers, but they have to be very wary and ready to either counter gank or at least kind of maneuver around these gank opportunities that Alliance are going to be trying to find.
Just he's starting to catch up. That will be an extra 30 seconds on the sidelines, but S4 backs away. Kuroki.
And farming the top lane, even though it's Beastmaster dead for an extended duration from the Reaper's side. This is a stage of the game where Alliance will be looking to probably chew through a lot of their smokes, at least probably all of them, if not all of them, maybe leave one behind for like a Roche fight or something, since Liquid have a lot of Roche taking potential. But more than anything, Alliance just need to do anything and everything they can to get that Radiance online for Naga Siren.
They are going to need it because it's really their main tool for dealing with the Treants and these Invoker Forge Spirits, just poking away at towers here and there. There is another tower deny for Alliance. Catapult will fall. So that's 2. Both denied.
The important thing for Alliance is they've got a drought that doesn't really need to be ahead in the early game by any means. It's all about not getting... I feel like this early game is going much better than you'd even hope for in the Alliance's situations. You see these Naga Siren drafts come back from 10k. I feel like there is going to be pressure on Liquid to get something done very soon, especially now that they've got the ultimates, the level 6s on both their supports.
And it's going to be tricky. Like, imagine they take some defense heroes in the game. You've got the Sonda to reset fights, and the Dazzle to keep any hero that gets jumped alive. So Liquid definitely going to have their work cut out for them, even if they can eke out some of those lower hanging objectives. Their smoke so far unsuccessful. They'll continue their foray here right towards the Batrider, but unfortunately Batrider is a very difficult hero to bring down. They do manage to get the Hex off though. The Sunstrike coming through. Reaper Sight committed again, and they get the kill with it. Down for 70 this early. That is a big deal. S4 does tank the gank. I guess for Alliance it could have been worse. Could have been the Naga, but still a big kill going the way of Liquid.
Yeah, down for 70 at a stage where he's got Lasso, and he wants to be creating space for Loda farm, finding pickoffs, and this should lead into Liquid getting towers, objectives. They're actually going to push. Can they even go? Okay, they're going to use the Serpent Wards. I was about to say, there's a tiny chance they could try and really pressure the high ground here, but dropping the Serpent Wards here looks like just a tier 2 tower, but still a good objective for them to be claiming at this stage.
That's the one thing you have to be careful about is if they get that Reaper Scythe kill and you don't have the buyback, a third tower deny for Alliance. Ouch.
Okay.
Then at that point, perhaps you can actually hold the high ground. But the wards were used, so it's likely not to be a full base breach, but it will be a lot of damage on the tower. EGM dropping the weave, hits all of Liquid, and they still stick around. They're going to work here with the Forge Spirits, as well as the Trance. Liquid trying for the quick lane of Rax. Nagasan is available, though. Roar's online, bats up in 5, and there's the Song. Alliance are going to wait for S4 to come back, and they look to engage. Who's Bulldog going to focus? Let's see. Loda gets in the middle of the enemy team. He lets the Riptide go. The Meatball comes down, though, the other way. Matumba Man kept alive for now by the False Promise, and the Necrophos proving to be a bit too difficult to finish off. Loda's forced back. They've already committed the Song. S4's in a bit of danger. Ake comes in from behind, but they've lost 3. They've committed all their big ultimates. It might be 4. Ake trying desperately. He can't get it done. And Liquid, just like that, who needs Serpent Wards, are taking a lane of Rax. The range down for now. A double buyback forced out by Alliance. Alliance thought they had all kinds of time, and these buybacks looks like they're going to be for not every single hero. 1, 2, 3, TPing away. That was not something Alliance was even counting on.
All right, well, I talked about how Naga can come back from 10k plus gold deficits. That's what's going to have to happen here. I mean, it's only 3k for now, but a lane, well, not a full lane of Rax, just a range Rax this early on in the game suddenly finds Alliance under a tremendous amount of pressure. This game gets so difficult now.
There's the Relic.
And all it takes is that one pick-off, that one Reaper kill, and suddenly the game just gets blown open.
With that, a Blink Dagger out from Matumba Man now. Very offensive build-up. Wanting to be able to split push more quickly here and jump on top of Alliance in the midst of these fights. Maybe jump away from S4 if there's a lasso opportunity.
Well, I mean, that's just where Liquid's draft is incredibly unforgiving. One kill, one Reaper, and
remember, they didn't have the wards there. If they have the wards there, like if that happens again, that's the melee Rax. And then you're looking at the lanes always pushing in with a Nature's Prophet on the side of Liquid to help counteract any Naga counter pressure. Matumba Man debuting that Blink Dagger, moves on to Ake. He's going to drop the Reaper Sight. They won't kill him off during it, just right after they blast him down. So he'll still be dead here for 45 seconds, quite a while.
Not a Reaper kill they really needed at this stage. I don't think Liquid were looking to transition into a push off of that. The lanes aren't in the right position, so ultimately it's all about the kill, the pick off, and Alliance very close, narrowing in on that Radiance, but
they didn't lose melee Rax. They lost a tier 2, a tier 3, and a ranged. It was definitely a lot of ground, but as far as the map control goes, they didn't lose the big boy. We'll see Weave pop down here. Rather aggressive positioning from Alliance. They want to draw Liquid back. As the Batrider, meanwhile, is duking it out with the Nature's Prophet off in the jungle. They commit a Sprout here. Drums getting pumped. S4, Sunstrike coming through. He stops to throw the Flame Break. That's going to get him killed. Liquid snipe him out. Couldn't have known, but a great shot there by Fada. Coming back after a rough laning stage, now finding himself significantly ahead of the Bat. And, well, he has gone for a round of Atos. Pretty unusual build in a strat like this. You would maybe even consider perhaps a Necrobook?
Typically I think you probably would, but against the Enchantress, it's like a free steal for the Enchantress, so you don't want to go Necrobook into that hero. The Atos, great stats. The HP really helps you out a lot. And the slow actually synergizes quite nicely with your Forge Spirits and just sets up a lot of damage output potential, sets up a Sunstrike. So.
You can see Liquid have that killer instinct. Mind Control maybe was going towards an Axe, but it looks like now he wants to go back into a mech and just finish this game off ASAP as Alliance get bombarded from distance here. Liquid busting out the long-range artillery, Forge Spirits as well as Triads combined. They mow down the melee. They back off safely as a 5-man squad. They've gotten one lane. Now, we all know that is not game versus Naga, but they're getting towards those bigger items. Shadow Shaman working on his own Aghanim Scepter. We're going to see Invoker picking up a point booster in Alliance. They know they can't just give this away for free, so they're going to smoke. They're rolling the dice.
They're expecting a Serpent Motion. Kind of says they're expecting this play, though. They don't see enough heroes pushing out, pressuring lanes. And
they still might get caught from behind. It's very important where that Oracle is when S4 jumps in. Will he be able to purge off the lasso? There's also a Song here that could mix things up. That has finally cooled down. Matumba Man is backing off a bit towards the tree line. Smoke wearing off soon. They do have eyes on Matumba, but they don't know exactly where the rest of the heroes are. And in fact, Jerax is in great position to protect his Necrophos. Alliance slowly fencing it, but now they are going to get scouted out. There's the Rod of Atos, really slowing S4 down, pushing Fada to the side, but not back. Forge Spirits on the hunt now. Alliance scrambling away. If they don't have the element of surprise, they just do not want to go. We'll see Fada healed up by the Purifying Flames, and now Liquid gonna shove down the bottom lane. So the Smoke Gank does not succeed. Liquid maintain a tight composure, and they go for a smoke of their own. I think was out of the Dire ward range, but the Hawk maybe just caught a glimpse of it. In any case, suddenly all 5 Liquid are gone from bottom with the lane likely otherwise being pushed. So they are playing very cautious. They're going to back away, leaving only a Naga illusionment. There's a Radiance online now, so you set the clock.
Around the map using the Beastmaster, using the Naga illusion, so they can be sure that Liquid aren't going for Roshan here, and that'll put Alliance playing very defensively on their high ground, trying to keep these lanes pushed out. So Alliance, as you kind of mentioned, allude to, not out of this one yet, but it's going to be an incredibly rocky road to turn this one around.
Yeah, and Mind Control has gone back for the full completed mech, so Liquid wasting no time in trying to close them out. They don't want this to go late. They don't want to play against a 5-6 slotted Naga Siren. She's only got Radiance now. She doesn't even have the BOTs yet, and they look to push in right here, right now. Do they commit high ground? They're kind of reevaluating that one. They decide to backtrolls.
Such incredible discipline coming out from Liquid. They've been grouped up as 5, I want to say, for probably about 8 minutes in a row now. Something you normally see a team group as 5, take a tower 2, then they spread out their map to farm. Liquid said, nope, we're going to stay as 5. We recognize Alliance's way back into this game is through finding pickoffs from the Batrider, the Beastmaster. So if we're always grouped as 5, Alliance have to be afraid, and they also can't find those pickoffs. And there's just really no openings at all for Alliance because of that.
And the ward wars continue here as they will manage to deward that hill, I imagine, in just a second. Sentry getting planted down, but to the left, dodging away. Won't get caught out. Very tense moment, though. You get 1 kill with the Necrophos. But if he doesn't have buyback, that's likely your Rex. So, might not have looked like much, but it was a dangerous moment there for S4. So Mind Control is going to back off. Liquid, they don't find their opening just yet. They're still nervous to go into the Roche Pit up against the Hawk, the Song, and the Lasso. That is just an army of disruptive spells that Alliance have at their disposal. But you can see they don't want to leave that area unoccupied. They are sticking around towards the south.
Yeah, they've probably seen a few too many of these games where one bad Roche fight suddenly buys a tremendous amount of time. And this is definitely a game of one bad team fight for Liquid.
They're going. They're thinking about it. S4 with his customary haste rune at a critical moment that could turn the game.
Oh, he's found Jerax.
He wants Jerax, and Jerax will get caught out there. The Invoker gets roared. Follow-up comes through, but the Reaper Scythe not enough to secure a kill. The ward's getting dropped in the midst of the fight. Matumba Man brought low. They finish him off. Necrophos down. They buy back on the Oracle. Song, disengagement from Alliance. They want to get out cleanly.
Oh,
and they will. A 2 for nil, and a Serpent Ward's forced out, and a buyback.
Man, what a time to have a haste rune.
Classic S4.
That haste,
honestly,
that was entirely the haste rune as well. Like because of that, the Atos doesn't act as a counter. We're looking at a Batrider who does not have 4-staff. This is probably one of the latest 4-staffs S4 has ever gotten on Batrider after his Blink Dagger. But having a haste rune means the Atos doesn't counter him.
And he can actually scout for the Oracle. Yeah. If he does that and there's no haste, he just likely dies when he gets in too close.
Well, that's the fight for Alliance. It's very much a game of one bad team fight, and suddenly Alliance get a huge amount of farm, a huge amount of time. That wasn't a full-on like disaster, really hero whose buyback hurts him too much.
But it's time for LOTA, and that's what they need. Now the leader net worth, he's got the Yasha up, building perhaps straight into a Manta style. We'll see. Maybe a casual Yasha back into BOTs, but in any case, he's getting those new items. Also time for Bulldog, has gone for the Blink into the Necro Book, so accelerating his own split push.
The Blink before finishing the Necro 3. I think recognizing Alliance aren't finding kills, they're not able to fight into Liquid. He just wants that extra bit of mobility.
And also keeps Liquid back from any ambitions of going for a Roche, so if you're Liquid now, gods, as we see Mind Control, nice job there, sniping out the Courier. When do you go? They've gotten 1 lane of Rex. How much longer do you feel you have before they need to try and go and take that second lane?
I don't think it's so much that their lineup's on a timer, because their lineup is still ridiculously good, even late game. Yes, Naga is that amazing carry to late game with 3 good cores that Roche timings. If they can find a kill, take a Roche, and then it sets them up to go for the high ground. But more than anything, Liquid just don't want to rush things and make a mistake. They know how good Alliance are at punishing any small mistakes you give them.
Well, let's see if they find any opportunities here. Mind Control up to 2,600 is closing in on the Ags. Looks like Liquid are going to be building quadruple Aghanim Scepter this game. 3-point boosters already grabbed. So they will be dropping some serious pain here with the ults. And, well, they get a very big one now. Matumba Man completing his own. And, you know, that's the thing is even, let's say they're down 15,000 gold. If 15,000 of that is in the Naga and you kill her, things can get very good. For Liquid, so they'll have the chance to delete a hero from the game, as it looks like we've
Good old-fashioned Kale.
All right. Well, it wouldn't be the Shanghai major without a little Kale. It feels only fitting.
Alliance, the ones who take Roshan, not what you'd expect in a game like this, and something that gives them a bit of a gold boost won't necessarily help them win a team fight having an Aegis. I feel like all it's going to take is that one Reaper pick off, and suddenly Alliance are in a lot of trouble. So they're still going to be very wary of what can come their way. And
well, then I guess all eyes on the Dazzle for a timely grave.
yes, this Dazzle Grave is going to be on point.
Loda prepping things nice and early here, drops the Song. He's only isolated Matumba, man. Kuro's in a decent position. They're trying to kill off the wards during this time. They do manage to kill them all. Let's see if that stops Liquid from going in. There's still a decently strong lineup, but Mind Control gets lassoed. Oracle not in position to save him. Jerax can't help out his buddy. Mind Control popping the mech. Very tanky there. Now the Meteor starts to come down. Alliance are going to take a rebuttal of offense. S4 graved up for now. The Imps off, and Matumba Man 2 will fall. That's 3 heroes down, and Alliance.
But it's
great use of Son as well. Just
their late game strategy in some ways, where they've
tier 3 standing top and bottom for Alliance. Those are towers they really want to protect. He'll have a third pair if he hasn't purchased them already.
Getter wants to consider. He's going for a Shivers here, so he still wants to go for the more 5-man oriented items, but
could even maybe be an AC if they just want to.
Yeah, that's true.
Try and batter down some towers, but either way, it just feels like Alliance are in their comfort zone now.
Yep.
They are in danger of losing the game with one really good Reaper, but barring that, the tempo is theirs.
And Alliance have just played so many games with Naga Siren. I mean, you talk about the Bulldog heroes and how they kind of define Alliance. The one other hero kind of player combo that defines his team to me is that Loda Naga Siren, what he brings to the table, and as far as being a delay.
So if you're Liquid here,
they need to push out lanes is with the Naga Siren and Loda's illusions. They've got some deep wards, so that Alliance are in a position where they're just kind of high ground defending, pushing out lanes with Naga. If anything,
perhaps we'll see. Liquid hanging back. Guard the access points to that woods. Sfada will TP himself away, so they're leaving only Kuroki here bottom, but always the Nature's Prophet that could join the fight. And I guess if you're going to have to fight a Naga, probably no better hero to deal with that split push than Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Might be the ideal counter, so to speak.
Alliance going through a smoke of their own, trying to see what they can find here. Oh, Kuro.
S4, he thought someone was in the lane.
Oh, Kuro.
S4, he thought someone was in the lane, but little does he know a delicious Shadow Shaman lurks in the trees. Will drag him.
The map, have that him out, and just use it to kind of keep some map control of your own.
Just playing the keep away game. Starting to suspect this, but they've got the Bat Rider here in great position to break up the smoke. Let's see who gets the jump. S4, he scouts it out. He blinks away immediately. Kuroki zaps him, but couldn't get in range for a Hex or any form of...
I think it's something that kind of sets S4 apart from some of the team there. So many Bat Riders see that.
Of mana, out of health, and dead. He buys a Maelstrom before falling, but Alliance, again, have been ruthless here at just shutting down these Liquid maneuvers. More and more, it's Liquid reacting and hiding as a scared pack of 4 or 5. And then the ones that are all left on their own, they get cold from the herd rather quick. Again, on the hunt, he's still got the lasso ready. Didn't have to use it there in the last engagement. Fada hangs very far back. Need Bulldog. What do you want here if you're into the Forward Spirit's Glimmer Cape coming out? Is he gonna get him? Nope. He guessed north. EGM headed south, but it was certainly a good effort.
And again, it's gonna be Alliance taking control of Roshan off of these pickoffs.
Not sure Liquid could do anything about this.
Low
not even remotely in position.
Low just got money for Octarine, Bulldog, 5k gold. They've got so much money banked up. They're controlling the game. There's 10k in net worth not even being spent right now. So this game only...
Giving up another Roche, guaranteeing Loda likely another 4 or 5, but likely another 4 or 5 minutes of farming uncontested. So that Aegis is near expiring, and pressure or Bulldog going big here with a lot of extra lockdown to worry about. And Oracle, but the Oracle can't purge all their disables off. Late game, I'm not sure Oracle's the answer.
Just get the Refresh Oracle. Haven't you seen the Refresh Oracle before?
Clearly not.
Neither have I.
This is the Blink Dagger Aetherland.
This is the time for it, maybe. I don't know.
Something like that, and it's not the Octarine, actually. Okay. It goes into the hearts. Can they try for some split against the Song? Back themselves. Two. That's buybacks undoubtedly going to be next on their list as they start to get to that point where the Some of these heroes have all their core items. S4 now, everything else is truly a luxury if you...
That's like the pub move where you're just like drawing lines straight down the middle lane, like, go in, guys, we got this. Like, that's just a sign of confidence. If Alliance think they're in a position where they can just 5 men down mid, and realistically they are twice, and...
You just have to believe. I'm not sure believing will be enough here for Liquid, though. Loda moving in, Illusions engaging some chip damage, and the split push from Liquid very slow to counter this. They are not going to be trading for free here. They'll have to at least sacrifice 1 lane of Rax. The Alliance keep on going, Deafening Blast. Nice dodge there from Loda, just deftly sidesteps it, and Alliance keeps on pressing forward. Range Rax about to drop. The Age is still up for a long time. They're going to Glimmer Loda, bringing him back out of EMP range. And now they move back up onto the high ground once more for the melee. Still, you can see the split push. While it's there, it's just not as fast as what they need. This melee Rax likely to fall. If it looks like, at least for now, just the Bat Rider. It's too short. So Loda, Song, a risky business here for Liquid.
Liquid have got to be very concerned about the state of this game at this point. EHOME's waiting in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
The loser of this match goes up against the winner of EHOME and Archon. So
I
very
imagine they're not thinking about that yet, but if you start thinking about it, you might have already lost game 3. Put their cards on the table and bang it 5 times because Liquid aren't sneaking in the base. They'll have to do it the good old-fashioned way.
Tower is under attack.
Octarine next. Naga. If you don't come to
Alliance,
see any presence from Liquid in 20 minutes.
Losing that second Roche really cost Liquid, and that was where I think Liquid had opportunities to go for it. The first Roche. I mean, Liquid could have potentially looked to go for it, but it's Alliance just used the fact they had the map vision from the Hawk. Liquid tried to go for smoke plays, but Alliance's draft is so good at just finding those smokes and preventing them from actually achieving anything, and that kind of kept Alliance in this game. And from here on out, Liquid can just only try and do their best to keep these lanes pushed. They're just going to keep on bleeding away, giving up these kills and pickoffs if Alliance keep kind of running with this Hawk boots of travel strategy. And they don't even need to. We can see now they're just going to, again, go for another kind of 5-man play, group up, push down this bottom lane. And once Liquid get a bit too close to the Dire base, I imagine we'll see Alliance again just TP back to defend.
I mean, surely at some point, if you're Liquid, you just have to make a call. Like, all in on their base or just all in on a fight. Because right now they're just sitting back watching objectives drop. Tier 3 tower, dangerously low. A fresh swarm of Illusions march in. The tower now down, and Liquid to send the Nature's Prophet up to the top lane, so he's not going to be here to assist in the base defense. They also leave Kuroki in position. They might be able to get the second lane, but it's going to cost them. Matumba Man, Necrovos down, 60 seconds on the sideline. Doesn't have a buyback available. Jarek staying alive for now, has cast the false promise to try and secure his retreat, but it only delays the inevitable. Alliance now, having gained their second lane of Rax, are going to start TPing some heroes home. Loda with the Song of the Siren. S4 will end up dropping here, but I believe has buyback if he needs it. Heading on to it for now, 70 seconds. Loda going to arrive. He'll clean up the Nature's Prophet. Wards to drop quickly. They only got a tier 3 tower out of this. So Alliance in the end, still the victors. And again, massacring cores. 2 more big ones down.
Just great shot calling in general. Like, you look at what S4 is bringing to the table right now, it's this decision making as an in-game leader where Alliance are getting a Rax, Liquid's getting a tier 3 tower. Previously, it was Alliance getting a tier 3 tower, Liquid getting no real damage on a tier 3 tower. Every single time we're seeing this kind of push and counter push play, it's always Alliance getting more damage done, getting closer and closer to their kind of win condition, and Liquid just seem to be slipping away from having any way to win this game. So Octarine Invoker, just going for that kind of late game Invoker, spam out as many spells in as short amount of time as possible. I'm not sure I really like this pickup. I almost feel like a refresher may have given him a little bit more, just as far as being able to use your combo multiple times in a row, getting the full Chaos, Meteor, Tornado, Deafening Blast. But at this stage of the game, it's not a game that's going to be decided or come down to items.
Well, I'm sure if Liquid could, they'd love to delete all of Loda's items right about now. But barring that, they're in for it. EGM Ultimate Orb. Lincoln Sphere now complete, so a counter perhaps here to the Necrophos ultimate is Kuroki. He was trying to counterplay this and contest in the pit, but he's down to the roar. The rest of Liquid immediately scatter. Lasso is available, and Jerax, well, Flame Break will cancel his TP, so he's likely going to roast here. Cooked up by the Batman. He'll delay the inevitable. He'll head into the midst of Alliance, but he is going to be going back to the well here in just a moment. Pop goes the Oracle, and Liquid, there's just no split push right now to even threaten a base race. Alliance are not leaving any openings.
We're not going to be seeing a base race this game. Maybe I'll be proven wrong here, but...
Well, we might see one. It's going to be
a very pitiful one.
A feeble, inadequate base race if there is one. That's for sure.
Alliance have not just.
Is it rapier time? Does our prophet of gold for something big? He's trying for it, but it doesn't even matter.
I don't even know.
Let's be serious here. Alliance.
He's food. I don't even think he can rapier.
Poise under pressure, moving through the middle lane. They've got Loda ready to go with the Song. If anything gets even the slightest bit scary, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. They are getting herded back to the well here. As S4 blinks in, they might catch him out. Reaper's Sight is going to delete him for 100 seconds. He can't buy back. And they will Song on Loda. As soon as one hero dies to the Reaper, they say, we don't even want to risk it. We'll just wait until he respawns naturally, and then we'll try again.
Yeah, a bit of perhaps expecting the Dazzle to be able to back him up with the Grave, prevent that from happening, but he was in so deep.
I mean, he did blink basically into their well. So
I think
S4 was rolling the dice, that's for sure.
Whatever the
didn't
call
get the BKB off either.
Kind of hard.
I got you.
Yeah.
It's like,
oh, Grave, you did.
We mentioned if there's one way Liquid could possibly get back in the game, it would be on the back of that Aghanims, but by the time they breach the base, Bat will be very close to respawning with the Reaper kill. Won't be the Naga, though. She's got the Aegis for now. And if the Grave is timely, it's not going to matter.
The illusion wave skipping just going to make this more and more difficult for Liquid to find that opening to get any much here.
The wards get dropped down, but they don't really want to move in. Song comes through. Liquid will be held in position. Matumba Man gets caught out. Wards cleaned up. Massacred, really. And Batrider about to respawn. Blinking lanes. And Necrophos is going to be dead for 50.
Yep.
Had that happened closer to the Alliance base, could have been different, but it literally happened in the Liquid well.
Yeah, they're just trying to like chip away, slowly try and get back to even. They've taken the one melee Rax in mid lane. Still a melee standing at top. It's still like, it's very slightly doable for Liquid, but it's going to take like more. They're going to have to capitalize on the tiniest of tiny little big way Liquid to turn this game around.
Creeps are at the base bot front. In the Aegis, they don't want to buy back the Loda. Scrambling the retreat, he'll pop the ultimate. Ooh, on the way out. They still hold the racks. Nature's Prophet did bring down the tier 3 tower here in the bottom lane. A massive gold swing as they are that far behind. I think over 20,000.
So close to killing that Naga Siren there too. Yes, she had Aegis, but that Song, she had just almost a huge...
A tense moment here. Alliance with a win would force that deciding game 3. A loss, and Liquid sweep them 2-0.
Very defensive from Loda going into the Lincoln Sphere. I think recognizing that. How do we lose this game? It's the Reaper kill. It's that pick-off that Liquid can find. So he's going to not care about the fact that his illusions aren't going to be dishing out that much damage. Doesn't have a butterfly, doesn't have a diffusal, doesn't really have any items to give him much agi or attack speed, but knowing that all find those pickoffs.
Just keep sending illusions, keep popping that Manta style, and play it safe.
Yep.
Necro Book, throw it in there.
Quickly CGM to get those Graves off. So if he saves you from the Reaper, you like a big tier 3 item, like something like the AC or a Lincoln Sphere, maybe you forgo your buyback, but this could quickly become, by either Lincoln Sphere good on Beastmaster, the other time you could consider something like a Scythe of Vice because he's got the Refresher, so he gets a double Hex out of that. But I don't feel like there's any... Alliance aren't lacking for disables. Raw, Lasso are doing the job just fine.
Alliance on the smoke here, looking for the killing blow. As Liquid hang back for the most part, just inside the base. Kuroki pings out the mid lane. And the Courier narrowly dodges away from S4. That was packing some big items there. Reaver now on the way, and they go for the lasso, and it's on to Jerax. They then roar Fada, controlling and locking him down, but Bulldog's been trapped out by the wards of Kuroki. They are likely to lose the Oracle, but Jerax managed to get off the false promise, so he's wasting a lot of time. Ake on the run. He's going to drop eventually, but can they get the additional counter kills? While this is all happening, EGM still retreating out. Jerax on the hunt. Lanes are pushing in slowly but surely. The imps from behind doing work to Kuroki. EGM able to get off the grave to keep him alive. Vada gets turned up by the hill bump. Jerax massacred from the rear as Loda comes roaring in. 2 more of Buttback. Mind control in the midst of it. They're going to Song and say, screw it. We're heading for the backline here. As onto Matumba Man they go. Everybody from Liquid streaming back towards the base. They've now committed an Oracle buyback as well. Mind control surrounded. Beaten down. He will buy back too. They've thrown out 3-4 buybacks in this fight. They need to hold. Alliance seeing all of that. Do they even back here? And that is a 10,000 gold swing.
Oh, doesn't
Not
die.
done yet. They've got 2 more. They're going to let him go. It's a full 5-man buyback for Liquid. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at Alliance right here, right now. There's a lasso already, a BKB cheese available on S4. He's hanging on to that cheese, not poppy yet, but could reinitiate at any moment. Loda covering their retreat here, activates the song. Alliance able to back away. And they will escape. So they force out 5 buybacks. They only buy back on the Beastmaster, and it looks like they might even get out cleanly. Fada, he's on the hunt. He's desperate for vengeance here. He heads to the north, but to the south, and unfortunately, since it's nighttime, he didn't see which way he went. He's going to make it back. S4 grabbing a bounty rune, a little extra salt.
On Liquid side, you can just sit back, try and wait for those buybacks to come back up, but at that point, you're almost fighting a losing battle, so...
They're moving down mid.
Very tricky stuff.
Liquid and they wander directly into the entirety of Team Liquid. EGM gonna get caught out. They lose.
Counters the Reaper Scythe in late game. There's gonna be another Reaper Scythe up before Dazzle's game. There's gonna be another Reaper Scythe up before.
Carrier as well. Might just need to drop these wards before he goes down. Tornado comes through though. Will catch her though. He gets roared and Loda comes in from the side. He's gonna isolate Jerax, control Kuroki and Matumba Man. They're trying to finish off to the Ancients. He will get clobbered. Death by the Golem. That's not a good way to go. That's a hero who doesn't have buyback. Down for the blanket after the false promise, but they're still hunting him. They're running him down. What was a 5v safe here? Already, Alliance storming to the top. BOT and Loda scouting ahead as that's the line. They get off the Reaper, but he's got the BKB. He's able to pop the cheese. He's able to pop the cheese. Baiting out the Reaper. Now the song coming through from Loda. He's going to move past the racks. Let his team set up. Then Bulldog racks. Let his team set up. Then Bulldog comes in, drops the roar. Blocked in the middle. Now the lasso. On him. Now the lasso. On him. Matumba Man. They've got no way to purge the Oracle's dead. Matumba Man. They've got no way to purge the Oracle's dead. That's 3. Make it 4. Nobody buyback. Liquid. They had their shots this game, but Alliance persevere. And they will force a deciding game number 3. Really impressive stuff from the Swedes.
Absolutely. Incredible hold.
Fast Aghanim Scepter, perhaps that would
Drums mech, maybe?
Yeah, you could also
I mean, he goes maybe?
Yeah, you could also
he goes maybe?
Yeah, you could also
he goes mech.
They went the mech on the Prophets. S4 haste, you know. Gotta win a game with it.
Yeah, but then again, they made, after they get the mid racks, they made the high ground push at top without going for the Roshan, because they were worried about the Naga Swarm plus the Bear Rider and the Beastmaster. But then the ones having the map control, and they didn't really try to get Aegis before they push high ground, and then they lost. Liquid were able to actually secure 2 lanes of racks there.
They would kill the wards, and then they would try to stop the push that way. So I think if you can like force them to Song, and then try, like you could get pulled so far away. And I think it's also easier to utilize Song in that situation. Because if your Bat Rider pulls somebody like up the cliff, for example, and Loda just walks down, he can stop the entire team from like following up, and that hero's just dead. And at that point, you're fighting 4v5.
Don't you think they can do it fast enough with the Forge and everything else? Like, it's good. They have map control, right? It's going to take a while. Like,
I suppose they could have actually committed wards to Roche and then waited and then pushed when the next ward goes out.
That would be the safest choice.
Yeah, that would be like the literal turtle strat, but it would have been
simple as that, and were Alliance able just to achieve that kind of game plan?
It's kind of scary when you're playing against Necrophos, because even though they had Dazzle, it's like one good Reaper. We saw it earlier on. They like delayed the game by almost 10 minutes just by one Reaper, like getting somebody off the map. Because even though they're only dead for like 2, even towards the later stages, that's just all map control loss at that point. You can't take the risk. Take double racks, like Winter said, by a specific time in the game to feel comfortable. And as soon as the bots come up on Naga Siren, you already have your Radiance and a Yasha. It's just like a time bomb. And eventually,
I actually didn't like the Scepter build on him, though. I think if you're going back for that build, you've already kind of like foregone the, we're going to win in 20, 25 minutes. What if they had a fight instead?
You're talking about the Shaman?
No, I'm talking about the Necrophos.
Oh, okay.
Do in like a 20% gap and for that second push. If they were on Dire, I think they would have easily taken out the Roche and then pushed for the second racks.
True.
But because they were on Radiant, they actually had to make a choice in between those two instead of the natural progression of Roche immediately into the racks. So it's hard to say.
When we're listing pros and cons, wouldn't you also say that for farming purposes, the Dire jungle is better because of how the camps are positioned for a hero like Enigma? It's easier to farm Dire jungle with that those 3 camps on the right side compared to on the Radiant you have the 2, and then there's a long distance you have to walk to the right-hand side. Whereas if you want to take the 3 in the Radiant jungle, you're competing with the enemy offlaner for the rightmost camp, so you can't farm that one. So the Dire jungle arguably is also better.
The Radiant Ancients are, I think, a lot easier to protect. with the
that's true.
one choke that's
Yeah.
on the high ground. So there's, you'll see a lot of Svens.
Radiant
on
has an
Radiant.
advantage.
One advantage. There you go.
That cliff spot where you can get the big camp and the ancients.
You
right
can
there.
cliff jungle with NP.
Yeah, cliff jungle is better on.
Ben, there are
Radiant.
people watching the show. Okay.
To be fair, you can do that on either
All right,
side.
that's a report from Windows.
That's true. Sorry, man.
All right.
By Iron Talon.
So we
Iron
pose a
Talon
question
for
now
your
to Liquid. Liquid's team over here. All right, it's a harder question for you because obviously coming off a loss right now. How do you approach game number 3 if you're Liquid?
They had a really solid game plan. It's like Cinder was saying. I feel like I actually remember watching the game with Winter, the 13-minute racks, and he turned to me and he said, "GG." That's what he said, and I looked at it, I was like, yeah, I could see the game just being over from this point. But I mean, it's one of those situations where it seems so good for one team because their draft and the early game momentum propel them into the spot where it seems like not an unlosable position, but maybe 2 out of 10 games you would lose from there. So I think if you're Liquid, your game plan was solid. You just need to execute now.
Yeah, the most difficult part going into this game 3 for Liquid is trusting in themselves and each other because they had a strategy. They know it could have worked. To say it as it is, they messed up, right? They threw that game away. It was theirs to take. And now, if you start second-guessing yourself in a third game here where Alliance are going in with momentum and confidence, they've been in this position hundreds of times, right? You can't drop the ball now. So you have to, I think it's way more important that Liquid focus on themselves and on their play and on hitting their timings and don't get too scared of Alliance because then they're going to end up playing their game.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be playing the same type of game, right? It almost becomes a bit predictable.
Go
if you want to
even
be
more
too-
early game.
You can play a similar style but with different picks. I think Liquid with that draft showed that they can curveball Alliance. I think the Necrophos pick was actually really, really smart and really good in that game. It did what it needed to do, apart from playing the pipe. We always want pipe.
We always want pipe.
All right, so it sounds like we have a draft from my very loud production right here. So why don't we go ahead and cut to it now? We can see how things are going to be breaking down for game number 3. Also, we'll answer who won that coin flip as we hop in. Alliance versus Team Liquid, our very first series here for the Shanghai Major. We will move on into the next round, and it does look like it's going to be first pick for Liquid on the Radiant side. Alliance have the Dire,
10 seconds
and they will be banning out the Earth Spirit.
Is this the first game that Liquid are
5
first
seconds
pick?
remaining.
I think Alliance will first pick both the other games, right? All right, everyone is really distracted by Ben's tie clip right now. I'll try again.
Blame Charlie.
Sorry, I had to turn.
Alliance were first pick in the previous 2 games, correct?
Alliance did
No.
not have
Liquid.
first pick.
Liquid,
first pick.
Liquid were for a second
What did they
game.
first pick? What did they first pick?
Profit?
Yeah,
Oh, they
Prophet.
first picked
Same
Profit.
opener,
You're right,
same
yeah.
opener, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Deja vu.
Alliance's turn to pick.
Profit was not the problem.
No,
last
they
year.
banned Ench instead of Void though. They banned Void first 2 games.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I feel like what Liquid needs to do right now is like the same. They need the same tempo, so Void wouldn't provide that. So I don't think for Liquid it matters that much for them. It's more of like getting the profit. I think I mentioned this during our group stage panel. I think when I look at Liquid play,
10 seconds
if I'm like the captain, I would actually put mind control mostly on profit because I think that fits their team the best and for the way they play because they like to play around the team. So I think that if you want to play around your team, you need an off-laner that can always constantly be around the team, be it pushing and be it helping in the lanes, and profit fits that criteria very well.
And
All right.
looks like the run back will continue here. They at least open up with their Beastmaster, but obviously this time the Enchantress will not be at the ready. Neither the Chen here, so we'll have to see where their priorities will lie for the second grab.
So you would think that he would be prioritizing Bat because Bat was tried to be countered by Oracle last game, but it didn't really work. But then you have to wonder, oh, okay, are Liquid actually going to pick Venge this early, and then you're in this.
Was it more because the Naga pick, though, that the Bat was so strong? Because I feel like the synergy between the 2 heroes made it feel like Bat was just that much better in that situation. Because they had like a trifecta, right? You get the vision from the Hawk, then you have the initiation from the Bat. Then if anything goes wrong, you can just pick, or you can throw out a song, and then it's like, okay, well, whatever initiation we made, there's no counterplay from Liquid in that game. So.
They will grab up a nice and tasty Witch Doctor here, which typically can't be good even against their Beastmaster, but
It's good for the Prophet because they wanted to have a support that can zone. That's really good at zoning the Treants, against the Treants and against Prophet in general. Witch Doctor is probably one of the better ones. I don't think there's anyone that's better against the Treants in the early game because just Prophet just
Support ogre with 4 mangoes.
Bullies all the support ogre.
Yeah. Ben feels me. He knows.
Commended.
Good luck getting mangoes on your support. 4 mangoes.
I'll buy orbs for you if you do that for me.
Dude, buy as many mangoes as you want.
Man, you guys are just getting reports.
You're gonna report all of us, aren't you?
I have 6 reports a week.
It's
so
only
I
the
can
first
definitely
day
be-
of main stage.
If you report Ben for those 4 mangoes, you get a teaching commend from me.
Wow.
It's good. He needs to learn.
So Liquid are going for the same type of strategy, which we mentioned that they just need to execute better than the last game.
Was the Invoker necessary though? Like, couldn't they pick a hero that's
I think it
better
could have
at
been
pushing?
anything, actually.
It could have been anything, but at the same time, I think that Invoker provides probably the most in terms of overall game. Like, it's good in the early game, it's good in the mid game, it's good in the late game. What else can actually push from the mid position if you're going for a Dragon Knight?
But the thing is, like, if most of these teams just fully committed to all early game, then they would have just won. Shaman again? I think Shaman's okay. If they picked Invoker pretty early, so I don't think they banned it.
Around too much of a cooldown, and Invoker obviously can still be useful.
Pugna?
I don't know, but I think that Imbilize his spells very well. That's what I felt in the last
But that's
game.
more of a player issue, right, than the actual hero?
Yeah, it's the player issue. It wasn't the hero not doing a lot of work the last game.
Good call.
At least this time you won't have to deal with S4's bat. It's been banned out. Another ban on the Wisp. Alliance ridding of the Tusk, and they get rid of the Phoenix here. So Jarek's targeted pretty hard in that second phase.
Is it Puck time? Puck! Why haven't they picked Puck?
I think if you pick Puck, you have to pick him later, right? Okay, JK. Pick him right now.
Nice
0
Ben,
for
high
1.
five. Easy call.
Got him.
We're supposed to be on Liquid side, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but Liquid
No,
wanted
we
that, you see.
flip-flopped.
Now they can pull out their pocket strap
No,
with
at least
Pugna.
there's no way Invoker can lose his lane like last game that badly against Puck.
Yeah, that's true. It's more of a fair lane. But Alliance can actually still go for their Drow strat if they want to do that. And then it is possible.
10 seconds remaining.
The difference is, so a lot of people when, you know, what triggers a Drow ban generally is that the enemy team first picks 2 ranged heroes that benefit from the aura. But you don't need to have 5 ranged heroes for the Drow to be good. You need 3 or 4. Like, I think in a lot of cases it's actually arguable that having 3 is enough as long as you set it up in this way, because then the enemy team won't think about the Drow. Beastmaster aura is great together with her. It gives them good Roche.
I mean, there's still Lycan that could fulfill the same.
I don't think you need Drow. Drow's like, you don't need to beat them in you don't need to end the game at 2025 versus Liquid. You don't need to push into them. You just need to drag the game on late enough because they're way better.
So you would just go back to the same strategy as well. Go for a very heavy call for Loda that goes really late.
Not necessarily. They have Puck this time, but I think with
I mean, it's Beastmaster and
yeah,
Puck,
with Beastmaster, yeah, you have to have
the last call is either going to be an all-in call, or you're just going to go for a call that takes up the whole map. Like, you farm the whole map.
Yeah.
I think if Liquid's next pick is not good against Sven, that is something Alliance could think about.
How about Liquid themselves going for the Sven? Because we talked about Radiant being good at ancient stacking.
Against Beastmaster and Puck? Sounds like a nightmare. GG.
So what are good options that
Aki
would
is not
be able to
impressed
control
right
the Sven?
You mean options for carries for Liquid?
We were discussing this earlier. What hero can man fight a Sven?
Ursa?
Someone told me Troll.
Ursa and
Warlock.
Troll, yeah.
Ooh,
Troll Warlock.
Riki can actually man fight Sven if you don't have BKB. But that's not really a man fight. That's like a smoke cloud fight.
And Ricky isn't in CM.
True.
So.
But he was asking which
I
hero
mean,
could man fight it.
They could try to pick it though. Maybe there's a bug. If they write it in console or something, they could pick it.
Can't really bail you out, Driscoll, this time.
It's fine.
Sorry.
Just report me.
Report.
10 seconds remaining.
Liquid opt to reach for the Rubik though.
What about Spectre for Alliance now that they've seen that Rubik?
I mean, I suggested that the last game.
Yeah. But I think once you see like, Rubik's not really the greatest bullying support. Like, there's very low chance that Liquid would go aggro with these heroes, I think. Unless they go back for like a gyro or something. Then maybe they could.
I mean, with the gyro, let's say you go for the Spectre, you're worried that Rubik gyro can contest your lane.
Oh, okay.
Nope. It's like the same type of strategy. So Liquid this time just needs to execute better and make less mistakes, and hopefully play a better Invoker as well. Those are the really important things for them this game. It's basically the same type of strategy it's a duplicate of the second game. with a bit of different heroes.
Liquid now have 2 picks to work with now if they're seeing the Naga, so what can they change up this time? Unless you think that, just going with the same composition they had before and putting more on the fact that they weren't able to execute, and this time they feel like they will be able to?
I mean, we did talk about going for late game against the Naga. Buy a pipe, yes.
Buy a pipe.
Get pipe.
Anti-mage.
Anti-mage.
I heard AM.
Yep, I also heard anti-mage.
Yeah, this was what I said the last game. Like we talked about last game whether they should
Leshrac or AM.
Leshrac or AM against this strat, because AM is pretty good versus Naga because you peak faster and you can kill the illusions and you can push out waves.
And you can kill Naga.
Alliance have the option of turning Naga into support and picking a carry that owns AM though.
5 seconds.
Carry owns
Because
AM.
that's very one-dimensional as a pick. Like Liquid are showing their entire hand now.
Load
in a
up
way,
PA.
I feel like they shouldn't have picked their carry yet.
I mean, you think that they should have kept it to the last pick?
Yeah.
Because Naga can still be support.
I think
right?
if anything, they would rather run like Beastmaster as support and pick another core for Emerald Bulldog and just go even more late game.
They could do that too. They could go a jungle Beastmaster with Iron Talon.
What if they go Spider and put Beastmaster on support?
Oh, that would be pretty
Wouldn't that be
good.
annoying as well?
Wow.
Because Liquid have to well, technically Liquid could run a Prophet support, but it's...
You're stretching.
Everyone's like backtracking at that point.
So they need a support, right? And that means Alliance can, if they want, they can try to set up for that.
Nah, probably not. They'll just probably go for the same thing.
I think they'd go standard.
It's either they go for another carrier or
They could
just
just do a greedy jungler though.
I mean, they could. It's either they do a support or they just put Naga on support and they go for something else. I don't think they'll go Beastmaster support and go for Brute. I mean, it's least likely, I guess.
I think Riki is good here.
Kappa.
Reported. Sorry. Again.
You've reported all of us now, so it's
I'm
just
down
fine.
to 2 reports.
Yeah.
They don't have anything that combos well with Naga though.
But did they have anything that combos well with Naga the
creep
last
in
game?
like a-
It was just more of like a reset button.
Yeah, more reset and get vision, I suppose.
Oh, carry Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker. Haven't we only seen this really
It's,
one other time by VP?
If you look at the if you look at the lineup, SB is good against 2 of their heroes, AM and Prophet. Like,
But he's bad against the 2 others, so it's a little bit like a double-edged sword.
yeah,
Rubik
but
owns him,
his
Colt
job
Knight.
here is to make sure that he limits the AM's farm
Yeah.
and obviously Prophet.
Can definitely do that.
Because Liquid, by picking AM in the fourth pick here, means that they are changing their draft into a totally different direction. They're going to split push with Prophet and AM. I'm not sure if the Invoker will be Exort or Quasvex.
5 seconds.
But overall, Liquid are going to look to split up the map and just try to use the map very well. So SB would not allow that to happen that easily.
And you generally don't associate EGM with Spirit Breaker, but I actually think it's one of his best heroes. So, when you think EGM, you always think these greedy supports like a Silencer farming or like
I mean,
we saw
he can play a very
Windranger.
good SB.
I like
he plays with the
Shaker.
hero a lot.
Breakers are good.
I don't know what else would be good for them.
I mean, for Liquid, not?
Yeah.
They need like a defensive hero, I think.
5 seconds.
Like, or some sort of D push so that they can actually push out the lanes.
Night Stalker.
Void kills the range creep. That's good.
And they don't have much D push, but
They really don't.
They have like map control and better lanes. Maybe they might want to do dual lanes with Night Stalker Prophet, or they just jungle the Night Stalker. I'm not sure how they're going to run this, but they definitely need to have good lanes in this game.
All right, Sundram, before we let you go, what is your take on this game now that we've seen the full draft? How's it going to end up?
I think Alliance have got this. I would say I favor their draft a bit, and just I can't overlook the importance of the mentality going into this game. I think if the drafts are somewhat even, Alliance just have an innate advantage right now. So
I'm going with my compendium predictions of Alliance. Get that
Oh, yeah, me too,
GPM,
yeah.
get that last hits.
Yeah, no, just Alliance is enough. What's the highest GPM so far?
834.
Yes.
Five seconds remaining.
I think.
Well played. Draskell?
I'll
Winter?
stick with Liquid, I think. I'm an AM fanboy. What can I say?
Yep, Night Stalker counters Beastmaster. Let's go Liquid.
Let's go Liquid. All right, fair enough. So it looks like we are going to be etching into a slow start here for this game as we get our casters into their seats here. I'm sure we're going to be loving to hear their feedback on the draft and how it's going to go. Hopefully this one will get right back and underway as it's going to be our final game of this first series of the Shanghai Major. Now a game apiece. We'll find out which team's going to move on into the next round and which team will have to await the winner of EHOME versus Archon in that scary best-of-1 lower bracket. We'll throw it over to our casters right now for the exciting start of Liquid versus Alliance.
You've got a pair of teams hyped up and ready to go, gods, and of course they jump right into the action. We're about to have a huge skirmish in the river. I can feel it coming. Just not yet.
Maybe not for a while. You got AMs, you got Nagas. They want to hit some creeps.
We've got Rubik taking. He's just gonna take a nap. You know, this is a good chance for Jerax to catch up on his beauty sleep. He just flop down.
He just heard the next major is also being held in China, and he's like, "Okay, I'm done."
We'll take a breather here. I will say it is filling up nicely in the stadium, and it's pretty intense in there. The volume is loud, but we're backstage, so we don't quite get that. But when I got to step out for a moment, it was very nice. I'll see what the holdup is. Oh, the sound issues. That's unfortunate.
What do you make of the drafts, LD?
I like anti-mage.
You do? Me too.
I'm a dirty anti-mage picker.
I mean, it goes back like...
I'm not a good person.
When we started casting, it was like Chinese Dota, AM versus Morphling every single game, throwing some lone druids.
The first time I ever met Winter in person and we were talking about Dota, it's like, what's your favorite hero? I say anti-mage, and he just along, in case you haven't noticed. So, fortunately, I'm bigger than him, so we can't really do much about it. But I do lock my door at night. we had to kick him out. Jesus.
I've seen him beat up people bigger than him, though. He doesn't mind pushing.
Winter is definitely the most vicious guy on the panel. Yeah. Like, he might seem like this very well dressed, nice guy, but right now he's actually beating me with his lanyard. So, I'd like the anti-mage.
Me too. We're on the same page.
Do we think it's a winning formula, though?
You know,
BKB Piercing disables from 3 of their heroes, actually. The Net, the Roar, and the Charge Bash. So it's not an easy AM game, it feels like.
And Spirit Breaker just kind of fit in nicely as a hero to at least deal with him, because you can kind of keep track of him when he's farming. You can limit his farm. And a hero that's often going to be off on his own split pushing, it just maintain vision. It can set up for the Puck initiation, the Beastmaster initiation. So a very good last pick for Alliance, recognizing that the AM can quickly become a problem for them.
Who do you feel is like in better form right now? Do you think the teams are very evenly matched? Is one team overall impressing you more?
I think quite similar, actually. I think Liquid's playing the best Dota we've seen from them, but Alliance is coming in as one of the favorites to take the major, and they're kind of showing why. They had a bit of a rocky start in game 1, but it seems to. I don't think I can say one team's in better form right now.
I like the shot of Ake. We've got just, even when you can only see half his face, though, he's still a beautiful man. Too much would just blind the viewers. You can't overwhelm them.
You got to ease into it, bit by bit.
I think that staff is bigger than the Rubik.
Size doesn't matter, LD. Come on now.
You keep telling yourself that.
Yeah, that's how I sleep at night.
Matumba Man standing at attention. Hoping not to get beaten here.
God, I miss seeing anti-mages. So it's so nice seeing it back in competitive Dota.
I don't think there was anything more exciting for me than that game at TI5 where IG looked absolutely terrible as a team. Like, the least team-like team you will ever see. Like, they never played together. Like, they looked like they were fighting even when you just saw them around the event. Like, they didn't feel like a team. But Bernie got anti-mage that one game, and they were down however much gold. Flawless performance. The only time I've ever seen him play AM better was maybe when Alliance played DK at TI3. But
yep.
Yeah, anti-mage, he just does it for me.
Man, that's a menacing-looking Invoker.
Yeah. He's already
random capitalization in his name. Then you go for the all caps for Fata.
Yeah, what is the reasoning for the capital D?
Why?
Do you have a reason?
It looked good. I don't know.
It looked good.
At the time,
do you still think it looks good, or do you regret that?
Nowadays, I change my capitalization like every other week. It's like, oh, this day I'm gonna make the Z capitalized.
Can I ask you what makes you better than Godz? Because there's another Gods out there, but he has a Y at the end of his name.
I sometimes do that in my name.
Oh, so
Ben and his friends have called me.
Everyone's embarrassed. They're afraid they might be next.
Guy in the red
See,
jumper.
what you do here is you just take any 2 random people and you put the close-up on them, and then they feel like they have to kill.
Because I'm not being put in that situation. He's on camera, he's like, I'll just take a drink. Not happening, guys. You know, when KissCam comes to esports, that's when you know you've made it. There's nowhere to go from there, LD. You've reached the top.
I feel like we need some pump you up music in the stadium right now, like a little "We Will Rock You" or something, or whatever the equivalent might be. You know, get the crowd animated.
Bracket, so Newbee CDEC, that's the end of the day, and then Vici VP, another fun one. But here we go.
All right, welcome back to the Shanghai Major. We are underway. Alliance versus out mid. He's gonna quickly plant down a Hell Ward here. Wants to protect his buddy, the puck. S4 will be, of course, the man handling that. In very capable hands, the puck is. And already the line's getting drawn. Jerax handling the Rubik. So, thoughts on Rubik, gods? Rubik, we haven't really seen that much of him as of late. Feels like he's fallen off a bit. Very situational support grab. What about the Rubik this game? How do you feel?
It's a pretty weak safe lane. That's one thing. Like a Rubik AM, the zoning potential's not looking all too good. It's a kind of lackluster-ish set of Rubik, but and it's a good kind of counter initiation for the Spirit Breaker when he's
quite I guess a decent possibility. In which case, that's a lot of damage. So they can somewhat make up for it elsewhere.
We're going to see, I think, Night Stalker was looking to build an Iron Talon as well, so we're going to be seeing that greedy Night Stalker straight into the jungle kind of play coming out from Kuro. And it looks like both teams are going to be playing a very greedy farm economy kind of base game here. You're guaranteed.
Winner of this is playing EHOME, potentially.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a tough opponent. Whoever they played at Starlighter was like, yeah, we got brood mothered. Sometimes it happens, but in a BO1, that means you're done. So better be careful about that. Early on here as the lanes get underway, our puck mid doing quite well. S4, his individual laning has been, it feels like he's back at his prime in the 1v1 matchups where he's always breaking even or dominating at times and out-CSing Fada even with the Exhort Invoker, so even as the damage ramps up. S4 still able.
Giving Bulldog this fast, safe level 6, something Beastmasters are kind of a solo offlaner can sometimes struggle to get. So they put Loader down in this bottom offlane, and it's not too big a concern if Loader doesn't free farm, because like we saw last game, he struggles early on in the first 4 or 5 minutes, and remember you asked him just kind of like, is this a problem? Can he catch up? And yeah, you just TP top, and then you spend the next 10 minutes farming your Arcane Boots Radiance in the top lane as well as your Radiant jungle.
And this lane feels even weaker. They have a melee carry here in the anti-mage. Doesn't have the lane presence of a Naga Siren. And you can see that already in the CS. 11-2 on the Naga. 4-0 on the anti-mage. S4 moving in. The 2-minute rune is going to spawn here, but the Forge Spirit ushers him back and away. There's an Invis rune top. Looks like they want to try and leave it, maybe? Not sure if you actually saw it there with the Spirit.
It's a long walk to go. If you miss even one CS because of it, it's maybe not worth it.
I guess could have denied it with the creep, but looks like S4 maybe grabbing this one in the end. So Alliance farming better overall, slightly on the cores, but very, very even. Are you favoring anyone here? Is there like a first mover that can really shake things up? As S4 takes a ton of damage. This could be a game changer. Fada.
Nice. He just went the rune, but I think Alliance's position overall, as far as the lanes go, looking much better. Bulldog's not doing as well in the safe lane as he did. Last game he was actually out-CSing the Nature's Prophet. That was perhaps something we didn't talk too much about, but he had a fantastic game last time around in this 1v1 matchup. But all 3 lanes CSing well is Alliance.
There's the charge mid lane. Orb is going to connect. Fairy Fire immediately popped. Fada looking to turn this one. The Cold Snap working on S4. Can't quite get the kill. Actually has to pop his own Fairy Fire and the Invis rune. Fada very low on the mana. He has salved up. S4 wants to cancel it. He's managed to get his own, or looks like EGM salved him while he's Invis. So he could potentially go back in here. But Fada's fairly healthy, so it won't be an easy kill. Fada low on the mana now. And S4 trying to trade with him, but the Cold Snap quickly deters the aggression. Turns it back the other way, and it seems S4 is going to struggle to win these 1v1 trades against the Invoker at this stage.
Fata's already having a much better game than last time as far as his individual laning goes and his CS. So.
Uh-oh, mind control. If there's a bash here from EGM, he could likely go down. Might go down without it. There's the bash follow-up and goes for the TP out. The Prophet coming through, but no, it's too late. Down he goes.
Without a bash, you could probably just gets the insta-TP away, but Lady Luck favors EGM, who finds a First Blood for Alliance, and a First Blood in a lane which, you don't really want to swing an Alliance's way. If Beastmaster gets that fast level 6, suddenly he can start moving around the map, looking for that Invoker kill, looking to head towards bottom to find some supports and pressure the Tier 1 tower.
Tries immediately to charge onto Fada. They are going to sprout Ake here up on the high ground. Kuroki isolates him. No teleport scroll, but the cast bounces decently. Kuroki could continue moving in deeper here. Not going to happen. Meanwhile, bottom load has been lifted up. Gets dropped down, but just mirror images and not something Matumbo Man wants to trade with. So the bottom lane starts to break down with EGM's initial foray elsewhere. He has rotated back. Wants to give Loda a bit of support. It seems, for now at least, the Nature's Prophet is fully off the lane. He's going to slowly make the walk of shame back, but it's quite a bit of experience here. Creep's already pushed all the way in that top. So Alliance farming their Naga while being aggressive, but Team H catching up here. It sits 20-0. And Liquid do have the global threat. It is now nighttime. Nature's Prophet very near the level 6.
I'm curious to see how long they leave Naga in the off lane, because at this point AM's in a position where he can farm regardless. Beastmaster's ready to start roaming now that he's level 6, and Naga will ultimately find more farm top because you have easier access to your jungle as well as the farm in lane. And it's a lot easier to pressure that top tower.
Oh,
so
there's a charge on top lane. Looks like they're going to make a jump here onto Mind Control. EGM gets it off initially. Mind Control going for the Sprout. Again, they're going to eat their way in from both directions. And the Roar comes through. Mind Control down again. Still not level 6. Well, 6 minutes in.
Yeah, that's a bit concerning. That's one of the kind of gank and kill opportunities for Liquid.
Oh, they want to go on S4. He's used his orb here to farm Night Stalker, camping out the top rune, and he's jaunted in. Maybe they can kill off S4. The cold snap there. The Void comes through. Sunstrike. Oh, he just turns and stands his ground. He gets the coil off S4. The Magician not dead just yet. He's going to have an orb as well as a phase shift. Looks like he gets out of this one. And in fact, EGM coming back in, but as the orb was used to get away, S4 going to try to retreat out. He's low, though. The Void comes in from long range. S4 phase shift. It's a very low level. It ends up going down again. It was a good effort, but not enough.
Miscommunication, yeah. He can actually live there, but because EGM charges in, he's like, oh, I got to turn and fight a little bit. If he just orbed away and instantly TP'd and not hesitate, I think he's fine. But with EGM kind of coming in, it creates this confusion like, oh, can we get a kill? Do I need? And he hesitates for that like half a second, and he gets punished for it.
Now another charge here as EGM will get out to the mid lane nice and quickly. Bulldog holding serve here in the top lane. Roar cooling down momentarily.
Loda's gone back to base to heal, which suggests he may look to TP back towards top. I don't think he wants to continue down bottom lane. Maybe he does. We'll see. But
I imagine if you're Liquid now, you've got about a minute of nighttime. You would really love to get one more kill. Prophet ult's online. Sunstrike's ready. But they've only got a minute here before the daytime is going to set in.
And it's like Alliance are the ones being the aggressors during this nighttime, finding kills.
Forget about the Night Stalker. The night is our time to shine. EGM galloping in onto Mind Control, gets the bash, smashing him off the map. He will, however, immediately go for the TP out. And again, the Roar slams the door. Mind Control in a crucial Game 3 decider getting picked off time and again. No help in sight for him, and he is paying.
I mean, S4 haste runes, EGM first hit bashes. Everything's coming together perfectly for Alliance here in some ways. It's actually, because they don't get that kill without that first hit bash. Beastmaster wasn't close enough for a Roar if Mind Control insta-TPs, so very unlucky stuff for the Liquid offlaner, but sometimes things go that way and he's got to just kind of remain calm and composed and look to play around his team, and that's exactly what he's going to do here at the bottom lane.
He is going to join the game. Matumbo Man looking to eat his way in here to the Sprout, but the last hit will go to Mind Control. Some sorely needed gold. He tries to turn it. S4 orbing back as he made a move on Jerax, but couldn't really threaten him. He's now going to deploy the coil. TP out coming from Jerax. Matumbo Man just breaks it, looks to turn around. Will go to work there, slashing away with the mana break and forces the puck into a defensive posture. And while that was happening, you leave that mid lane alone, and Fada will take advantage. So split push amplifies a bit here. In fact, EGM now tanking the cold snap. He jukes to the south instead of straight to the right, but he might go down to auto attacks. One more through the trees will get the job done, but EGM able to dodge away, keeps the fog of war in play, and will not end up falling here. S4 now into the pit, and they're still hunting. In fact, it's Fada who's in danger here. Well, maybe not with the Forward Spirit. Ake could also be dropping here momentarily. One or two more auto attacks will finish him off, but the heal comes through, keeps him alive for some time. Fada now going for the TP out. S4 is no coil, no way to stop it, just laughs in his face, then spits on it and TPs out to safety. Mind Control not needed there.
Some of the individual play this game from Fata, from EGM has just been phenomenal. Like EGM juking the Sunstrike, surviving on one hit. Fata there, getting the kill and then TPing away. And even that bottom lane, when they're pressuring the tier 1 tower there, they get the kill on Witch Doctor, they recognize the Puck's rotation in, and Rubik just says, I'm out of here, I'm going to TP myself home, make sure we don't take any casualties. And both teams playing some incredibly good Dota right now. EGM looking for that level 6 to give him that extra bit of kill potential now.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can keep the pressure up, as this is generally the stage of the game where heroes start to congregate and charging is not as easy. But good job there by S4 Alliance. I think they had 3 tower denies last game in a row. They start this one off with another. Loda being forced to Song here on the top lane. They are rotating in, though. Looks like Rubik's trying to get in nice and close, but Loda has beat a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Fata mid lane, not able to escape. Doesn't have that Song of the Siren get out of jail free card, so they do end up giving up a kill. Still the Rubik going deep. Does manage to drop a ward, and he has stolen the Song. Good play there by Jarex. Used the ward to get the vision, it looks like. We'll see if the Song sets up nicely here. Could be a Song into a Sunstrike, maybe.
Pretty cool spell to have. It could potentially win them a fight, or it could just do nothing at all. It's
Could lose them a fight. Yeah, we've seen that too before from Rubik's. Or Naga's, rather.
But daytime right now, so I don't know how keen Liquid will be to look to take an engagement right now. They've got an anti-mage. He's just going to win a free farm away in his safe lane. Currently on par with the Naga Siren. It's actually
they're making a move here on mid. The Beastmaster Bulldog has been called out. He meets the Forge Spirit. Sunstrike coming through. Prophet ult as well, just enough to get the kill there. Bulldog's killing spree ended. It is daytime, but they're punishing EGM. He's rotated in. The Sprout's there again. Charge on cooldown. He could be in trouble. Orb over the top is going to connect on Fata. Drops the Sands. They get the kill. EGM low, though, will end up falling. And now Mind Control with all the familiars at his side. All these extra minions to help him out. Might be able to turn it to Stole, and Song sets up onto S4. He gets lifted. Completely controlled. Silence as well. They kill him off, too. That's 3 dead, so Jarex finds his opening and steals a spell there on the way out.
Okay. Song for a puck kill.
Great stuff, and it puts Matumba Man on top.
Yeah, before that fight, Bulldog was actually topping the net worth chart, so that was probably one of the bigger kills to get on the map, and you followed up with a puck. You don't really... yeah, you're obviously concerned that Naga's free farming away, but killing the tempo controls at this stage of the game, in a lot of ways, is more important than killing the Naga, just because it kind of gives you kind of control over the pace of the game, lets you be the ones in control, get map vision up, get map control, and just use that to your advantage.
I mean, look at last game. When it really changed was when they got the next round of items on Bulldog and S4, the double Blink Daggers, the Force Staff on the Bat Rider, as well as the Necro Book. That's when Alliance started to get, and the BOTs, they got a lot more aggressive. So Liquid still looking for their first non-denied tower. We'll be pushing here on top and really applying some pressure. Doesn't look like Alliance are in any rush to defend it.
Antimate's doing a great job just avoiding that gank that was coming his way. The Witch Doctor Beastmaster, the Raw into Death Ward, would have been enough damage to bring him down. It will be an Alliance Roche, but ultimately...
slower end, but don't see Liquid really moving towards the pit.
The Anti-Mage kill would have been a much bigger claim for Alliance at this stage because of how much Alliance is going to be the key hero for Liquid this game. And they could have got Roche after an AM kill. Like, Roche was kind of an inevitability for Alliance at some point they would likely get.
Jam is going for the full charge all the way from the fountain out to mid.
2 towers for Roshan. Well, maybe not the second tower. Have to wait and see. Loda has Song. No TP, though.
Yeah, they commit the glyph here, but it looks like this tower's probably going down. Question is if they can force a fight or contest. Song is up. They could TP Song and look to engage, but already tower's dropped, and there's just so much stuff already set up there that Liquid has a lot of bonus damage, and they're not going to risk it. Meanwhile, your Nature's Prophet Mind Control has been prey all game for EGM. Looking to hunt him down once more. The angry Mad Cow.
Oh, he cancels.
Charging in, and we'll find Mind Control. There's the initial charge. Follow-up control here. They are rotating reinforcements, so it looks like Rubik's in the neighborhood. Invoker as well. They're going to lose Mind Control, but they have managed to get the counter kill on Ake. So Liquid making it a 1-for-1. That may thwart Alliance and prevent them from taking this tower. In fact, as it is now nighttime, Kuroki even wants to move in.
In defending their tower here. Puck's still without a Blink Dagger. He's got the Aegis, but
yeah, they want to
a
make
lot more
sure
limited in what he
that
can
blink.
do. Oh, Radiant Sentry actually spotted him out there, I believe.
Oh, it just...
they pinged him, though. They know.
Yeah, the timing was rather close there. I was about to say what a time for an Invis rune for S4, but they did get vision on him, so they're going to play it safe. So we will see the Atos again from Fata.
Yep.
He's committed a decently important spell, and they just don't have the follow-ups. Now he's going to have to orb back in. This is right when Liquid look to move in bottom lane. They're not going to have a key teamfight ability for a potential large-scale fight.
We saw that pre-Blink Dagger puck stage as well, so a lot harder for S4 to fight and defend these towers.
I like this positioning here. They put the Prophet up in front together with the Trance. He works in the tower. The rest of the team is behind him, but now Mind Control in a spot of trouble. Loda on the hunt. He's going to pop this on, just barely clipping him. Song down. Let's see if they defend here. This is going to be tough. Jarex really wants to steal it. Loda leaving the illusions back, and doesn't look like he's the vision. Goes for the TP out. There's the silence. The long-range net coming through. Mind Control will end up falling, but Anti-Mage free-farming the whole while. Matumba Man just got like 3 minutes out of that. Uncontested. Has the Battle Fury now at 15 minutes.
Yes. Good timing, not the best possible, but still very good timing for him to kind of just power from Loda. Make sure he uses the illusion so that Rubik cannot steal sleep from Fog. If Rubik steals sleep there, suddenly there's a counter sleep, and then TP out from Mind Control, and then no casualties on the side of Liquid.
So what's next here for each team? Like if you compare the two respective strategies, is there like a power curve that either is about to?
Teams will be looking to farm and find pickoffs where possible. It's a good time to start using smoke ganks. It's kind of like you have your one main carry farming, your AM or your Naga, while the other 4 heroes look for pickoffs, look for openings on the map. Liquid have a different approach where they're pressuring lanes using the Nature's Prophet, so they kind of force heroes to react to the Nature's Prophet, and then they fight around the Nature's Prophet. And for Alliance, it's respond to this Nature's Prophet.
S4 jumping in, but he gets counterplayed by Jarex. He is going to sacrifice his Aegis early. Fada just standing his ground. Manages to interrupt the charge there by EGM, invoking the Cold Snap at the crucial moment. This could really turn south for Alliance. Mind Control is pretty low, though, and EGM's going to dive deep on him. Hasn't finished him off, though. Is going to get healed up by the stick charges. They haven't done the job just yet, and now Ake's low. Alliance have blown their load, and they don't have much left in the tank. Matumba Man moving forward, still has 4 sounds. They get the lift off again. Jarex completely countering him in that fight. Fada netted up the long-range X's, not enough to finish the job. The Battle Fury cleaves through those illusions. Together, Liquid are finding their openings now onto Bulldog. That's 4 down, a massive swing of momentum. And they do it while popping the Aegis as well, so it's really 5 lives that they've dealt with. Song of the Siren still a minute off cooldown. And Radiance,
so
not
many
quite ready yet.
Clutch plays. Rubik with the insta-lift when puck blinks in. Fata, just godly Invoker plays there, keeping them in that.
Sidesteps the charge, invokes the Cold Snap, turns around and interrupts him after casting all his other spells elsewhere.
Oh, not to mention Matumba Man, 17 fantastic tread swaps during that fight. Absolutely game-changing. He wasn't even there.
That needs a dubstep remix, okay? This is where, you know, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen the Never Go Full Agility video, but I need that level of pulsating, drum-banging excitement to really allow me to enjoy my Dota.
I concur.
Do you want to beatbox for me?
Maybe later. I need a few more drinks before we get to that point. It's too early in the morning.
It's not an Australian thing,
We're all too sober, although it's never too early for
that might change.
For a beer.
Don't you worry. It's a long day.
Oh, yeah.
There's still plenty of time for things to go wrong.
Oh, well, for Liquid, we saw it last game. There's always time for things to go wrong. The Radiance Naga coming up, and
this game it is worth mentioning. Like they have a safer late game lineup. I'd say a little more insurance. They haven't gone more all-in-y with the item selection here. They've got the Anti-Mage and the Invoker as 2 late game carries. Prophet can transition, and I do want to point out Kuroki has been farming incredibly well this game. Aghanim's nearly complete at 18 minutes in. 2-0-3, 50 CS. This has been a very impressive Night Stalker showing. And once he gets the Aghanims, how much do you think that's going to impact the game here?
Tremendously. I think it's going to give Liquid a way to deal with the Beastmaster Hawk, negate. It's not just giving Liquid vision, but it's negating Alliance's vision. You put a gem with the Aghanim Scepter, you can easily bring down the Hawks, and Alliance are going to be playing literally in the dark for 80-90% of the rest of the game at that point.
And that was something they didn't really have last game, whereas Alliance had Batrider as well as Beastmaster. Liquid had like summons, basically. They had Forge Spirits and they had Treants, and that was pretty much it. Oh, they find S4. What a snipe out! But couldn't get in range for a lift there.
He gets a lift or mana.
That's just filthy, though. Already, Fada is heating up. Sometimes you are just one with the Sunstrike. This might be one of those games.
Fada's just like, man, you get your S4 haste runes. Like, how well do I have to play? Like, you get these haste runes, you get these bashes. Like, I'm just going to have to keep playing better, and he's continuing to do that.
I mean, Stephen Curry might have competition at this rate. We'll see. Doesn't lead to a kill, but shows you that Fada's feeling it right now. So Beastmaster Blink will come out. We saw this as well last time around for Bulldog. He likes to go for it fairly early in the game. Night Stalker.
Yeah, for Alliance, they really need to just keep creating space for Loda. He's still at that very squishy stage. He's under 1,000 HP. They want to try to find pickoffs where they can. The blinks just get better and better when you get more of them because the Beastmaster can instantly follow up the puck blink initiation with a blink of his own. But using those blinks now against an Aghanims Night Stalker, anytime it's night, Liquid likely will see you coming.
They're starting to maneuver towards the top side of the map here. 4 heroes in the neighborhood. Seems they want to keep some bodyguards in the Matumba Man vicinity. Perhaps worried Alliance will make a play on him, and wise they are to do that, as Alliance do have some additional initiation available right now. We'll see JRX farming up their neutrals. Those 4 heroes pressing deeper into Alliance territory. If it wasn't nighttime, we probably wouldn't be seeing this, but Kuroki is very confident. Now a gem picked up. So the vision game is going to be a huge just back and forth struggle here over the next 5 to 10 minutes.
I think a big reason why he kind of stopped seeing Spirit Breaker is because what Night Stalker does a very similar role, but just kind of better. He farms better. He provides you vision, not just that kind of bruiser frontliner status who can lead the way in these ganks. And you reach this stage of the game, and
the map control he gives you is way more than once the Ags is out, especially.
Yep. And Spirit Breaker, just by nature, a lot more single target, and has the superior ganks in the early game, and also he's not limited by the time of day. But like right now, you much prefer to be in Liquid shoes.
So Mind Control is changing it up. Last game we saw the early mech. It seemed like it fit the strategy of just trying to break the base early, but this time around, he has died quite a few times. He's been under a lot of pressure, but he's kept up his farm. He goes into a Maelstrom, and it will be heavy emphasis on just keeping the lanes out and trying to maintain the map control advantage. Kind of the opposite of last game, actually.
A roar and run.
Uh-oh.
A little drive-by from Bulldog.
A little charity.
He quickly realizes, this is actually not a fight we can take, and let's get the hell out.
Yeah, JRX is having a hell of a game already. Stolen Song, really quick lift to mess up the puck.
I think they want to necessarily go for Roshi. I think there's other... taking objectives, taking team fights now while you've got Raw could be very hard to deal with.
Bypass. Alliance might be walking if they come to defend this bottom tower. Could be a perfect ambush, or Alliance could just say, nah, you can have that one. And it will be the latter choice. S4 over the top. Has completed the blink. It looks like he may be forced into a Yule Scepter here. We'll see what the choice is, but already grabbing the Staff of Wizardry. Has to deal with the pesky silence.
And Liquid, like, Alliance, you guys want to be greedy and try and defend and try and take out T1 tower. We're going to force you back and go for your high ground here.
They are coming home. Nagasana of the Siren online, and as soon as they start seeing TPs, they back. Yeah. Charge is coming through. He's still going. Yeah, Dooney thinks twice. CGM gonna interrupt the charge there and back away.
Kind of just a soft commit from Liquid, recognizing that Alliance are being super greedy. Like, you lose a tier 2 tower and you're saying, oh, we don't really want to go defend that lane because there's farming objectives elsewhere on the map, but you can easily force it in Liquid shoes, but still not in a position where they can take Roshan off of it.
It feels like last game, except Liquid have itemized more for late game, have probably the better late game composition unless you get a really good Necrophos Exalt, or ideally 2 in a fight.
Yep.
How worried are you if you're Alliance?
I think, I want to say you're very worried just because of the vision aspect and what Night Stalker brings to the table that Liquid didn't have last game, but they just play so well around Naga Siren. Like, pushing and taking this game against the Loda Naga is still going to be a huge ask for Team Liquid, even though they are the ones with an advantage at this stage of the game. We do see Fata actually, something the analyst talked a bit about was going for a more tanky build. He goes straight into the Aghanim Scepter, doesn't actually complete the Rod of Atos, just going for a more stats-heavy fighting build, takes him up a bit, and just recognizing that, I mean, the Atos this game wasn't going to be as good as last game, so still synergizes well with the Forward Spirits, but that's about it.
I mean, if you had the choice, you'd rather have the completed Ags than Atos at this point. So obviously Atos is the easier build-up, but should be a more potent grab. Moving forward, Team Liquid starting to press in a little bit. They did give away an Aegis to the Naga, but at the same time, they are farming everywhere. Matumba Man keeping up and even ahead of the Naga Siren. Maybe that'll change at some point when she reaches full split push status, but by then, Liquid, their quad core maybe going to be looking to threaten high ground, go for some kills.
How do you feel about the Roshan? I feel like we saw this a lot last game where Liquid, even when they were the ones in control, like let Alliance get away with a lot of Rosh taking.
It's really hard. So Alliance have, what, the Song, the Death Ward, Coil, all around the pit. I feel like Liquid don't have their team fight yet. Anti-Mage, no BKB, no Abyssal Blade. Invoker does have the Aghanim, so he's like basically all their team fight. To me, it seems like they would want to take that fight, just maybe not yet. But here we go. S4 blinking in, dropping the coil and going to work. They net up the Tumba Man, holding him in position. He's going to Manta. He tries to turn and run away. He will blink out to safety. Kuroki working on EGM. Will finish him off just barely at that mind control. Trying to turn this fighter on the Mana Void getting dropped there. Not really enough to finish the job, though. Alliance resetting the fight and deciding to disengage. Loda popping the Son. Vada, Sunstrike. It's going to connect. It pops the Aegis. It almost kills Bulldog as well. He could look for a twofer. Matumba Man moving forward. Load up on the back foot. They'll blink in again. Has the net. Has the gem. Decides to turn on Bulldog instead. Now the illusion's going to work. Matumba's going to make some short work of those, but at the same time, the Radiance Burn, it's doing its work, and perhaps Mind Control. That was not the ideal TP. He's going to go for the TP out, but it's too late. Bulldog decapitates him with the axes on the return fire.
And then the Sunstrike not catching him as he blinks away. What? Oh, that was
good stuff.
That team fight. Loda stealing the gem as well. He snuck in there after the Night Stalker dies.
Matumba! He's very close to dying. Blinks out, but he walks straight back towards the Radiance Burn. He's so low. Loda's almost got him. He keeps the vision. He blinks away, but this means the charge is coming in faster and faster. EGM, he sees it. He can smell it. They need the lift from Jerex. They get it. Oh, that was dangerously close. Losing the Prophet there, bad. Losing the Anti-Mage, disaster. Close call.
And Liquid at this point have to be second-guessing themselves. Like, are we in the same situation as last game where we get this huge early lead and like somehow Alliance just pull it back? Loda coming up big, stealing the gem, getting away, getting an extra kill or two, almost taking out the Anti-Mage as well with him.
It felt like Liquid, if they just played their cards right, were in total control of the game prior to that fight. But now with the Aegis, with the kills, with the gold swing, Alliance are again threatening to do the same thing as the last time around. One more good fight. They might be the ones who are in the driver's seat.
It's that similar kind of 8K gold lead we're seeing Liquid in, and whether or not they'll maintain it, we'll have to wait and see. They've got the AM who can definitely continue to farm much faster than the Necrophos of last game from Matumba Man, but will still prove to be
He hasn't really gone for like the fight right now items. You know, he picks up the Vlads. It seems like he wants to split push a bit more, and it's feeling like with the Aegis still up on, or having been up there, that Alliance are going to be able to keep the pressure out. So they move down the mid lane. They've got the Son ready. Teammate just split pushing here rather quickly. He's driven the lane all the way to the Dire base. They have forfeited tower, but it's only a tier 1. We're 27 minutes in now.
And it's not something he can really like take risks with, the split push, because there's a Beastmaster and Spirit Breaker. They can always just charge him from afar, and that just provides vision. You think you can blink away to the trees to hide? Nope, they still see you, and it plays into that Beastmaster initiation. So it's not going to be an easy game for Anti-Mage just to say, okay, you guys are 3, 4, 5-man pushing down the lane, I'm going to counter push. Every time Matumba Man does that, he has to be very cautious.
Well, that's where you ideally want Kuroki kind of backing him up. Yeah. Speaking of which, silence here on the EGM. Void follows it up, tries to get away. Sunstrike coming through, though. It's again a direct hit. Fada on point. And will help secure that.
I think the biggest outcome of that last fight, which I think ultimately was a even-ish, maybe slightly Alliance favored, was the fact Alliance take Liquid's gem. Like, with Night Stalker not having a gem and it being not just the gold swing's one thing, but then it being on cooldown for the next 6 or 7 minutes.
Oh, Bulldog, he really wanted that tree, and he may live to regret it. That's some serious hate for the Nature's Prophet, and it cost him his life. It also cost him a stolen Hawk here. We'll see how much of a difference that makes. Fada coming through, the Tornado crashing on top of the Alliance backlines. Loda runs through the middle of them. The Mana Void finishes him off. He doesn't get off the Son. A disastrous S4 have fallen, and all of a sudden S4 could make it the 5th, and they're doing it with the Prophet in the top lane, ratting it out. S4 desperately juking through the trees, but even if he makes it home, he's up against it to hold off the push on his own. Already done a lot of work. Mind Control died, so Fada will lay the Tombstone out there. Now the Ice Wall. EGM trying to go under cover of Invis. Can they finish him off in time? It looks like they will be able to bring him down. Doesn't make it out the Sentry. Or I guess they got the gem back, yeah. Matumba Man now, the man who's carrying it. That half second for the final swipe of the Anti-Mage's blades to finish him. Close call there, and a disastrous end result for Alliance, who find themselves once again forced into a more defensive posture. Liquid also got some really good aggressive wards up on the back of that sequence of events. You can see one up around the hill area. One down towards the mid lane, which actually I think scouted this charge that's coming from the Spirit Breaker mid, but he's not going to commit to anything. EGM, it's that stage of the game really where how much can a Spirit Breaker bring to your team? Doesn't yet have something like a BKB where he can just confidently charge in, and if they have vision of the initial charge, then he can be a non-factor.
Again, a lot of it kind of goes back to the alliance system. For the most part, they play that kind of two support role where they're playing these two hard supports.
He's playing the game of peekaboo, but Fada has found him out. Mind control here as well. Dropping the ice wall. S4 able to blink away. He orbs out again. He's going to spend his gold. Even if he goes down, they got off the silence though. He can't complete the job. The Sunstrike again, slamming the door. Liquid racking up the kills. That's 70 seconds with no puck.
That's kind of the Night Stalker factor. You're getting so much more of a Night Stalker. He's just more farm. Even if Night Stalker and even Spirit Breaker had the same farm as Night Stalker, the Night Stalker's the vision advantage is what's going to win you this game. And Bulldog unable to kind of rely on the Hawks as much when Night Stalker's constantly able to find them using a gem. And
you know, Gods, it's an interesting storyline because you go back, I don't know, 4 months ago when the invites, the direct invites to the Shanghai Major were announced, and there were a lot of people wondering, would Liquid and Alliance get invited? Would one of them get invited? Would none? At the time, Liquid had slightly more proven results. Alliance had just brought back their new roster. They had the one good showing at WCA. They got the invite. They then proved that they were certainly deserving as they went on to win Starladder, and Liquid we're slipping a bit, but now we're in a position where Liquid, if they can just close out this game, it might, I don't know if it'll re-spark the debate, because that's all, you know, water under the bridge at this point, but it certainly is an interesting look back at the whole situation.
I think more than anything for Liquid, it's vengeance for Starladder, and just a great point where they've proven that they can do land in a kind of comfortable environment. But doing it in front of a huge crowd at a live event is just a whole nother ballpark, and that's what they're showing here.
And now they're doing it on enemy turf, you might say, or at least not home turf, as they are. Their kids and their families. I'll really watch Toby's tutorials here. But we're not there yet. Liquid's still trying to close out Game 3.
When he reaches his kind of just maximize...
The point where Liquid can just run into the pit and fight, what do they need to actually take a Roche? Because last time, they didn't even try to contest. So it seemed either they had no idea or perhaps equally likely they just didn't feel like they could.
I think it's one of two things, or maybe a combination of two, which is they can kind of keep track of Alliance and try and take it when they're off the map, because they do kill it very quickly with the Invoker Anti-Mage. Or alternatively, they find a pick-off. They went for a Hex, so.
Tumba Man, confident blink forward, then he's going to tank the Roar. That's a lot of damage. Death Ward committed as well. He's got the blink out. Tornado coming through. Connects on a couple. Looks like the coil did break as he blinked away, but not sure they're going to be able to finish him off. Retreating in the end. The Anti-Mage will survive. Barely at that, though, and S4 starts to move out. They now have a Lotus Orb. They got the charge off of Matumba Man. Ended up almost costing Alliance at this time. That blink, well, that one actually does. Bulldog trying to TP out. Will make it home in time. That's the Anti-Mage BKB now complete along with Alacrity. As they look to kill with the Necro Book, they will despawn, but Liquid, what do you know? Roshan's up, and they are looking to take it. So I guess we have our answer. This is how Liquid gets the Rosh.
And that was everything outside of Spirit Breaker. If Spirit Breaker gets a charged Nether Strike, they can kill the Anti-Mage, but the fact you need all 5 heroes worth of disables and damage to kill an Anti-Mage speaks to all the problems that Alliance are currently dealing with. They don't have an answer to this Anti-Mage. When he starts pushing the high ground with BKB...
Falls Lotus, grabs the Aegis, the Cheez-Its, have lost a lot here. Gems hitting the floor. EGM tries to scoop that up. Nobody is safe from Fada. Adrian is not pleased. Well, maybe he lives here. Charges away to the north. It really backfire for EGM. He gets Hexman charge. Then they sprout him up. Sunstrike there, and EGM will in the end not keep. Oh, the wild and crazy adventures of EGM. Enter grave mode. It's going to isolate Bulldog. Smacking down the tier 4 towers. Very low. Pops out of his treat. Alliance, I don't think they have detection. 1,000+ experience in Rising. They are on their last magic damage, really.
I mean, they have to deal with, but it's tanky heroes that actually break your base on the Liquid side that can't be dealt with. So
yeah, you mentioned, we kind of saw their lack of damage on towers aside from the Shaman Wards, but they have it now. They have a more right-click style Prophet. He's also just farther ahead at this point. Even the Night Stalker, it's reasonably hard. Your Exort Invoker is gigantic, and of course Anti.
Naga Siren kind of looking to peak in maybe 5-10 minutes, so Liquid want to keep the pressure on Alliance right now, knowing that also a lot of these buybacks are on cooldown as well.
Let's see how confident they are to move in for a second lane. One melee racks down, one lane exposed, and mid lane still to be exploded.
And Alliance can't even get vision up anymore. You've got Night Stalker just constantly dewarding everything, and it's going to be a game with Alliance just stuck in their own base, can't even get Hawks out on the map at this point. The only thing that could leave the base is these Naga illusions, which are doing a great job keeping lanes pushed out, pressured, preventing any additional liquid push from coming their way, but things only get more and more challenging as liquid continue to accumulate more items.
It seems the time might be now. Liquid grouping up as 5.
Metaman's so confident. He's like, I'm just going to buy my Abyssal Blade. I don't need buyback. And he doesn't. There's no way he can really go down in these fights.
Listen, I know you have a lot of money here on Alliance, but there's no need to jinx them like that. Liquid definitely in a commanding position at this point, though. There's the Abyssal, like you said. Not going to worry about saving for buyback here.
I like the kind of deviation from Lotus build, not going for the heart again. They need damage, they need right-click damage, so he's going to go into the Butterfly, and also an item that is difficult for Anti-Mage to deal with.
Butterfly and Radiant,
limited.
So he may have to swap something out for an MKB, or he's really going to struggle with the illusions.
The Prophet, I guess, can be the one to deal more with the Naga.
They're hunting Kuroki here, but he's going to throw out the Lotus Orb and try and prevent this initiation. They get the Tornado. Thana arrives, drops the Deafening Blast. There's the Ice Walls. Oh, Alliance getting trapped, caught out. They've overcommitted. They need to scramble the submission. Blinking forward onto Ake. Finishes him 2. That's going to be 3. And they're not done yet. This forces out a Naga buyback. Elsewhere in the river, S4, well, he'll settle for a bounty rune, but it's small consolation as Liquid dial in and close in on this Game 3 victory. S4 could be the next man caught out here. He blinks and, well, actually, phase shifts, tries to get away. Now heading to the left here. Blink Dagger ready. He's going to jump out to the north. They are spending a lot of time hunting him. Mind Control is the Hex ready. He is going to get slightly juked there. Lets the Prophet fly, but meanwhile, the rest of the team is pushing through. They get the Hex off Sprout there to break the Lincolns, and now they go to work. Phase shift, even if they kill him though. Mid lane, more importantly, they are taking racks in the meantime with their anti-mage, so it's all really stalling tactics here. EGM caught out. Exposed racks, he's gonna get the melee. Liquid are close. They have taken the melee way out, and a very angry anti-mage standing in their path. He's gonna have that next item soon if he wants the moon shards. Maybe he goes back for the MKB, but he is getting absolutely out of control.
We're not seeing the Naga Siren as a threat right now. It's like, what's the ripping to the table? And one of the things that's just so undervalued is having an instant disable like telekinesis. It's become less valuable since the Lincolns was picked up, but they've got so many ways to break it now. The Scythe of Vice from the Nature's Prophet, another instant disable, which is just crushing S4. So many times when he blinks in, he's just getting instantly taken out of the fight.
And now Fada can always be at his anti-mage's side, or the Nature's Prophet for that matter. He's got the BOT level 2, just wants to keep the cheese in the inventory. As they are moving on to Admiral Bulldog. Stolen charge. Not sure that's actually going to be followed through on.
Bit too deep.
But it seems cute.
Probably next Roshan for Liquid is going to be go time. It's also daytime again, so they're going to have to wait a little bit longer for nighttime to return.
Tomavan is saving for the buyback now. Doesn't want to force anything until he has it, or at least until he has the Aegis in his team's hands.
And item progression outside of Naga has just completely fallen off. Beastmaster's had this Perseverance, probably trying to work on a refresher for some time. The Spirit Breaker's been seeing around that 5-6k net worth mark for a long time. Bought this Shadow Blade ages ago and hasn't gotten anything since. And it's just Naga who's getting item pickups and is right now concerned about the state of the game. Hasn't even been able to buy that Butterfly. Even just buying items like from the secret shop is a challenge because of the map control Liquid have. They can punish any attempts to try and access that shop.
Yeah, and in fact, Nature's Prophet, as it turns out, had the other secret shop, so really nowhere is safe right now. Mjolnir now completed. Mind Control catching up and then keeping up in terms of the farm here. 43 minutes in. 2 melee racks down, 4 total to go. That's all that stands between Team Liquid and the Alliance Mega Creeps at this point. DOTA slowly sending out volleys here of illusions. Chipping away at the creep waves, but at the same time Fada working on them himself. Let's see where Liquid look to strike next. It definitely seems at this point like they just want to play it super safe and wait for either pick or the Roshan. In top lane, they see the potential pick opportunity. Coil was deployed here on Jarex as he rotated through, but they are also chasing that Spirit Breaker way back into the base, and in fact, no, they descend on the range rack, so that's going to get ganked. And the Alliance aren't able to move it, so it looks like they'll lose it. Range rack's down. That's 3. At some point, Alliance have to make their stand. They can't wait forever. The Tumba Man jumping in. He's going to go to work, just destroys the puck, turns back for Loda, who isn't able to get off the Psalm, has no. They're on the verge of taking this melee Rex down. Ranged is going to drop, and the Swedes are down to the lower bracket. Liquid have done it. They've done it in style. They have all the potential in the world.
This is like the best we've seen Liquid play. They are looking like a team that can make a big run in this tournament, LD, and definitely excited to see more.
And see where they're headed from here. EHOME is waiting, potentially in the lower bracket, if they win their match today.
Phenomenal series to open up the Shanghai Major here. It goes all 3 games through those scary best of ones. But as LD said, people were skeptic a bit about how the LAN performance was going to be from Liquid. Well, they are off to a hot start now. I'm coming back to the panel now. We will be soon cut to an interview with the winner. So until that point, I welcome back winner Draskell, Merlini, and Cinder. And of course, as the players do shake hands, Winters, I do ask you, what is your opinion on the opening start of the match? It did feel like almost a run back of what we saw in game number 2, but this time it was Liquid who were able to clinch the win.
I mean, they played more late game this time, and the Night Stalker pick definitely limiting a lot of the Beastmaster's hawk vision when it reaches to the late game and mid game part, which was definitely a good change of pace for their draft. You know, I think it was really important that they have a hero that controls vision, because all 3 games Alliance have picked Beastmaster, so they obviously
took control and made a lot of plays himself twice. They tried for a kill mid with the, I think, Spirit Breaker at one point, and
Prophet came in. Prophet came in as well.
Yeah, Prophet came in and countered it, you're right.
Yeah. I think their lineup kind of suffered, though, a little bit during the late game, because it's like a typical 4 protect 1, right? Like, you're all going in draft.
Yeah, that's why we suggested maybe they put the Beastmaster in a different role, because if Loda is kind of countered by the Anti-Mage, how are they going to actually win the game? Like, Anti-Mage was almost always ahead in farm. They could contest Roshan very easily. None of the other heroes could really deal with them. And then, on top of that, they had to deal with a farmed Invoker and a farmed Nature's Prophet. But the Night Stalker pick was really good at limiting S4's damage, too. We've seen his puck get out of control numerous occasions. Like, he can't really see what's going on. He has to wait for the silence. Then he has to wait for a Yules. By that time, like, so much damage has already been done. Then he has his Ags, and he can't make any flashy plays.
Speaking of S4, I actually think to me, the key moment in the game where I think Alliance could have definitely done something different to try to put themselves in a better position was the Roshan steal that Loda went for with the Naga. They had buyback on puck the entire time. And I think S4 wanted to try to hold on to his buyback so that he could get his Lincolns, but they have to identify that's the game-deciding moment right there. They get the Aegis steal, but they have no escape plan. They have to use Song to get it, then they get in and pick it up, and then they can't get out. So yes, you steal the Roche, but you lose the fight 4-0, and Liquid just forced, I think, 2 additional buybacks after that.
Yep.
That's where they really sealed the deal. And with a buyback from puck, they can even steal the Aegis and maybe win the fight after, and then all of a sudden they're in a really good position. So it's a little bit in contrast to what Alliance have done in previous games when they're on Dire, where they will really emphasize that Roche and really protect it. This time, I think they chose a little bit too much of a greedy approach to it.
So what does it say for Liquid? I mean, it's a huge boost for them. I'm sure they're going to be more than confident than ever, but what about the other teams that are going to be watching this series and what they want to be taking away from Liquid now? I mean, is this just Liquid slowly evolving their game a bit, or is it Liquid being able to perform like their execution better than we've seen before? I don't know if that seems to make sense, but you know what I mean?
They definitely executed well. And the other thing, too, is if your other team is you're not really getting much information out of this particular game because they're picking the same stuff. Like, there's not really anything that was too crazy in any of the games that we saw here. So.
获得了第一组胜利啊，对抗了我们 Alliance 战队的 Liquid 战队的获胜代表。先给我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
你好。
非常标准的中文呢。想问一下，因为大家也听说 Alliance 战队之前呢也是表现非常的好，但是没有想到今天 Liquid 的战队表现更加好，也是取得了胜利，所以想问问大家，是不是在赛前做过什么特殊的准备？
Many would agree that before coming into the tournament, Alliance performed very well, but you played even better and you won. Have you done any preparation against Alliance?
Yesterday, we were preparing strategies pretty much the whole day. So, like, we made draft practice for like 8 hours. That was our main preparation, besides figuring out how they move. But since Alliance is a team that I'm very experienced playing against them, since I played against them with Navi 2 years ago, and they're the same 5 players, so I was kind of confident going against them.
昨天几乎一整天，我们都在做准备，然后练习了大概8个小时的 BP。但是 Alliance 这队伍，我们是非常有经验的，跟他对战。2年前我在 Navi 的时候，他们也是这个阵容，然后我们也经常对战他们。
好，那我相信大家肯定也看到，刚刚的比赛当中，在第2局的时候还是取得了一点失利啊，没有连扳2盘，所以想问到后来在第3盘的时候，心态上有做什么样的一个调整吗
？After Game 2, how did you adjust yourselves going into Game 3?
I think like Game 2 went pretty good for us in the beginning, and I've kind of agreed with myself that we just choked because my team is still new and we're nervous. When we go onto stage, I feel how nervous my teammates get because the game was going well for us and then we just gave it away. And Alliance is really good at protecting their base, so we just went with a fresh mentality into Game 3.
在第2盘，我们前期其实是打得非常好的，但是我们只是失手了一下。我能感觉到我的队友在舞台上非常紧张，然后第3盘我们就调整了一下。
好，那我想让Crocky 自己评价一下哈，在刚刚这一局比赛当中，也就是取得关键性胜利的这一局当中，自己表现怎么样？又或者让他另外再评判一下，他觉得这一次的胜利。 队员中哪一位表现最优
？All right, so
2个问题
in this series, how would you evaluate your own performance, and who do you think on your team played the best?
Our performance? Your performance. Oh, my personal? I don't know. 5 out of 10 maybe. Drafting was maybe 8 out of 10. What was the other question?
Who do you think on your team played the best?
It's like a team effort, right? It's hard to say. I think Fada and Jarix, both of them played especially well in the first game. So maybe both of them.
What was 8 out of 10?
Drafting.
对于自己的评价，满分10分的话，我给自己5分，给 BP 8分。 在第1盘当中，我觉得 Jirax 还有 Fata 打得非常好，但是这是一个团队的游戏。
我觉得回答得非常的好，给自己的分数不算非常的高，给队友却给了非常高的分数。不管怎么样，第1局我们获得了胜利，也希望你们在接下来比赛当中可以越战越勇，然后一直保持这样的战绩，好吗？谢谢接受我们的采访。好，接下来让我们把画面交还给分析台。
Croaky, so modest. 5 out of 10 for himself, but I'm sure the team has got to be feeling very, very good after that successful performance against Alliance. And for Alliance fans, a bit nervous now that they have to head down to the trenches of best of ones. What we're going to do is we're going to wrap things up and we're going to have a change of panel. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience and making it through our very first series here at the Shanghai Major. But we will be cutting to a break, but when we return, it's going to be our next best of 3 in the upper bracket. MVP Phoenix will be taking on LGD Gaming. We'll see you back then for more Dota action.
好的，那么主场作战确实观众们非常的热情啊，全场的话是不停的爆喊出这个 ROTK。对，
刚才我吃饭的时候听到他们说了，就说前期1塔特别重要，然后 MVP 是一个拿1塔非常擅长的队伍，然后他们就分别报了一下自己的这个情况，然后 TK 说。
这么一个波，是这边还要追，这边小狗有危险啊！
不要遛狗了。
对，小狗被遛了。EHOME 已经击了，打不了。
哎，先知居然逃了，接着赶过来一个斩，飞机有危险。恭喜 MVP 2比0拿下，首先进入了胜者组。
特级锦标赛小组赛 C 组，由老干爹战队对着Newbee战队。
反打的太
站不住了，来了，杀一个！人马接塔后3塔前，蛇王和小鹿为自己过于凶悍的打法付出了代价。
是的，开掉一个主兵营。我们看一下，火猫没拿到，神剑来了，剑丢了，丢！要管神剑吗？捡起来，丢了个场，我们看一下，水人捡了个场。GG， 大飞球！
恭喜老干爹战队2比1战胜了 Newbee。
大渊开大强秒，推一手，但还是死了，100秒。再找中，这边是Newbee2路高地，塔被点掉，点很残。
但是
一个举节喷水跳走，先秒了这边的沙王。
上生死，转过来想要杀。
毛毛牙出了一个转，漂亮，不掉血，但是被剑圣跟了一个无敌斩，还是击杀了。
小鱼人过来就收残血，就是没死，团灭啊，打出GG。那这样子的话是恭喜老干爹是进入到了。
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're getting ready to dive into more Shanghai Major action. We have just finished our first best of 3, and we're getting ready to dive into some more. It's MVP versus LGD. I said there was going to be a panel switch up, but unfortunately the bad news is that we have the same troopers here. Back it again. I couldn't have asked for a better panel myself. So, gentlemen, matchup for them. So they got a really good draw. Would you agree with that? I mean, MVP, as we know, is the team that's been the biggest surprise in the group stage run, and LGD were able to make it into the upper bracket, the only Chinese team to do so. What do you think? What's your initial impressions, Winter, about this matchup?
I think the MVP screams a lot. From what I hear, they scream a lot with the...
Is your mic on there, sir? I just want to make sure we can all hear your beautiful voice right there. There you go. Give it another go. This was your fault, by the way, not theirs.
My bad. That was my bad.
No worries.
I mean, I think that among the Korean teams, they all play in the Chinese server a lot, and they do scrim with the Chinese teams. So I guess what people think that it's much better for them to get a draw against the Chinese teams because they understand them better.
Yeah.
At the same time, even if they get a draw with probably some of the other... What is the other 2 teams that they might get a draw? Fnatic?
It would be either Fnatic.
They understand them the best. But at the same time, even if they got a draw against Fnatic, they...
What do you think, Ben? An interesting stat that Scant helped me look over. The more interesting thing is when you break it down and you look at ancient farming and lane farming and jungle farming, they're actually not near the top at all. So this says to us that they're finding all their farm by making kills and getting hero kills like that. So this is a team that's going to be all aggression. Is that going to be a problem for LGD?
Relying on Sylar and maybe to carry them when their supports don't actually, pull through. And I've been very impressed by Newbee.
Maybe they had a sick day. Who knows?
Their longest game was actually 30 minutes.
Yeah, and that one was not even close either. It seemed like there was maybe a chance for the other team to come back, but it wasn't big. But I agree. LGD is a team that are really good at defending high ground. I have a feeling that
how great things are going to be going for MVP and how their style clashing with LGD might not work out to LGD's favor, but we got to think about some of the pros for LGD. What are they able to do? When I think of LGD, I think of tradition, discipline, Sylar to fall. Maybe not the last one so much, but what early aggressive pressure of MVP there, Draskell?
I mean, I think that you just kind of have to stick to the team fight. I think sometimes it's okay to lose your lanes that are the same. So maybe pick yourself a team that doesn't necessitate, okay, if we don't win the lanes, we just automatically lose. Because they've shown, like MVP, they have CDEC style of aggression going back to TI5. They want to take your safe lane, they want to take mid, they want to control your jungle, and they just want to brute force it. So I think having heroes like Tidehunter, for example, we saw them play it a few times during the group stage. Anything that can slow the tempo of the game, I think would benefit LGD.
Sure. More so than before.
I would say it's because the other disruptive offlaners are the teams that have Beastmaster play better because they have more intel to go by. They get caught out less, they make better decisions, they make better aggressive plays themselves. On the other hand, if the enemy team tries to go for the same, you always have something you can rely on.
But why not like Night Stalker? Why is Night Stalker far more popular than he used to be?
He's not nearly as strong in the offlane as Beastmaster is. That's the main weakness of the hero. He is fairly innately tanky, but he's very limited in how he can manipulate the lane. Like Beastmaster can do way more.
Iron Talon.
You can Iron Talon.
They like to pick cores who can fight very early, like reminiscent of earlier patches, instead of going for things that necessarily control tempo. We have heroes that can fight on a consistent basis. Bubu's Earth Spirit, right? And they just die necessarily on big cooldowns. They can just fight nonstop.
So we talked a lot about how MVP, they were 4-0. We talked a lot about their victories, how they're so successful, but they consistently lose out to Fnatic in qualifiers. They lost to TNC, I think, in the BTS series. How do they usually lose? What's their weakness? How do all these teams consistently beat them?
Because they make mistakes. Like online events, I think the MVP don't really play so well. It's always when it comes to a big event that matters a lot to them, and they will actually show up. And the other thing is also because it's a bit laggy, because they play from Korea. I believe it's 150 ping if you're from Korea.
That's pretty
bad.
But it's kind of bad if the enemy team is 50.
True.
Especially with the way they
better ping on that server compared to Southeast Asia, even though they are considered Southeast Asia team.
There's another hero. I'm not.
They like to kill and they like to trade in the early game. So if you have Bounty Hunter or they have Bounty Hunter, it would be really good for them. So it could also be a really key hero because it's like a replacement hero for Earth Spirit.
Have they had them together even? And I'm trying to remember if they had them together.
I know it's not a huge sample size based on their very swift group stage run. Didn't even have to use one buyback, and no game was
that they already played against, like EHOME and Secret, that it's entirely possible that they could just steamroll just as hard. However, after that showing in the group stage, you could also argue that teams might be researching it quite a bit, so
that's true.
We'll see.
All right. Sounds like we do have a draft ready to go, so we'll go ahead and hop into that right now, and we'll see who's going to be coming out on top. It's LGD versus MVP. See if their magical Cinderella story will continue here, or if LGD will continue their tradition and, well, nip it in the bud.
Archon is still a very fast-paced hero, and I wouldn't consider Tide and Disruptor that fast-paced because they are heroes that play on cooldowns, you need to get your levels, and you're not that great in helping roaming to help the other lanes as a Disruptor. You want to stay in your lane. And
Why Disruptor first phase? Isn't that unusual?
Yeah, it's unusual. It's not a support that deals with Prophet very well, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like a Witch Doctor, so you might get bullied, but
a little bit for the early lane because Enchantress is banned. LGD, I don't know if they ran Chen in the group stage. I don't think they did.
Enchantress, I remember one
Ench
game.
they did, yeah, for sure, but I don't think they ran Chen.
They ran still a really good pick for MVP to help the
that they can enforce this 5-man play speed, whatever the game really needs for them to get to play on their terms. They're also dire. It's good for taking Roche.
Do you think they might actually go for Shaman just because they're LGD instead of Chen?
I think going Shaman is really scary because then that's a way weaker lane support.
For LGD as well?
Yeah, for LGD.
They could do that.
I would like it a little bit more.
MVP, it's been a very hot grab for them in recent games here.
Is this the first game that I've ever played Chen? Like, even for previous events, I've never seen them pick Chen at all.
It's a wonderful question.
I'm pretty sure that they have very rarely run any jungling heroes for this team. Or not even at all. They mostly play like 2 lane supports most of the time, as I remember. So this will be a first for LGD. And like Cinderella mentioned, that they'll have a lot of team fight. They can get Roshan, objectives, towers very easily with their first 3 picks. The Tide and the Chen, very strong.
And I mean, I don't know if it's already been mentioned, but it goes along with having that extra sustain, lets you fight into round 2, round 3. They already have great high ground defense, and for a team like the heavy aggression of MVP.
MVP needs like a lot of deep push if they want to go for more late game style where they are going to split up the map, try to... Because against Chen, typically you want to run him around the map. You don't want to fight him like head on because it's very difficult, especially when they have Tide as well.
Well, Witch Doctor will be the 3rd grab here for MVP. Typically pretty nice to have against your Chen, able to get the free coconut bounce across the creeps, adds the extra sustain power to his team, and overall has become a very valuable support pick for most of the teams here.
10 seconds remaining.
Man, it's just very clear that LGD just wants to go 5-man, and MVP is going to try and maybe pick good lanes and try to have some deep push and try to move around the map and be much more efficient at farming the whole place. It's like a very different way of both teams playing the game, like the way they approach the game. They still need a mid hero and a carry that actually plays to that, plays to the pushing type of playstyle right now.
And by the way, if you were still curious, people watching in here at the panel, this is not LGD.
In-game, do you hear?
Another wonderful question that I'm sure I will receive an answer for.
Well, they haven't played it in Shanghai.
Huh?
They haven't played it here.
Yeah, no, not
they have
in
not
Shanghai.
played it here, though. It's true. So, unless in scrim play, this is something that they might have to dust off.
I wonder if they're thinking about something. Oh, I was thinking Juggernaut could have...
They could still go for that. I mean, right now it's...
Razor makes sense, though, for mid.
Yeah, it's just picking a good matchup, 1v1 matchup against OD. You have some way of actually handling him in the laning phase so you don't actually get crushed. Because if you're running a push strat, you don't want to lose your lanes badly. Then it will affect your push timing. So it's important to get decent laning phase as well.
It's kind of crazy to think about, but Invoker is actually still in the pool.
I think Quaswax Invoker would be nice for MVP if they want to stop the push against Tide, against the
and put OD safely?
Yeah.
How does Invoker do against Razor in lane?
If it's Quaswax, I think that Razor is actually okay.
Yeah,
Like,
Razor
Tide
should
is
be fine
fine.
against that. I mean, Invoker should also be fine. Do you think it's a 50-50 matchup? Quaswax Invoker versus Razor?
Maybe slightly Razor favored, but not much.
I actually think it might be very Razor favored when it's Quaswax. If he starts on his hill, Invoker can't really do anything.
That's true. As soon as you get levels,
and Chen can help it, yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
it's not
it's actually not quite good.
You have to remember that Phoenix also run OD in the safe lane, or safe lane and then do some aggro stuff sometimes, or double roam. So it doesn't have to be mid for OD, especially if they think OB versus Razor.
Potential 4th pick to come out here for MVP. Still need to get that secondary support underway, especially maybe some deep push, but they will opt for the Ember Spirit grab here, a QO special for MVP.
They actually drafted that into Disruptor. It's one of the better counter picks, but the 3 other heroes don't do that much to Ember. Tide is annoying in lane, but that's pretty much it. Assuming it's even safe lane Ember.
It might actually be a mid Ember. I'm not sure. Because Tide, if you lane against OD, you basically can't get anything at all if you're off lane Tide against OD. But regardless, it seems like it's still a very greedy pick. Like they don't really have a lot of deep push against the Chen. So if they don't get a good laning phase, they might have a hard time defending all their towers. The only deep push they have right now is the Furion ultimate, which is not great for them. They need more of those.
I think this pressures LGD a lot though. Like their lineup has to end the game. If Ember and OD go like even a little bit late game, and OD gets BKB, the rest of LGD's lineup falls off so hard. Like they're almost all magic damage right now.
I mean, at this stage, no matter what last pick LGD goes for, they're still going to have a lot of pressure to do very well in the early game because the tricore of MVP is Prophet, OD, and Ember. They all scale very well into the late game. They are really good in the laning phase. So regardless of what they go for, the game plan is pretty much set for LGD. They have to go 5-man. They need to push down towers. They need to control map. Objective-based gaming is their prime, you know.
So do you go for an ultra hard carry, or do you just go like a Lycan or something like that?
Lycan TB. Yeah, Lycan, TB. Anything that pushes would be nice with their lineup.
Because LGD have run Lycan since the beginning of time, pretty much. So.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you think this is a good Lycan game?
Well, I mean, it's good for the lineup.
Yeah, it's good for the lineup.
It's good for, but not against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reserve time.
Final ban from LGD, by the way, was that Winter Wyvern offered great deep push for MVP and some extra sustain, but
you could also go full Liquid and just pick AM or like Spectre or something.
But AM is not good versus OD though. That's the
They're
thing.
good against each other.
That's the
right?
Juggernaut.
I mean,
it's like if you get Manta, you jump OD, you could Mana Void. But yeah, if he hexes you, you're pretty much just a goner.
And you don't usually lose all your mana in a team fight as OD. Unless you're extremely unlucky.
I still wouldn't be surprised if they ran Morphling too.
Morph?
Just because it's LGD.
Is it Morph also bad against
Yeah,
like
Morphling
OD?
is also bad versus
I feel like
OD.
their carry has to have some sort of control, else they're 100% relying control-wise on Ravage and the Disruptor.
But if they go Lycan, they can Roche so easily. Oh, it is Morph. Wow. Okay.
This is so greedy.
Oh no. Don't know about that, but it's still okay if they want to push, because Morphling, you know how Morphling fits into a push strat is you can always take care of the other lanes with Replicate, so you make sure the lanes are pushed out, so the whole team can find a better timing to actually run down the lane, and you just have a better momentum in the game. So in case the enemy is like pushing with Prophet, you can defend with Morphling and Replicate to the lane where your team is pushing.
It's really good with Chen too.
10 seconds remaining.
Is it time for the first AA pick of the tournament? Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, A is actually really good versus their heroes.
No.
Lion.
Okay.
Lion
it was not
grab.
time.
It was not time.
For extra control, going to be coming out for MVP. This will conclude our draft. And gentlemen, now that we see the 5-on-5 spread, I start in the end. Cinderin, is it going to be LGD on the back of their Sylar Morphling and the Chen we have not seen from this roster in this patch, or will it be MVP with precious QOM?
But I think they took it too much in a greedy, passive direction with the last two heroes, so I'm worried for LGD that they're just going to get pressured way too hard in the first 15 minutes MVP style. So I'm going with MVP.
Draskell, do you agree with this?
Are we doing the coach, assistant coach thing again? Because if so, I agree with coach. Definitely MVP.
All right. Sounds like we got that team set over there. How about you, Ben?
In Sylar, we trust.
In Sylar, we trust. Oh, so maybe the MVP fire will be extinguished. What about for you, sir? Mr. Winter?
I actually think this time MVP would actually be steamrolling them in the early game, because like what Cinderin mentioned, what they chose for as their last two picks were a little too greedy, and it's going to be really hard for them in the early game.
We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. Game one is set for our second best of three for the Shanghai Major. We'll hand it over to our casters now. It's everyone's favorite casting duo. It's Blitz and Cap. Gentlemen, enjoy MVP versus LGD.
Thank you, Dakota. We most certainly will, as this is one of the most interesting matchups you're going to be seeing in the upper brackets. A full storyline here, as LGD have quite the legacy that they're going to be upholding throughout this time, and MVP, well, they're the kind of younger upstarts who are trying to be able to prove themselves in a big tournament like this.
Yeah, for sure. You've got players like Kyo, who's got a lot to prove. He opted not to go to school and continue to play Dota against the wishes, I think, of his family. But they weren't able to make it to the last major in Frankfurt, but they were able to make it to this one, so I know they want to make a big splash. And in general, I think they have a lot to prove. They had the top 8 run that they made at TI, and they want to show that it wasn't just a fluke.
Absolutely, especially since they lost March, and
That was obviously a big part of them being able to have such a great run at TI. Of course, LGD, since we've seen many of the Chinese teams have been faring a bit poor here, a lot of this comes back to their performance and seeing how well they're going to be able to adapt. We are going to have an early fight here as MVP. This is going to be really interesting. The casket is bouncing around quite a lot in the background. They're going to try and go for maybe first, but he is one of those tankier heroes. MVP not fully committing to anything here, just zoning back LGD. They managed to pick up their bounty rune, and they'll call it a day. Both bounty runes going to MVP.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a mid-Ember and a safe lane OD. And I was telling you and Shiver before the game, at first I thought it was going to be very farm-heavy from MVP. But that's only if you decide to put the Ember mid, or the Ember safe lane. If you put the Ember safe lane, then you kind of represent that you're going to go later on into the game. And if you go for the Ember mid, then you have a bit more of tempo control, and you can kind of push your advantages a little bit further with the OD.
I really did feel that that was going to be their plan as well, especially with the way that LGD are thinking about the way that they set up so much early team fight. I thought that was a good way to kind of stem the early aggression that we saw from MVP in the group stage. You know, they would just run at you, and they would play so crisp and clean that it was hard to be able to maintain control of the game. I felt like heroes like, I wasn't sure about the Disruptor, but definitely the Tidehunter and Chen were good heroes to be able to kind of stem that aggression. But it seemed like MVP Phoenix, perhaps in their first 4, were going, all right, that's fine. We'll actually switch things up on you. Go late game. But we can see with the Morphling pickup, maybe things have changed around a little bit, and putting that Ember Spirit mid will mean we have a good tempo controlling hero for QO to try and start this game out right for MVP.
I think the one thing that's a pretty big characteristic about MVP is that they don't really care about the cooldowns that they fight around. And that's something that LGD have to, as Tidehunter can do with the Ravages that you have available. And LGD, they're going to have to use the Chen to kind of set the tempo and use the Tidehunter to secure the team fights. Like, the first few team fights in this game are going to change so much. Like, if MVP can get away with it somewhat of an even trade after the first Ravage and kind of push on through, LGD is going to be in some trouble.
It's going to be especially hard for a Chen to be able to maintain that kind of early control, seeing as MVP do have some strong heroes versus it. They've got the Witch Doctor with the Paralyzing Cast being a good way to control those early creeps, but you also have the Nature's Prophet, who I think is also a pretty decent pickup against Chen in certain ways, in that it's able to always be able to exert some sort of global control, which does help in dealing with the Chen's early ganks, perhaps.
Yeah. Forev going to get harassed out a lot by MMY. As Disruptor is one of those solo supports that is just super annoying to play against in general for the offlane role.
Thunderstrike doing so much damage. It does 160 damage over time at level 1. It's one of the stronger level 1 abilities you can get your hands on. And then later on, if he gets level 3, he can potentially have 2 levels of Glimpse already and have that long range, or maybe a level in Kinetic Field. Either way is going to be a good way to actually keep Rev locked in. And we do know he's facing up against the heavy, hard-hitting Morphling, which is also one of the tougher carries to go up against. While he may not be able to provide his own disables of any kind, he just hits hard with
his lineup. This is a complete change of pace. In the group stage, we saw them almost exclusively play this, we're never going to jungle, we're just going to run at you style.
Yep.
But this time around, it feels like they made adjustments, and they don't want to just be one-dimensional coming into this tournament. I know for the group stage, they wanted to play really fast. Like, Kyo even told me that their plan was to go for this kind of like 10-minute style where they just won really aggressively. But this time around, they're showcasing, you know, the other tempo, the ability to go later on into the game so that teams just don't think if they hold the line that they can win.
Phoenix did switch things around so much on us, but it does show at least an attempt at versatility. We'll see whether or not they're able to execute with the same kind of crispness that we saw in the group stage. Looking at LGD's lineup, though, laning phase-wise, this does seem to be pretty good for them. They have the Razor matched up against the Ember. Seems like LGD should be able to get off to a pretty good start. Only Ben said
okay,
LGD.
so then MVP won for sure. I was just going to go against whatever Ben said and go with Winter. So I was like, normally that's like
inside for too long.
Yeah,
you have to even it out in order to really get that nice flavor. Sylar Morphling.
It's a classic.
It really is.
Winner of this, remember, is going to play against Liquid, I believe. He does. I think Liquid would prefer playing LGD.
Is it due to the fact that MVP can play so quickly and are one of those tempo controlling teams?
I think we just don't have enough data on them. Whereas for LGD, things are a lot more stable. Like Ben was able to call their Morphling last pick. Like they pigeonhole themselves a little bit more than I feel MVP does.
How did you feel about the Disruptor first pick, by the way, in response to the Furion?
In some ways, like if you drop the ult immediately, the only downside is LGD don't really have a disable to stack on top of it. So if QO's really fast, then he just walks out of it before he can get the ring off when he has early levels, and then you just zip out. You need something to lock him in, like simultaneously, because if he's even on the edge when you cast it, then he's almost always going to just teleport away, and the glimpse won't catch up.
But what do you think kind of the motivation was behind it, picking it up so early at the very least?
I think
was it just all about just getting strong teamfight heroes?
Yeah, not committing too hard as well. Like you want to pick your cores later and later on, so they don't just get hard countered. Almost all the teams are always going to pick their cores like 4th, 5th, or when another team has already shown what they're going to do with the 2 supports.
Right.
You never want like a core hero to be countered by something below you, if you can at all help it.
And what did you think about the line last pick from MVP?
I think it's pretty good. They needed more control, and they want active fight as much as possible. Like if you're MVP, you almost want to play around the cooldown. Let's take a fight.
Yeah, try and force another fight, or at least be able to take some objectives.
Exactly. If you just kind of wait, you lose the fight, and your mentality is, oh well, we lost that fight. Let's relax a little bit or slow down. Then you either have to go ultra late game, or you just have to concede that you want the Tide to use it for like solo ravages or these inefficient like 2-man ganks or something really good.
Yeah.
I don't think it fits MVP's playstyle, but you have to learn how to make those adjustments. Just because it's good against almost all of LGD. They might not be as good as he is, but Febby kind of makes it all work.
Love that MVP are keeping their spirits up right now by playing some tic-tac-toe.
Oh, is that what they're doing?
Yep. I know you can't see it, but I believe QO won.
Nice.
I'm not sure, though.
You got to let your mid go.
Too early.
Yep.
Lose the tic-tac-toe, next thing you know, losing at Dota.
Man, I miss playing against QO mid. It was so fun. We usually used to have these like side bets every time we play. Be like, all right, if you solo get first blooded, then you owe dinner. Shaky, but in the beginning we were up in dinners.
I
think I owe
at the time,
yeah, at
Blitz
the time.
7K Storm Spirit was just beating on a
I was
4K player.
I was like, back then, it was like 4.3K. A lot of people just put too much into scrims and not into just upping your own individual play. And now, players like Sumail, Miracle, all those mid one, they're showing that MMR at least means that you're willing to grind and that you can make these incremental improvements.
We'll talk about mid one a little bit. One of the newer players to MVP.
What? To Fnatic.
Or, sorry, Fnatic.
I was like
I'm losing my mind a little bit here.
Wait, you wanted me to talk?
I don't know. Talk about something. You could talk about Dubu if you want.
Oh, yeah, Dubu. So when he first got to Korea, Dubu was like, he was not the best player. He was part of like the MVP.
I've already heard your Purge.
Yeah,
plan.
he was the MVP Academy team member. So there wasn't a lot of expectations on him. And I think by the time we left, he was like 5K, and we didn't really put a lot of stock into him. He was this guy that just like showed up to MVP's matches, and he was always smiling. And his profile picture is really noticeable on the C servers because it's just him with like a fake mustache. And then all of a sudden he hits 7K, and he's the captain of this team of veterans in the Korean scene. Makes almost no sense. Like the turnaround time was so fast. All of a sudden he just got good. And I mean, being a captain of this team especially is hard. I know all of these guys really well from a personal standpoint. Like maybe not MP, but like QO, Febby. Those guys are volatile. So is Frev. Like that's what almost anybody that plays.
All right, we're finally back here in this game. Our matchups are pretty much all the same.
Yeah.
Looks like our Tidehunter has gone off jungle by now. He's just given up on the lane. Went Iron Town immediately. What is your opinion on offlaners getting Iron Town immediately and not showing in lane? Are you a fan of that, or do you think you really need to stay in lane to keep supports?
I don't really like it. I think a lot of people see Iron Talon as this, like, oh, well, now as an offlaner, I can get some farm, but I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I know when we talk to a few offlaners around our area, we're just like, okay, what is the role of offlaner? And a lot of people think it's keep the supports there, give your mid a really favorable one-on-one matchup, because Razor is a really easy mid to gank, and make sure that you just kind of space create. You force a lot of the attention on yourself. Like if you're ROTK, you can't really read the game because you don't know what the supports are doing. You don't know their timings. You don't know when they went to pull, when they're harassing you. So you can't really call so easily. And Lion is a hero that can rotate really easily mid and set up a kill for Kuro.
Maybe that's part of why they have that ward down at the Roshan area. It does see some of those support rotations into where he could be jungling, as well as potentially trying to wrap around behind that mid dire side tower.
Yeah. Oh, they already sentryed this one as well, so ROTK...
He's cutting down trees, trying to find the ward, but he will not find it.
Sad
life.
life.
This kind of ward anyway.
Yeah. So...
I mean, he's already trying to go into a Chen jungle anyway.
I really would prefer if ROTK played at least around the lane. Just because I guess he can't really do anything against an OD lane. So one thing about playing against an OD
this lane is so terrifying. He's caught out by one disable. Next thing you know, he's imprisoned.
He's doing whatever he can.
Yeah.
I think at some point though, you actually have to show up to the lane, regardless of how awful it's going to be.
Now, what time does our Chen really become active? Is this going to be a full AFK farming Chen at this point? Because he doesn't really need to help out the mid. Obviously, he can't do anything about bottom, and top lane Furion's being Furion. It's a hard hero to gank.
I think when you have the catapult, DDC's timing is going to come up, because a lot of his camps have been kind of warded out, and you want to try to get aggressive. Nature's Prophet is a hero that you need more than just the Disruptor +1 to do something about.
Yeah. Frev already has his phase boost plus level 4. He's actually in pretty good position. I wonder if they're actually ever going to be able to
That's actually so much farm for an
rotate
offlaner.
on mid, yeah.
That's what I mean. It can't just be Morph plus Disruptor, because Frev gets level 2 Treants, and he just right-click trades. That's why MMY is left as well, because he's not really sure what he's supposed to do here.
Frev does find the haste rune. He's going to be running into maybe here. Febby does slow him down. They also get the Maledict on top of him. They're committing all 4 heroes to be able to pick up this kill. Maybe will end up going down for the first blood. Febby is actually not going to take out from that one. Thunderstrike not quite enough damage. DDC getting caught by the Sprout now. QO's not going to be able to catch up. Frev's just going to get some good right clicks in and call it a day.
Yeah. They killed all his creeps too, right? That's pretty massive. He's going to kill him.
Oh, wow. He's really diving in deep. The phase boots will allow him to keep up with DDC and picks up the secondary kill.
Oh, if he got out too, that'd be so sick.
Yeah, nobody from LGD is rotating. They've
That.
got 2 in the bottom lane, and maybe just now TPing into the mid lane, and he may actually die again here. QO is a little bit. I believe that's just enough HP for him to be able to survive.
And you know what the crazy thing is? MVP Phoenix, I bet they do it again. It's the 3rd time in a row. Like the 3rd time is a charm.
And they could afford to do that, right? Because ROTK was out of the lane for so long.
Exactly.
They didn't really need to worry about him. They body blocked it with Dubu, and then they could just
click the morph, farm out with pretty much ease. But what are you going to do as a Tidehunter now in this kind of position? Like you're level 3, level 4 now, but the OD's level 6 and he has treads already.
Yeah.
How are you going to survive that? You can't.
RTK does do something pretty smart here. He does manage to get the Radiant hard cam pull over. Will be able to pull the lane back to him, so he might be able to pick up a little bit easier CS instead of sitting so far forward. Forev sitting. They should be an easy kill for 1, but are they going to be able to get a turnaround kill? Dubu is going to be right-click down, but the Flame Guard is still up for QO. He's going to chase down MMY.
A really important lesson there.
They picked up later game heroes such as OD, Ember, and Furion, but these heroes all are able to come online by about 4 to 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And Febby's now running at ROTK. He's going to make sure that staircase is going to be completely blocked out. With Forev joining the crew, they're going to be able to find yet another easy kill. MVP Phoenix are just controlling this game so damn well in the first 10 minutes.
The laning phase has gone way too well for them, and now this Ember's in a position where he can actually actively lane against this Razor. And that's the whole point of picking Razor, is that you want a favorable laning situation. You want to consistently play aggressively. And so he's going to be really unhappy about having to make this playstyle change. It's going to open up this top lane for Frev to do whatever he wants.
Especially since one at the Razor.
It was because of the catapult that they're most likely at bottom trying to do the wraparound.
Dire's
That's
bottom tower is under attack.
dual support 101, I think.
Yeah. Despite something that I said earlier, there is going to be plenty of time for LGD to be able to make a comeback in the mid.
Shraven is going to mean a lot. Maybe he's going to get gone again, but he's almost got Arcane Boots too. So he hasn't been as...
They're not actually going straight for the tower here. They're going to rotate all the way around, perhaps to bottom lane. Maybe they think that mid lane fight is not one that they can actually take, and they want to try and pick off MP. They just lay down a counter. Wasn't actually there this time around.
Yeah. The benefit of...
Count that lane and maybe challenge the tower. If Furion's going to be so active in the mid lane, too much around the map.
It's playing reactionary Dota, Cap.
Yeah.
Like you're rotating around because both the supports from MVP are getting so active, and LGD aren't really sure what they're supposed to be doing in this situation. So they take your tower instead and waste your time.
They might have been a little bit behind on if they...
thinking their tide was going to get gone on. And they're trying to play around ROTK's rap. Too obvious. And LGD are in a position now where they have to do something. I almost think they have to commit to this bottom tower. Just because, look at MMY just run around in a circle.
Tier 2 is going to feel a bit of pressure from MVP, as Sylar can't actually do much to pull the creep wave off the tower right now. QO playing really aggressively. Sylar's going to start morphing to strength. Obviously, there shouldn't be any issues with him here. But they might be able to catch Dubu. Dubu's going to be running into potentially 4 heroes of LGD. They are going to be able to glimpse him back, stopping that TP. And MVP Phoenix finally make their first kind of blunder of the game. Oh, Dubu's going to buy so much time now. He's still dead, but maybe has to actually chase down this kill, whereas earlier he just wanted to take it with the plasma field.
And that's such a kind of weak kill. It's the lowest net worth hero in the game. It doesn't offer a lot of experience. But Febby actually catches him with the stun.
They still managed to get the stun, though. Out from the troll, follow up with Centaur 1, Centaur 2, and Febby will be controlled long enough to be able to burst him down. MP has joined the battlefield, but they're not actually going to be able to fight it out. Still, though, that was another smoke used by LGD, and it wasn't really a high priority kill. Lion already got his level 6, and if they actually lose maybe here, this is going to be even worse. Maybe he's dropped incredibly low, and it looks like Ferev's going to be able to pick up the kill. The bottle goes out, but it's still not enough. Dominating already for Ferev, as he's just been all over the place, attributing to these kills.
Yeah, and that's the strength of the Nature's Prophet in general. This is why you start to see it as a first pick material in the games that we've seen today. You can get so active with it around the map. It's hard to kind of center around the fights just because you know you're almost always at a numerical disadvantage. And I almost feel like DDC isn't playing proactive enough. Everything he's doing is a little bit too reactionary. They haven't even been able to take any towers, and this
and
disruptor, he needs the 6.
He really wanted that level 6, but he's not going to be able to get it. Febby blows him up with 1-2 punch. That'll actually help our Witch Doctor get a few more levels.
He was just going to jump away. Creates a lot of space for his team at bottom. And LGD are in a situation where they just have to choose right now. Like, you either allow this Ember to farm, but you're going to lose some creeps here for sure.
That's actually so critical. They needed those creeps to be able to lead this kind of frontline charge, but they're going to lose all of them.
This Chen has not had the desired effect.
No, certainly not. He hasn't even picked up a fast mech. I mean, he was given a certain amount of space, but they tried to rotate so much, and he wasn't able to pick up any real kills, that it's resulted in him actually falling behind in farm.
Yeah. Right now, 2,800 net worth for a hero that should be well over that mark right now. Look at Ferev's farm right now. He's almost got an Orchid already, complete with the drums too.
If he actually gets the Orchid before the Lincolns is up on the Morphling.
It's not even that. It's just he has solo pick-off potential on anybody on LGD right now. And that's such a scary thought, that one hero can split up your team so much. So now LGD have to play almost around each other. ROTK is going to go down. I think this is going to mean Roshan next for MVP, because you're not going to buy back this early into the game. Maybe you have to, but...
Taking away one of the biggest team fighters right next to the Roshan pit. It's very easy just to be able to slide on in with their heroes. The Furion can take up with the Treants. Nice aggressive ward from Dubu.
They want to spot in case they decide to smoke. below the tower.
And this will help them later on when they go for the tier 2 mid push as well.
You've got to make a decision right now, and you've got to be decisive for LGD. You know they're rushing for sure, but I think they're going to be too late. Like they're coming right now, but even now, this is going to be. They're even going to smoke for this under the ward. That's why it worked out so well, because LGD didn't have the luxury of doing it inside their base. So now MVP just backs up. They don't really care, and you have the Ravage available, but it doesn't really matter that much against the Aegis now and the item timings of MVP.
Certainly not. They've got both OD and Ember Spirit now hitting their level 11s.
You've almost got a BKB on your OD too. LGD have to do something. You can't play this passive with the type of heroes that you have. I don't even think they've blown a single Ravage yet. They're looking for some ideal fight at this point, but it's just not going to present itself. At some point, you just have to say, we'll take what we can get. Like 2-man engagements, that's almost exactly what I said that they should avoid, but you don't really have a lot of opportunities anymore.
Maybe they can clear through this Ancient stack. ROTK, well, even then, he's actually not going to be close to that Blink Dagger at all.
Yeah. He, in fact, builds a Bracer first as
16-minute Blink Dagger for Febby.
Yeah. Most of the time people go Aetherlands, but I think in this case it's fine.
Particularly against some Morphling feels...
Yeah. Map control too.
Yeah.
The ability for support to just instantly blow up another support is pretty huge.
Tidehunter replicant sitting in the mid lane. Maybe they're going to try and bait it out into a team fight or something. I'm not sure what their plan is, to be honest.
Yeah.
It seems like they're just a little lost in this game right now.
Looks like Tide is going for a mech, which I think is an okay idea, but...
Ooh, Chen should have a mech.
Wait.
Shouldn't he?
Why does he have the Ring of...
I mean, I saw the Ring of Regen picked up, and I was going to mention it, but honestly, I'm not sure what ROTK was thinking.
Okay, they... I mean, LGD just seem out of it right now. Like, that's something that they should have communicated almost immediately. Like, that's the first thing you do when you pick double mech carriers. Like, for example, you have a Darkseer plus a Chen on your team. Somebody has to say, okay, I'm going to go this, you go this. That just kind of feels like kind of poor communication between team members right there. And now you've got almost a BKB completed on your OD, so now you don't even care about the Disruptor ult or the Tidehunter ultimate. And
let's get Sylar here with the Orchid. Sylar has no hope of being able to escape from that one. The Orchid picked up well before the Linkens, and QO is even going to try and chase down some of these Chen creeps, because why the hell not? Still managed to get the Centaur stunned, but LGD obviously have no control to be able to go on an Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he fakes out the Ravage, but even QO knows there's no rush right now. They have the Aegis available, and LGD, I don't think they can fight into this lineup as long as MVP stays spread. If you catch a 5-man Ravage, yeah, but without the mobility of a Blink Dagger, I don't really know how they expect to take this fight. QO's just solo zoning them out right now. Just Ember Spirit.
Oh, Febby! He saw the opportunity, jumps in, blows up the Chen real quick with a Finger of Death. They already guaranteed the tier 2 before, but they'll also be able to take that top tower as well with the Furion's split push. Gold is just rolling in for MVP now.
Yeah, they have complete map control. The Orchid timing is almost just, it's like comical at this point. MVP for Rev has 9,400 net worth at 18 minutes into the game. The GPM is spiraling out of control.
Now I know they just got a big team fight item in the BKB, but do you actually go high ground as MVP right here?
Yeah, Vegas. Look at QO play.
Jesus, maybe he's just going to be blown up right away as QO's leading him far in. MP finally drops the ultimate. The Ravage goes down. They actually get some control over the Ember Spirit. Looks like they got the Static Storm over it, but Sylar's died at the same time on the left-hand side. A 1-for-2 exchange. They bring back MP, still has that Aegis though. LGD really can't commit too much to going on that. In fact, with a Witch Doctor there, MP's willing to turn and fight ROTK as the backline is being controlled up by this cast time and time again. ROTK getting body blocked up by Febby beautifully, and they turn their attention back to the tier 3 tower and attempt to end this game nice and early.
Yeah, MVP showing that it's not even really like the typical 5-man push heroes that they show off. It's more they're just so good at controlling the map that they make it look easy. 19-minute racks, and arguably they have better late game. Actually, I don't even think it's arguable. You've got Nature's Prophet, Ember Spirit, and OD as cores. You've got the late game on lock. LGD, the one time they had that huge comeback against OG, I think they had the better late game cores, and that's why we never counted them out. But this game is rapidly kind of just gone out of control right now.
Yeah, LGD very much had this window of time that was supposed to start anywhere from like 15 to 20 minutes and go to like 35 minutes. If you went too late, you'd be entirely dependent on your Morphling at that point in time. But
yeah, I think we've seen one Ravage this game so far too, and it just
hit the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and that's even less about ROTK and more just the fact that MVP are fighting around that fact. They're splitting up the map constantly. They're making it difficult for ROTK to ever get aggressive. And they've completely phased this Chen out of this game so far.
Is MP, what's this early Hyperstone going for?
He's going
Is
for
it actually
Moonshard?
Moonshard?
Yeah.
Moonshard, essentially second item if you were going to preclude the treads and drums.
Oh, okay.
BKB into Moonshard.
Your Nature's Prophet has Axe. I don't even think it's that great of an item in this position.
When you're so far ahead that you've already taken a top lane.
Yeah, you might as well get like a Necro 3 or
Yeah,
something.
you have full control of the game. There's not much need for split pushing at this
MP's
point.
just like, what do I buy, guys? I got 4.2k.
I've never been in this position before. RTK forced to TP back. QO already using those steering chains. There's the Ether Lens now for Lion, but we're pretty much waiting on LGD to go high ground once again. Or, excuse me, MVP.
Yeah, LGD are going to be hard-pressed to stop this. Like, QO dives in and somehow creates space for his team in that dive, and they don't even care that they're losing their pseudo-1 position as...
Febby looking for the opportunity.
He wants to blow up ROTK if he can.
Oh, he just got him too, Febby. Jesus, I thought LGD was going to be ready for that one, and they scattered him out a little bit, but apparently not. RTK is down. He has buyback.
They knew it was coming, but what are you supposed to do, Cap? Commit the Ravage and the Disruptor ulti to stop a line from going on your Tidehunter? Febby's thinking to himself, that's a win-win situation. Like, I go in, it does nothing, they'll drop ultis, and MVP starting the dual front assault. This is so clean by them.
ROTK is still not buying back, but he almost needs to. 15 seconds left. Both tier 3 towers are going to be down.
I think he's at the realm where you don't. Once you're around like 15 seconds, unless you're at threat of losing racks right then, if it's not imminent, you have time.
Nature's Prophet actually going to TP into the base. Go for maybe here with the Orchid. They have controlled up MP until the BKB comes into play. Blows up the Sylar Morphling. They're going to go on MMY next. It's just a slaughterhouse as MP is just stealing so much intelligence now. GG called by Sylar. A very clean victory here for MVP in game number 1. We're talking about potential changes of style and the draft and everything else, but this is looking like the group stage all over again for MVP Phoenix.
Yeah, this time they did it with heroes that were slightly different. So I thought maybe you get a slower tempo game, but it doesn't even feel like the heroes matter so much as their playstyle. They just played way too fast for LGD. That Chen pick just did not pay off.
Absolutely. As apparently our game's still going on. Got Megas. Yeah, LGD is a little...
23-minute Megas.
Maybe they want some extra time. Every little bit of time they can to talk about this game.
Yeah. So now the disconnects come out. LGD are just leaving en masse.
All right, maybe now confirms it with a full GG out. Is this though Blitz game 1? You think LGD are actually going to be able to come back from this kind of, for no other word, stomp?
I have no idea. It's the way that they got stomped. I feel like they're going to be shell-shocked. I was. I thought the Chen pick was going to do a lot more than this.
All right, well, that's just game number 1. We'll pass it now over to our lovely group panel.
Back at the panel now. It, well, couldn't be phrased maybe any other way, or casters say a bit of a stomp. Nonetheless, MVP still seemed to be just as hot as they were during the group stage. Either that or LGD looking a little bit lost, but nonetheless, we'll have to try to break this one down. It looked like it was a stomp nonetheless. Back at the panel with my same motley crew I got here, Winter, Merlini, Draskell, and Cinderin. Welcome back, everybody, as the teams do take a moment to step up and prepare. It's going to be a tough one for LGD to certainly shake off. Let's take it back to the beginning, though, gentlemen, starting with the draft. I know it's a kind of a common question to casually throw out there, but Winter, would you just put this on the draft for LGD where they kind of lost from the get-go?
Yeah, I think their draft didn't really like blend well together. It was really weird that they finished up their draft with the Razor and the Morphling. We felt like they needed something to push as a core, otherwise their strategy wouldn't work. And I think the other fatal mistake they made was giving them the Furion. I think when they have Furion, their playstyle is just much faster, much better, because you always have an offlaner that can come active online so quickly that you can push tower, you can get kills, and it just fits their playstyle so much. And
The interesting thing about it is that they've gotten Fury in 4 out of their 5 games.
I feel like they just misunderstood what was important in their lineup. It wasn't so important that, I mean, it was kind of important they got Earth Spirit, and it did a lot of work for them in the group stages, but I think the other key hero was Furion. You cannot let them have Furion. It's either you just pick it or you ban it. Otherwise, they can just play this tempo that they are playing right now, just because the offlaner is Furion.
Well, if they did, it feels like, though, if they did any sort of basic research about MVP on the group stage run, that would have been a no-brainer. With the lineup they had, was there potential for them to be able to counter Nature's Prophet, or do you just feel like they completely neglected on that?
Heroes. They didn't even pick the support to deal with the hero. Like, Disruptor doesn't deal with Prophet. You see how Prophet like harass him and just crush the laning phase. It just didn't make sense. Like when I look at their opening, I was like, okay, maybe they have a plan, right? Maybe there's something coming. But after I look at the game, I don't think they truly understood how MVP plays.
And they said they played Chen before. I looked last 3 months. They banned Chen 27 times, played him 0, and it showed.
Yeah.
Like DDC was just not able to really do anything, and then I think it all fell apart in that one gank mid where Razor almost got the haste rune, and then there was just like chain feed everywhere. But overall, their strategy was just not sound. They wanted to probably pair the Razor versus the OD, but as you said, if they'd done any basic research, they know that OD is in the safe lane sometimes. Like, and then it's not that great for Ember, but if Razor can't win his lane super badly and transition out of that, like they're just gonna lose.
I'm trying to think about what their lineup was actually good for. Like, if there was any aspect of the game where you'd just be like, yeah, this is the condition
team fight
where it's really
with
good.
Disruptor and Tidehunter?
Even then, their team fight wasn't very good. Like,
I think
their cores are Razor and Morphling, who are super dependent on getting lane farm first. They can't, like, they're not strong at fighting minute 10. Perhaps Razor's, if he itemized completely correctly, but Morphling can't join for that. He doesn't fit into that. And their team fight can't really transition into taking Roche either, because if they would have picked some cores that could force a Roche fight and do that really early, then maybe they can get to use their Ravage. They didn't get. Did they use Ravage all game?
One time.
One time.
One or twice.
No, they used it a couple times for base defense.
But there's like nothing, right? Because the moment that they got to use the Ravage, it was already too late. So the win condition was already gone. So how do you force team fights? You force team fights either by going down a lane with 5 heroes and just going to a tower, or by going to Roshan. And in neither condition were they able to like really force it, because their heroes were not good at any of them.
They just couldn't use their team fight very well, I think, because they couldn't clear creeps fast enough, like, and they just couldn't like force an issue because they lost their lanes as well. When you pick Chen and you lose your lanes, that's like super bad.
Yeah.
So we're talking about enough how everything went wrong for LGD, but let's say they still had the same draft, and let's say MVP played just as good. What would have been the best case scenario for LGD? Let's say that they played the best Dota they could with that lineup. How would things have gone? You know, the Chen obviously would have gone very different. Let's say he was not so rusty with it, or they had played it a lot recently. How would have things broken down a bit? Would it led to the same outcome? Would it have lasted a bit longer? I know I feel like I'm reaching for hope here for LGD, but what could have been their best case scenario?
If they would have been able to gank mid once or twice with smokes, because the Chen didn't really accomplish anything. He didn't even get very good levels in farm, I feel. So maybe they could have tried to focus on another lane than top with the Disruptor. He felt like a non-factor up there. The Prophet got like super good farm that game. So maybe you try for a full wraparound, going to bottom with 2 Chen creeps and the Disruptor, and you kill the OD in lane and then try to get the tower. You try to do the same in the mid lane. Maybe the map opens up and your Morphling gets to split push because you force Prophet away. They didn't take any initiative. This reminds me of the game where VP's first game of the tournament, where they played a Chen strat and they took no initiative. I think you watched that, Winter. Maybe.
It was the Bear Rider game, wasn't it, with Chen? It was the Bear Rider game.
They played a game with Chen. That was their absolutely first game of the tournament. What was VP's first opponent?
Oh, the first opponent was Liquid.
That was their very first. Yeah, the very first game against
yeah.
Liquid. Yeah, and they had like Chen Death Prophet and something, and they never really tried to move and force the issue, and Liquid just took them by storm in the lanes. This seems very similar to me.
So let's say this time now, going into game number 2 for LGD, I suspect a Nature's Prophet ban would be in order. So if MVP have been playing Nature's Prophet 4 of their 5 games, what's their next best thing? What's their plan B, or what do they reach for next? And will it still be that high tempo action we've been seeing from MVP so far? They still have yet to take a game past what feels like even 30 minutes yet this tournament.
Probably aggro dual lane, I would say. Like they have 2 people up there because, like, I don't know, they're always, like, it seems like LGD is always scared of something bad happening, and like by the same token, MVP always poses a threat everywhere. Like OD puts a lot of pressure on Tide. Ember +1 can always kill the Razor, and then top lane it's NP. He's already pressuring the support. The carry can't get free farm, so they're pressured everywhere, including the jungle, because Chen's like, oh, I gotta save everywhere. So I think if you don't have NP, you want a strong lane in that off lane. That's really where all the issues stem from.
The 3 key picks for me in the first phase for them are Prophet, Earth Spirit, and Enchantress. And I feel like I'm saying that for a lot of teams. But in this game, they banned Earth Spirit and Enchantress, LGD did, and then they first picked the Furion. I'm guessing next game the sides are swapped, so maybe LGD has the overall first pick. So they get to ban 2 and pick 1 themselves. I think that's got to be the way to go.
So what's their best grab then? We know MMY plays a great Earth Spirit. They played Enchantress before. ROTK does play Nature's Prophet, but does he play it on the level of, you know, an MVP does, or even like a Liquid that we saw earlier?
They utilize it in a different manner. They're not as aggressive with the NP, which I think is the strength of the hero right now.
I think his Ench has been his best hero this tournament, though. ROTK's Enchantress in the offlane, he played it 2 or 3 times. I think that has been his best performance overall, so that's something to go for in my opinion.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, we're going to be playing this game again as players do begin to file into the lobby. I'm encouraging my coaching staff right here. You're on the side for LGD. We know their traditional style is to take things slow, methodical, play it to the late game, allow Sylar to really thrive in his position as a Morphling or a hardcore carry farmer. What do you do going back in the locker room now? You know you're going against this team. MVP now feeling like the real deal. How do you stop them? How do you stop them from going so fast into here? How do you prepare for them to slow down?
I think they have to pick better lanes, and they can't really just give up their lanes and just pick weak lanes. And again, like what they mentioned, ROTK has to be either they pick Prophet, even though they utilize the Prophet differently, or they pick him Enchantress, since they're most likely going to be first pick this time. I think in this particular matchup, I know that we've been mentioning how good it is to, if you get picked, you want to go for Dire instead of getting first pick. But maybe in this scenario, if you're LGD, I feel like it's much better for LGD to be first pick, because there's just way too many heroes that you want to ban, and being in first pick means you have one less hero that you need to worry about. So that would be my first priority for LGD. Get first pick, and then I will pick good lanes. ROTK will be either on Prophet or Enchantress. These are my few concerns.
If you're co-coach, if you will.
I think we need 4 coaches for LGD at this point.
At that point, you need 1 more, and you can just replace the team. But
in addition to what Winter said, I think maybe should be on a playmaker hero instead of a farmer, just because they tend, like Sylar farms a lot, and we have seen him play like NP in the safe lane in the past, but pretty much everything is just a hard carry as to what he plays. So give him the farm and let maybe move around on the map. And of course, the supports should go to ROTK's lane. They always leave him out to dry. There's always no pressure coming to the opponent's safe lane. I think if they give ROTK some backup, that can change.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going just full coach LGD here, right, we're just going all the way down.
I mean, I'll probably pose a question for MVP Phoenix, but that seems a little bit easier to advise, so let's keep going with LGD.
I mean, even in the first game, it seemed like there were some cohesion issues with their heroes. Like, they kind of clash in terms of what they were supposed to do. Like, Chen's timing is totally counterintuitive to Morphling's timing, because the hero needs, like, 2 basic items, and that's, like, 25 to 30 minutes when Chen wants to be going high ground, pretty much. I just, like, totally agree with what Winter said earlier when he's like, okay, pick something that can either push or can fight early, and I feel like Morphling is pretty mediocre at both of those things, and I just feel like if you pick Razor and Morphling together, you have much more basic problems than, like, you know, thinking about if we need, like, first pick because we got a banner pick this hero. It's like, pick a draft that has one common goal. I really felt like this draft to me was just split.
It's easy to just assume that it feels like this might not be LGD's kind of patch, or at least it's definitely not the tempo that they're used to working with, but they've been able to make it this far. So is it just that MVP are the answer for LGD? I know we were hyping up this series. This is like possibly MVP's preferred matchup of everyone else.
I mean, look at LGD's group. They beat, what, Newbee and Archon?
Newbee matched the same, and then in that same group, no, it wasn't Archon.
Yes, it was.
Was it Archon?
Yeah, it was Archon.
Yeah, so it's like,
all right, fair enough. LGD, Newbie, OG, and Archon. Yes. So pretty stacked group.
They put up a good fight though versus OG. Yeah. I believe that they actually had they were less prepared for OG because of the matchups that they had versus Newbee earlier. They've had a full 2 days to prepare for an opponent that they known, and it just seemed like the draft was just not tailored at all to deal with MVP. I'm surprised that they're not doing very well at all versus MVP. And I would
remember one game in the group stage where we were watching LG. I can't remember against who. We were like, oh, when we look at their draft, we're like, oh my god, they are so done for, and the game ended so quickly. This
It's
game
felt
is
like that,
yeah. This game is just like stuff that work very well together, and they didn't understand what their opponents were good at.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting ready to load, fingers crossed, into the draft here. But before we hop in, since we gave so much love to LGD,
that game, their draft had a lot of issues. They didn't really pick
the side of MVP. Now you're feeling really good. It's like, okay, we got, and I remember even from, I believe it was Febby, but MVP were feeling so confident at the group stage. They were almost surprised at how well things were going for them. They're still probably feeling that high right now. If you're coaching MVP, how are you feeling about approaching them, telling them, keep the good fight going, take it easy, don't get overconfident? How are you telling them to approach game 2? You know, obviously telling them, expect your nature's prophet to possibly not be there. What's your advice?
Just do it again.
Do it again.
I think doing what you do.
Do your thing.
Do it again until you lose.
One thing I think would be cool for MVP is if they let the Darkseer through and had a solution for it, because I think that can make a big statement to other teams. Just like, oh, yeah, Oracle or whatever it may be, maybe Anti-Mage, I don't know. Just something that's different that's like makes a statement. Hey, every other team bans Darkseer versus you guys, but we're gonna take it and we're gonna crush you against it. So that's they'll probably likely win, but you want to make a statement going to the next round. You want opponents to fear you, not like, oh, you just beat LGD and they didn't know what they were doing versus you. That's like not what you want going into day 2 or day 3.
Sounds good. It looks like we have a draft and a statement might be made here. Let's hop into game number 2 of LGD versus MVP Phoenix.
Dun, dun, dun.
Earth Spirit.
Dun, dun,
goes
dun,
to
dun.
LGD.
I'm glad they banned Furion.
If they didn't ban the Furion, I'm like, okay.
So, MMYO, as we know, plays a phenomenal Earth Spirit. We've seen it plenty of times. It hasn't been so much in recent history here, but this is a great thing going for him.
70% win rate.
70%
in the last 3 months.
And it's good at securing their lanes, so really good opening for them. And LGD goes for the Lone Druid, which is primarily played by either Maybe or Sylar, because ROTK doesn't play this hero.
I think in this tournament so far, only Sylar has played it for them, and he played it mid every
right?
time.
So it's always Sylar.
Yeah. And that already worries me a little bit, because that probably means that they put Maybe in the safe lane, and then maybe they go for 2 carries, right? That weren't so hyper-aggressive.
I'm really curious to see if LGD ban PL second phase, because MVP have been known to pick Jug PL together, and they're both pretty good against it.
Carried the other day. You remember the roots, he keep getting roots in the lane, and he keep getting kills.
I think the difference in that game was that they were playing against a team that played into their
course.
The thing is, like, they usually only do that specifically if they get a really good mid matchup for the PL, like against I told you against Invoker.
Yeah, they haven't seen the mid hero yet, right? Yeah.
They haven't really seen the mid hero, so they might not. How about against Lone Druid, Ben? Does he do well?
He can farm. He won't die to roots.
I think it's actually hard to pressure him too, right? Which is Earth Spirit. You need like another hero as well.
When Lone Druid is level 6.
Do it yet.
But PL does pretty well in most matchups, wouldn't you say? Because you just go like bodily spec.
You can't harass him at all with PL. You can just disjoint Lance every time, I think.
Yeah,
with
that's true,
Shapeshift,
that's
so
true.
you get.
But
don't
in
get
the early
harassed.
laning phase, like from level 1 to level 4, it should be fine for PL.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like LGD are going to be removing that pesky support Phoenix, who we found to be very, very good against the Lone Druid here, so taking proper steps. I don't know if we've even, ironically, I don't even know if we've seen much Phoenix from MVP Phoenix, but nonetheless, the safe bet to remove from the game.
How about the Witch Doctor? I know we saw the counter, like it's like a sort of a soft counter against the Magnetize from EG. We saw that from EG.
Should ban it out.
The heal.
Good versus LD.
Yeah, it's pretty good versus LD. The heal can be good versus Magnetize. So there's already 2 reasons to pick Witch Doctor here.
Or maybe they bait it out and then pick AA.
Oh, his debut. Wouldn't mind seeing that.
AA seems like a hero that's very well geared towards LGD style, though.
Okay.
LGD.
They actually ban out the Witch Doctor here. Interesting from MVP Phoenix. Something that obviously would have been pretty good for them.
I mean, it's still a really good support if LGD gets their hands on it. So maybe they want something else that can be much more aggressive, because Witch Doctor is a support that it's not so easy to be aggressive. It's usually played very defensive. You wait for the enemy to jump you, you drop a cast, you try to position yourself for a death ward. Maybe MVP wants something much more aggressive compared to that.
If you've done your homework here as LGD, I think you banned Bounty Hunter or PO.
I think Bounty Hunter is way more scary.
Okay, Lash is actually a fair enough ban too.
They have
I
Earth
think.
Spirit though. Like,
That's fair
yeah,
enough.
Lash is also a really good ban, because Lash is something that they like to play a lot, and especially when they have a Venge or Bane as a support, they have a very high tendency of going for the Lash, because your offlaner just can't do anything. they stun you and they split off and you're just basically dead, or you just can't lane. But MVP is going to go back for the IO.
Yeah.
Is this March's legacy with a Bristle now?
I was just
Yeah,
about to
possible.
say that.
Yeah, Bristol is actually one of the heroes
really
that I
good
like
here.
to pick a lot. And with Wiz already picked in the second phase here, I wouldn't be surprised if Bristleback would be picked up.
LGD support response, though, is going to be the Visage here. Common grab for them, usually paired up with something like Sylar's Lycan, but now the Lone Druid being already grabbed for them. And wouldn't you know it?
After this, it's fairly good versus the Lone Druid as well.
Does make sense on also why they probably considered banning the Witch Doctor and then even the Disruptor as a follow-up showing up. Nice call, gentlemen.
Obviously doesn't counter familiars as much now as it used to, but I don't like how fast they picked this. I think they didn't really care what LGD were going to pick third there. As long as it wasn't like a really hard counter to Bristle, they were going to go for it. That looked very premeditated.
Or still Void, right? Void's pretty good.
Yep, our TK does pretty Void. It has pretty good synergy with Visage, because you can just set up for the nukes of the Visage.
Good versus Wisp.
Would it be terrible to go back for like a Tidehunter again?
Tidehunter's still alright, but it's not so good versus the Juggernaut. Like FV does well against Juggernaut, does well against Relocate.
They could still put the Bear safe lane and go Invoker as well.
I think our TK has to play a more active hero. I'm worried that if they pick Tide, it's going to be the same story over again. Sure, you've got an Earth Spirit that can rotate, but your lineup takes time. Once again, an MVP come online very early.
So you would rather him be on...
Or even a hero that can contribute to ganks before level 6, because if you look at MVP's lineup, they're going to hit a timing where they can probably Roche minute, I don't know, 10 to 12. They just go there with Venge, Goo, Juggernaut Ward.
Even earlier, possibly, if they get a really good like pick-off or something, they have like Venge and Jug.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty easy for them to do it.
I think Shaker is okay, but they
Shaker's
really don't
just
have
gonna get
very much
dominated on lane, though.
damage.
Yeah, but he fits the criteria of being able to be
Yes.
active. You don't need to wait for ultimates. You can run around with Fissure. So, I mean, it's still
At the very
kinda
least,
fits
it's the
their-
right idea.
They don't have like very good bursts, and so it's gonna be a little difficult for the Visage to get the Soul Assumption charges.
They also don't have an easy way to like pick off the IO. Like no Lion, no Lina, no Bounty Hunter.
So they need a mid hero that deals damage, or they're gonna run Sylar or mid Lone Druid, and they need to pick a safe laner that has a lot of burst damage.
What about like a Lina, let's say, for the hefty burst against the Wisp? Invoker is going to be the final grab for MVP here. Can't help but feel like this is MVP just, they had their draft set and they're playing their game and it's LGD's hand to
What do you
respond
guys
to it.
think of Zeus? Do you think Zeus might be too hard to lane against Wiz and Bristleback?
I think he's going to get a run over.
I think he'll be fine.
Because they
Think
need
Zeus is
someone.
fine?
They need someone that can deal instant damage.
Their lanes aren't going to rotate that much, so you could just camp mid, I guess, with one of the supports. You might
Say
be able to save
Lina
it.
or Zeus, I like
But
the most.
LGD might just go for like, because based on their past games, I know they like to run 2 cores. They like to always run 2 heroes that can farm. Zeus doesn't really fit that criteria.
Ooh, the Ursa.
What?
Coming out from LGD.
It's pretty good versus Bristol, I say. And
Alright.
it fights early, has a lot of burst damage.
Scales? Contest Roche?
This draft doesn't pop out to me as a typical LGD kind of disciplined, methodical
That's good,
draft.
though.
But
That's
that's
good.
great. I know. Maybe it's time for a style change. It's unfortunate that it's potentially elimination to the lower bracket to pull it out now, but we'll see if they're going to be able to do it before we hand it over to our casters. We'll start with our Danish friend on the end. Synderen, how you feeling right here? MVP or LGD?
MVP all the way. LGD needs to play a really good early game, then they have a chance. But if the first 10 minutes are like last game, MVP are going to get it easily.
Draskell, you on board with that?
Yeah, agreed, 100%. They're in their comfort zone with these picks, I think.
Ben?
I'm going to go with LGD. Crowd's behind them. I'm behind them.
All
Let's do
right.
it.
That's fun. Okay, Winter, are we going to see a split, or are you looking
Yeah,
to...
I like the Ursa pick here, so I'm going with LGD.
All right, split down the middle. So it should be a barn burner at that. We'll go ahead and get ready to change things up right now. This is already game number 2 of our second series here at the Shanghai Major. LGD going against MVP right now, with MVP already up the first game right now. If MVP are able to clean this, they will move on to potentially face Team Liquid, and LGD will unfortunately go down and below into the best of ones. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our awesome casters right now. It's once again going to be Cap and Blitz. Gentlemen, enjoy the pause.
Will. Glad to see that Ben has faith in the 20 or so people behind LGD, but got to say that game 1 was looking pretty rough. This is a draft, though, that you're probably pretty familiar with. Oh, we will, Dakota. We most.
this specific try combo, the Bristle Wisp Venge, had us quite often when we were in Korea. And part of
I remember casting those games.
Those were
a lot of Wisp Bristle.
Yeah,
Blitz.
Yeah, they used to run Bristle Venge though. The Venge allows it so that they can continue to play aggressively, and you just simply don't stop. Like you want a hero like the Vengeful Spirit to keep up the aggression. Some teams, I think, in this position would erroneously think that you run some sort of safe support like a Lion to make up for it, but you just want something that can run at people. Like that's MVP's bread and butter. Like last game, for a second, I thought that they were more comfortable going late game. The weird part is they were. Like, they had the better late game too. They didn't have to go high ground at 15 minutes.
That's why we never really emphasized like all the various ways that LGD had to come back into the game, because they simply didn't. They actually did not have the better late game, and they lost the early game so badly that there was no mid game to be had.
Yeah. Quick trick for anybody that that's like kind of watching a game and wondering, okay, how does somebody have comeback potential? You look at the win condition. Okay, A, do they have really good high ground holding ability? And B, what are they holding high ground for? Like, do you have something that just goes better late game, something that will mess them up later on as the game goes? Because then even if you're 10k behind, but you've got a Spectre who's got a lot of your net worth, you've got options. But if you're some sort of hero like, if you look at LGD's lineup, this time around, I think it's a bit better, because you've got Ursa, who's quite strong. Earthshaker's really good at holding high ground. Lone Druid scales pretty well. I do like this Ursa pick, though, a lot.
Yeah. Why do you like the Ursa? Because we've seen a couple of Ursas. Liquid like to run it quite often. But this is something perhaps a bit different, the way this Ursa was picked up.
I just think it's kind of an underrated carry in general. I think it's one of those carries that does really well as an anti-carry. If you pick a hero like Gyrocopter or Juggernaut, and then all of a sudden you've got this Ursa who just runs at you with Fury Swipes, doesn't care about your magic immunity, and then he just hits you with the Enrage. So when you pop your Jug ulti at him, pops Enrage and just continues to run at you. And now things are even better because you've got a hero, the Invoker tries to Deafening Blast you, but you can now pop your Enrage and run at him.
Yeah, and you've got some nice control paired up with the Ursa as well, particularly coming from the Earthshaker, but you also have the Earth Spirit that's going to be quite helpful as well. Any sort of good AoE control pairs pretty well with the Ursa, and that's going to be important because the other hero, the Bristleback, that's going to be kind of something that LGD need to look out for. That's going to be something that Ursa needs to address, right?
Yeah.
Because he does a lot of good physical damage spread out over time, which is a bit of the antithesis of Ursa's ultimate.
It's kind of, it's weird casting in this position because I remember when, I came to Korea around the same time that MVP started, and I remember just how raw they looked. Like nothing really seemed to work out for them, and all of a sudden now they're the heavy favorites against LGD. For me, when I first got into competitive Dota, like Psyalarm, ROTK, MMY, these are legendary names. And now their backs are against the wall. They're about to get knocked down to the lower bracket where they're going to have to play a best of one against, who is it actually on their side? I'm not even sure. But in any case, playing a best of one.
No matter who it is in this tournament, you don't want to be in a best of one scenario, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone has the opportunity for an upset at a major like this.
I do hope that LGD can make the comeback into this game number 2. LGD has just always been one of my favorite brands. Like, they've had such a long history in Dota 2. You know, they even picked up a Western team for some time when they had that European
LGD International?
Yeah, exactly. It just seems like they're really committed to Dota in general. And this is the only Chinese team that made it to the upper bracket. So for all the Chinese teams to be in those best of ones, it's quite scary.
Looking a little bit farther into some of our draft, how does the MVP approach taking control over Roshan? Because that is a particular. How does Direside really continue that narrative? There's already a natural advantage, but what does MVP do to make sure that they can continue to keep Roshan to their favor? Of LGD's lineup, they did draft themselves an Ursa, which is fine for taking Roshan, but they are Radiance.
Get control of the mid, get control of the mid lane, play aggressively on the off lane to create space for the other 2 lanes. For me, it just feels that MVP. 2 core players are amazingly stable. They're both AK in MP and Q, and they did it in the Chinese servers. But it really comes down to these 3 players, Frev, Febby, and Dubu. These are the guys that kind of set the tone early. So if they can accomplish a lot in the off lane, make successful rotations into the mid lane, then all of a sudden the map opens up and LGD have to kind of cross that line because they are Radiant side, so it's a lot harder for them to get to that point. I think part of the reason why they took this Urso was because it's pretty good against the Bristle and it's really good against the Juggernaut, but they might not have seen the Invoker pick.
The Invoker is definitely going to be one of the more troublesome heroes for Ursa to deal with. What kind of Invoker are we seeing? Is this going to be a Quas-Wex Invoker? Because we don't have a whole lot to work with potential Exort early Sunstrikes. And I feel like Quas-Wex is perhaps just a little bit more reliable when it comes to controlling LGD. I mean, you've got plenty of damage coming out from the 2 other cores. I don't really see a reason you would need to focus on more damage out of your Invoker.
I guess, but in general, I'm kind of just a fan of Exort Invoker. Quas-Wex.
You just like being able to one-shot people?
Yeah, the Forge Spirits are so annoying to play against too. If you look at LGD's lineup, it would allow MVP to play their style too, of going to like the Roshan and then taking objectives. Like the Forge Spirits are very good against LGD's lineup. Although Quas-Wex works really well against both Earthshaker, who's going to be underfarmed, Earthspirit, yeah. Kind of just depends.
Ursa has a really hard time against mana burn as well. He's so dependent on the little mana that he has.
Yeah. Oftentimes I'll see people just like bring out Clarities like repeatedly. Themselves.
That was one of the downsides of making that transfer from the Vlad's Ursa into the Mask of Madness Ursa, where you no longer have your own innate mana regen.
I do like the Mask of Madness a lot, though.
Yeah. The Mask of Madness is definitely favorable, but that was one of the downsides, is just hurt your limited mana pool even further.
Yeah.
Scriff really likes that turtle. It's a good turtle.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Earth Spirit, by the way? Do you think it's one of those heroes that can be let out into the pool, or do you think you should always be 1-2 banning it?
I think a team like MVP at this point doesn't really care about it.
Sure.
But for example, if they, let's say hypothetically, not that it's happened yet, or that we're favoring one team over another, let's say MVP wins this matchup, and they have to play against a team like Team Liquid, who has Jarex. I think they'll be a little bit more reluctant to give it up. Whereas LGD, I mean, their play seems a little bit less inspired than a lot of the teams here, so they might just kind of say, okay, well, we got the better trade out of it anyways.
Yeah, you almost wonder if MVP were doing perhaps a little bit of test, see if the LGD would take the Earth Spirit for themselves.
Some teams just feel comfortable against what we consider really like near broken heroes. Like for example, EG and Wisp. EG will always feel comfortable playing against the Wisp.
Yeah.
I think Alliance and like Earth Spirit. Alliance is pretty okay with playing against Earth Spirits. But even then, today against Team Liquid, they banned it out, right? Yes, they did.
All right, we're finally back in. Game number 2 now between LGD and MVP Phoenix. We're going to start out with some early TPs as Dubu wants to be able to get those quick wards up. Visage, DDC, he's going to be doing something similar here. Looks like an early laning ward that he's going to try and sneak in and get some vision of the offlane tower and the offlane positioning. It's a good way for you to be able to see potential warding scenarios. He doesn't actually go for it, though. Kind of curious what... Oh, okay. He actually places a ward that's much farther down. Very unlikely to get counter-warded.
Yeah, usually you'll deward a little bit higher. Because most of the time, there's always going to be the lane ward. What this allows LGD to do is, because they have an Earth Spirit, you want to be able to have one support kind of zone out. And that you can actually do that if you have the ward down there. If you don't, it makes it so that the Visage has to hard commit a lot more. And it makes MMY's job a little bit harder.
Especially since it's the Wisp Bristleback lane, it's going to be naturally pushed in quite a lot of times. So you can also afford some vision that's a little bit more shallower than normal.
Yeah, for sure.
How do the supports play it on the side of LGD against this kind of dual lane? Do you, because MMY as the Earth Spirit, his role is much stronger in scenarios where you have a numbers advantage, particularly 1v2s in the mid lane, it's only until you have that kick where it actually becomes a stronger hero against aggro lanes, such as the aggro dual lane that MVP Phoenix are running. Is there a way that they can get that fast level 2? Do you think you should be trying to pressure mid more in the beginning, or are you down just for them to run the full defensive tri-lane?
I think they just rotate him mid, just because Invoker's kind of an easier kill, depending on who plays what. Like maybe he's their mid player, but Sylar's their lone druid player, right?
It should be lone druid mid though, right?
You would think so. I think for this particular adjustment. But it is kind of weird. I think going from mid to playing safe lane is a lot easier than going from safe lane to playing mid. Because there are more nuances involved. Like you have to actively think about denying a little bit more, and the creep equilibrium is a little bit different.
If you just look at hero matchups though, the lone druid would fare better against the invoker, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe there's almost no chance that I think that he has against an invoker. He just wouldn't be able to get reliable farm. I think the hero itself is okay against invoker, but later on it becomes a little bit weirder.
And we've seen a plethora of mid lone druids before. It's a very tough hero to actually gank or control as an enemy mid or enemy supports. It's just rough to go into. That shouldn't be a problem here. MVP Phoenix are going to be perfectly content, I think, with just running their normal dual lanes.
Did you see what happened, by the way? Q picked up the bounty rune, and because he's a Quaswex invoker, he initially bought the salve, because I think he just has a quick cast, and then he immediately sold it. He's like, I'm against a lone druid and I'm an invoker.
Yeah, really no need for something like that. You've got that natural regen against a hero that really shouldn't be threatening to you whatsoever. At least not until at least level 5.
Once you've got root gaming going on, though,
yeah,
things become weird and annoying. You get like a double root early.
Really bottom lane, it looks like they're going to be jumping in on our Bristleback. Forev has been left alone. The Wisp is only just now going to come in, but it's too late. MMY is able to secure the first blood. Apparently, Febby felt like he was going to be okay to leave that lane alone, but
hey, Febby went to go stack.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I'm not really sure why he thought the Earth Spirit was going to be running mid. I know we talked about it, but at the end of the day, while Invoker may be an easy hero to gank, Lone Druid is certainly not a mid hero that takes advantage of the Earth Spirit's aggression in mid lane.
Yeah, I think it's different too. If this was an Exort Invoker, I would say gank away like, as soon as your Lone Druid has roots. But because it's Quaswex, it's a lot less reliable, and I think Forev just isn't used to being contested. Like for the most part, in all the matchups that we've seen so far, he's had a somewhat easier lane.
Febby.
Oh, this
the
is
perfect camp, too.
That's cute.
Yep, he was able to do a quick little tether pull with the
Oh, he's going to stack at the
attacking.
same time, too. Okay, this is like max efficiency.
It really is. That's going to be a 3-stack already for the Bristleback to take advantage later on. So even if his lane doesn't go all that well, we know he should have a nice recovery. Now, right now, the Earth Spirit is going to be checking out that Ancient camp. I'm not sure if... did he counter-ward it? He did. So he blocked out the Ancient stack.
This time, though, he doesn't manage to get the pull. A little bit late to that, but I think Febby does know the existence of the Sentry, but maybe doesn't have a creep wave. Push into the jungle briefly, but DDC looks like he's going to connect this pull no problem.
QO having some issues. MMY and Sylar, they're going to be able to get a block off here with the Fissure as well. QO is most guaranteed dead, as he has no way to be able to get out of that one. Some nice early aggression here from this Earth Spirit is proven to work out quite well for LGD.
Yeah, this is what they wanted out of their Chen in that last game. It's just a hero that could actively roam and shut down MVP's momentum. And this is such a good start for LGD just because this is the first time I feel MVP's kind of been challenged in the laning phase. Like, oftentimes, it feels like there's more of a slow progression with their opponents, but this time around, it feels like LGD are saying, okay, we're going to bring it to you. We're going to get active in the lanes. We're going to make sure that Forev doesn't just get the usual start, that QO can't just take over a game.
MMY, his rotation is being spotted out. Once again, MVP seem to really favor that River Ward that sees potential support rotations behind the offlaner or potentially behind the mid-tier 1. Tornado EMP. Sylar is actually going to be hit by that EMP. Takes a little bit of extra damage. Febby just comes in for a quick heal. And probably should be looking for that 4-minute rune. But he can very easily be zoned out if both supports of LGD head out for the bottom lane. We'll see.
Yeah, Febby gonna bring the sentry along, spots it. Can you even click on that? Oh, that is... Okay, so he's gonna eat it. Very good.
Takes a lot of damage for that one. Arcane picked up by our Spirit. And he's actually holding on to a level, seeing whether or not he wants to get the extra bit of damage into the stun or if he needs the silence.
This QO Invoker still doing kind of okay. He's got phase boots, but Sylar is getting a lot out of this lane right now. He's already got the gloves of haste on the bear.
Leading in, MMY is going to be able to get the silence, the follow-up stun. Very nice control there. Unfortunately, they aren't getting any roots out, and he will be able to go invis. MMY not being able to bring any detection into lane just yet.
That was really close. If they could have just gone one route, that might have been enough to bring down that Invoker, but unfortunately, unable to. It's QO.
You still have a free farming Juggernaut, though. MVP Phoenix. Oh, the jump in once again. QO is going to be caught out. The tornado gives them a bit of space here. They are going to try and chase this down, and they get the root at the last second. That is perfect. Exactly what they needed. Juggernaut's going to TP in, and I believe he does have his level 6. The scare back there from Sylar. Dubu is still going to be able to keep up, though. The Fairy Fire keeps him alive, and an uphill miss as well. Really unfortunate as they do manage to get the full healing salve out. And Sylar will actually be able to stay in lane. In fact, he'll get some free damage on MP as well. Takes out the healing ward. MP already down to half health.
Yeah, and this is reminiscent of when Sylar, he did this against Liquid. Remember the old Fluff and Stuff plus IX Mike roster when he outplayed them at that bottom lane? And the Sylar lone druid, he knows the control, he knows how to bait. And he's almost got the Midas completed at just 6 minutes now, Cap. And this is not what MVP expected. I don't think they expected a fight like this.
Oh, Sylar.
He doesn't have the mana for the ulti, but...
Cold Snap's keeping on him, but we do have the roll in once again from MMY. Now the turnaround, the silence, and the kick. They have another turnaround, though. Febby's going to be able to come in with the whisk, healing him up, and he'll be okay.
Yeah. And unfortunately for them, not able to get the kill, but still the Earth Spirit doing quite a bit in this regard and forcing a lot of rotations from MVP. So they have to devote 3 heroes to being around this lane. And this is what we kind of expect out of the Earth Spirit in general. Like, this is what makes the hero so good.
Two-man rotation looks like coming out from MVP through the river. It looks like a smoke up from QO and Dubu. We run into DDC. They will be able to scout him out. Looks like they got a little nasal goon. The tornado does hit. DDC should be falling here, as I don't think LGD really have any appropriate response. Just run down by the 3 members of MVP, and that'll be it.
Yeah, still really good for LGD overall, as maybe continues to get some farm. There's not a whole lot of pressure anywhere else. And they're doing a really good job of things overall, as not a whole lot so far that MVP can do to either of the cores.
What's our Juggernaut up to? What level is he? He's got level 6 phase boots. Looking pretty good right now. But then again, RTK looks like he was level 5. He actually went for... Do you prefer this build? We were talking about the problem that Ursa's going to have against Quaswex. I feel like Arcane Boots is a necessity for an Earthshaker, just because, not just for him, but also for the Ursa.
Yeah, I think it would have been overall a little bit more stable, especially since ROTK is having a much better time in the offlane in general this time around. I think at least like 1 or 2 minimum.
Oh, roll in. They're going to try and go for MP, but he misses out. He actually kicks MP. Oh, MMY. That was rather unfortunate. He tried to get the quick silence off as he rolled in order to prevent the spin, follow up with the stun. They could have actually killed him, but that was one of those scenarios where you had a very likelihood that MVP was going to be able to get away scot-free.
Yeah, MP's like, away. But he's going to pull the lane back. Smart decision because everybody from LGD is up here. They've rotated Maybe. This is a really good rotation by them just because there's not a whole lot that MP can do against Maybe. He can always just pop the Enrage anytime the Jug decides to ultimate. And you can't just go for the TP spin like you normally would. So MP is just going to get out of there. rotate down to the safe lane because he knows that something is afoot. At some point, your safe lane is no longer your safe lane. And maybe he's even going to show in the lane now because he doesn't want to waste any time.
One of the big strengths of Quaswex Invoker, right, is that you are able to easily solo defend towers, so he can actually go up to the top lane while the rest of MVP go and take the early Roshan. If need be, they can actually go and TP up to the top lane. Tornado EMP goes out. Doesn't hit on much.
There's like no way that... I don't think LGD can rotate fast enough for this. Like, they're going to start running down right now. The Ursa does have the TP available. There's no way that they expected this to happen anyways. You've got the Savage Roar on the Bear, though. Can you just walk in?
Roar in position. He's going to be able to roar and stop a little bit, but
somebody click
still,
the
Aegis! He's right on top of it. He can't pick it up. Oh, Febi's forced to grab it out of everybody. Oh, my God. RTK. He's actually going to be slowed down by a little bit of goo. Turns around, faking out the Fissure, not quite hitting it. Nice Tornado EMP, though, landed by QO. That all but assures there's no opportunity for LGD to do anything here.
Yeah, this is so awkward. This is like the hero that you least wanted the Aegis on. I think even like, I guess he's okay, but once he's out of bottle charges, you're just kind of a ball of light. You would have really liked to see it on one of your cores that could play aggressively. It's a really good maneuver.
Kicked up. Are they actually going to be able to commit to this when they jump in with MMY? The damage from the Visage isn't nearly enough, and now MMY is too far forward. Blocked out by the Fissure, laid down by his teammate ROTK. And that's a free kill for MVP. This is a Quaswex Invoker. Got to keep in mind that it's rather tanking. The Tornado EMP coming out once again. LGD just can't seem to get a hold on this Invoker, as once again he's going to be able to turn it around. Maybe he's forced to pop that Enrage and run himself away.
Yeah, but MVP starting to regain some footing. Really good Roche attempt as well. Like being able to force LGD up to that safe lane, and then everybody from MVP makes the instant decision to go for the Roshan, especially when you're against an Ursa. Like you never want the opportunity for him to just grab a free Aegis. But MVP on the offensive, they're going to grab this tier 1 tower up on him for sure. This is one of the least desirable towers to try to defend for if you're LGD. The mid tier 1 is a lot more stable to go for.
I don't like this as well, just because MVP Phoenix can potentially gain control of the jungle, but this also really lessens the hold of LGD have over Roshan, right? It's already bad enough being Radiant side. Once you lose your tier 1 at bottom and mid, it seems all but impossible to be able to actually contest Roshan.
You're kind of just forced into this position, though. At some point, you know you have to give up that tier 1 tower at bottom. What matters more is giving up the tower mid tier.
Rapid rotation around there, going to be able to catch ROTK out of bounds. Completely out of mana. 3-3 now. The score may be even, but MVP is certainly far ahead in this match.
I don't think it's that bad. Like the Ursa still has, I think, like an okay amount of farm. Like most of the difference in net worth, I think, just comes from like the objectives. But LGD overall have had a pretty decent time of things. Like last game was. If you told me 15 minutes of the game.
Oh, but they're about to lose their top net worth hero. They do have the relocate in as well, so there's no way that Tyler can get out of this one.
Oh, they do manage to kill the Jug, though. That's a really big pickup.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how he died. I think he just got stunned by MMY. He just did Earth Spirit things. Then maybe hit him a bunch.
Tower is under attack.
What's your opinion on the Bristleback mech? Because obviously you've experienced it a lot more than others.
It's so awful to play against. You're just, you think you finally killed a Bristleback of all heroes, and then he mechs up with his Wisp. Everybody from MVP's full again. ROTK.
Looks like Newbee was trying to go for the swap, but just a bit out of range.
Yeah.
MVP are doing what they were doing last time, though. They're kind of grouped up in 2 or 3 end squads and keeping this this really neat split push that is not allowing LGD to actually gain any ground. Maybe MMY, it's all on him. He's got to find the right kind of initiation. Until RTK is able to pick up a Blink Dagger, the split push can only really be defended by MMY leading the charge.
Almost feel like LGD can still fight. It's not like the Aegis is on some crazy hero like the Invoker or anything like that, or even Forev. It's on the Wisp. But LGD are going to concede this top tower too, and they're content to continue to farm because they know that Sylar, once he gets the Radiance, complicates things for MVP.
Once he gets the Radiance, but he's still another 2k away from that Relic. Meanwhile, Bristleback has a Vanguard as well as that mech by 13.5 minutes.
Yeah, the timing on this Bristleback is so sick. they should just be able to frontline with this hero and take down towers. And that's exactly what they're going to do is MVP. They're going to snake behind this one and see if they can find a kill on Sylar and set things up with the Wisp relocate. Should be able to get this once they relocate in. Oh, they went the...
Oh, Sylar! Oh, no way.
Wait, what just happened?
They just passed each other by. MVP Phoenix miss out on what could have been a free kill.
The timing on that was pretty absurd. Like, as soon as they hit the high ground, he gets the... That is... Sylar's got to be so weirded out, because then he sees them in his jungle and he's like, they smoked.
2,400 golds. Runs to that middle lane. But he's really the only one successfully farming on LGD. It seems like everyone else is just trying to take perhaps some of these smaller jungle camps, but like no one even feels comfortable showing themselves in bottom lane. Right now, the Ursa's just kind of wandering around.
I'd really like them to not give up this tier 1 mid. I don't think, even with the Radiance coming up, I think you have to at least make some effort at contesting it.
MMY, balls on in, is a little bit short. They don't have their Ursa here just yet. He's making his way across from the jungle anyway, so they can make a commitment soon.
Yeah, they're even going to pop the glyph.
They should just go while Forev is up at that top lane. Actually going to be able to catch QO, leading with a Fisher stun. Nice swap back out, though. Dubu may be blown up, but he managed to protect QO, and that's hugely important. Now the relocate in from behind is going to be able to catch multiple heroes. RTK is going to be the first one down. DDC actually summoned some new familiars, so he should be okay. Able to cover his retreat with a potential stun, but this just means MVP Phoenix, they win the fight, and they'll go right back to taking that tier 1 at the mid lane. I like this rotation from LGD, though. They know how desperately they need to be able to track down MVP. They get Febby, and they're going to turn towards Forev. Unfortunately, they're missing out on disables here as they can't quite keep up with Bear. The tornado comes in. It's on 2. EMP will go off, but I think they're just going to try and go for the Spirit Bear and call it a day. Forev.
Oh, here comes maybe, though.
He's apparently okay with this. MMY is going to be able to address QO, and Forev, he's actually battling it out with Ursa right now, but this is not a battle he can actually win. Forev will eventually go down. The Mechs keep it alive. Maybe. Oh, he actually does die. The kick on through. Vischer onto QO. They're controlling up the Invoker, but Sylar's almost dead. MMY's trapped up against MP. There's just no way out here for LGD as they run down hero after hero. 3 down. DDC hit by the tornado as well. There's going to be a 4th down double kill for QO. And it looks like Dubu, he might even find ROTK. No, he doesn't get the swap off.
ROTK has to be so frustrated at himself. He blocks himself from being able to help the rest of his team. He was like just over that ledge. I need to Echo Slam this. I could end this fight for my team. Unable to do so. So many heroes hit the deck for LGD as they lose 4. And this Earthshaker used to have a decent Blink Dagger timing, but that is now fallen off. Although they still have the Radiance coming up somewhat soon.
Somewhat soon.
I'm optimistic.
Seems like MVP Phoenix will be able to take the last of these tier 2s before that Radiance is up. And then next they turn towards Roshan, take that Aegis, and then probably go high ground from there, right?
Yeah. I do like that they're going to go for the Midas on Kyo, by the way. I think he just kind of understands the read of the game. Just in case the Lone Druid had a really good start, you want to be able to catch up in levels and farm.
And it's one of the heroes that gets the most benefit out of levels anyway, so
yeah, exactly.
You could speed that along, it's all good. Show themselves at bottom lane, the relocate comes out. Sylar doesn't have any way out of this one. He does have the roar still up, but he's just trying to run it. Does manage to scare back QO, but the rest of MVP will still be able to run him down. LGD on the other side, though, are going to try and fight this one. Nice block out there from Forev, actually that rolling boulder, and will be able to fight the rest of the team. RTK throws down the epicenter, but is only just before he dies. MP is chased back with a spin, but Forev is going to be able to continue on the front line, slowly but surely take heroes down with the quills. That'll be another 4 down from LGD as MVP are just stomping through this game too.
Yeah, now we can say they're crushing. And I don't...
he just picked up and
know
choose to go that route.
What happened this time around, Cap? LGD did such a better job of contesting lanes. They did a lot better in their safe lane. They killed Forev. MMY was a beast. He continuously rolled at mid. Slowed down Q more than I've seen him slow down at any point during this tournament, and they really took it to them. But when it came to team fights, they're just getting flat out demolished.
Kick comes in, Forev. Not quite blocked out. Maybe is going to have to enrage, but they may not even be able to save him. MP does get rooted up, but Forev's going to be able to keep on going. A scare back there. Maybe he's going to be taken lower and lower from the urn, and they do end up taking him out with Febby. Spirits, 3-man Fisher. RTK still does not have that Echo Slam, though, so not much he can really do, though. QO locked in by the roots, but that's willing to turn and fight. He's okay with this one.
That's a maybe buyback, but Sylar doesn't have Bear for the next 82 seconds. It's going to be a guaranteed Rax.
Invoker Dagon, okay.
All right, that's the get out of my game item.
He's ready to just zap down some heroes.
Yeah. QO he's feeling himself right now. He's like so happy. I'm doing QO things, can't stop me. Gonna build a Dagon with my 3,200 gold.
That's the top 6 Dagon right there.
Yeah. I like that. Those moves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the subtle, this is how far behind you are.
Demoralize the enemy as fast as possible. Sylar not expecting
Sylar's
QO to
to
still be
right
inside
now.
the base, but he's definitely here, and he's got the Dagon too. MP will finally catch up. The spin to win will take out Sylar. Dubu takes a large amount of damage, and that heals him right back up, so they throw down the swap, catching up to DDC. Take him out. Dubu still completely fine. Sitting right next to the fountain, he's okay. LGD just have no reprisal whatsoever.
Yeah. Like, what does Sylar even tell his team? He's like, guys, that Invoker has a Dagon. I would tell my team. Like, who pings that out for the rest of them?
Invoker has Dagon 1.
Yeah, you just ping that out, like, what?
It's a late Roshan, but it'll come up eventually, and MVP Phoenix are going to lay claim to it, unless LGD can make some sort of crazy smoke maneuver in the next 5 seconds and head over there.
They have their Lone Druid Bear up.
They're so close to the Blink Dagger, too. They're going to be like, oh, guys, let's just get the Blink Dagger, and then we can go smoke into the Roshan pit, but it'll be too late.
And the more frustrating thing is how tantalizingly close Sylar's been to that Relic. I remember 5 minutes ago, he had a 5-minute Midas. Where did it all go wrong? All of a sudden, MVP, they do Roshan, somehow Febby gets it. LGD start the game off really well. All of a sudden, things are just catastrophic. That's a good... At that point, you can use that term.
Better movement, better control, better kind of everything from MVP once we got past that laning phase.
Yeah.
The Earth Spirit did prove to be a bit of a sticking point. LGD definitely had some good opportunities with that.
My hero did everything they wanted it to.
Yeah.
It completely dominated the lanes. The team fight for it has been relatively successful. They're just getting out team fought right now. Like, even that fight near their entrance.
It seems like the only successful hero for LGD was that Earth Spirit.
Yeah. The Lone Druid was going really well too, though.
Yeah.
I just took too many fights with the rest of his team. At some point, I think Sylar should have told his team, guys, like, 300 gold. Just relax a little bit. He's doing everything he can to get that item because he knows. I think we might just have to concede this Rax. They can't take more than that. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
Attempt at a zoning kick. Those familiars aren't really going to be doing much to our Bristleback when he's got Crimson Guard and his back turned.
Yeah. You give up this Rax, but you get a lot of farm on Sylar. You're not going to fight before his Radiant anymore. Imagine if they did this, if they had done this 4 or 5 minutes ago. Just said, let's wait for Sylar's Radiance no matter what, and then we'll see what we can do. But I think at this
MMY is going to jump in. They're going to try and pop Febby, but he's already got a Ghost Scepter of all the items. MMY is going to lose all his mana and his life as the Dagon comes out. RTK turns around for the Fisher and does manage to get away. At least for the time being. Forev's going to be able to chase him down eventually. He comes in with the extra bit of health. Omni Slash bouncing around. 2 very tanky heroes that are going to be able to absorb the Omni Slash. That's why we were talking about how they could just tank Juggernaut, but they never really got the opportunity to until now. Spirit Bearer's going to die a secondary time. Maybe tries to jump onto QO, but there's just too many counterplay mechanisms here for MVP. 4 staffs and Ghost Scepters all around. DDC is actually going to be almost dying to Febby straight up.
MVP is just enjoying themselves right now. They're just diving non-stop. They've got a full AC completed on Forev too. They've secured themselves.
MMY kick in, but he doesn't actually dress Forev. Immediately goes down. Spirit Bearer also going to die for his secondary time here. 8 to 21, make it 22. Sylar goes down yet again. Maybe finally picks up a kill. And there we go. An echo out from ROTK. Maybe, just maybe, LGD can push MVP out of the base, but there's still the 2 cores. Got both the Juggernaut and that Bristleback, who's looking quite healthy. Maybe he's going to try and go for the Juggernaut. Oh, he's going to be able to burst it before the TP out as well. Can they control Forev? No, there's just no way. There's too many quills. Maybe he's going to actually try for it here. He still has the Aegis, though. I don't think they should try and fight this one at all. This is just a Bristleback who is too much to handle at this point in time. MMY tries to slow him down. Forev managed to dodge it. Won't be able to dodge the Fissure, though. A little bit more control. And it looks like he will finally be losing that Aegis. The one keeps him alive a little bit longer. Max efficiency with the tread switching as well. LGD are committing so much time to try and stop just the second life of the Bristleback, and they can't even do that much.
You said, Cap?
Nope, can't even do it. Febby's finally here with a relocate save. 12 to 22.
Something about that Aegis.
Say you want about LGD, but they are fighting out to the bare end.
You don't want to go out like this.
No.
You want to at least see if there's any glimmer of hope.
I mean, with that Echo Slam, there is a glimmer of hope. They got themselves a decent fight. Good recovery in gold.
Yeah. Still, they have to contend with, despite that near full-on wipe, it's still almost like 6,000 XP, 20K in net worth, and MVP.
The metrics don't look great for LG.
They just continue to pick up items. That's the scary part. Like, Kyo's got a dig on 3. At this point, he's fully committed. Like, I'm okay with this.
You know, I've seen plenty of the Quaswex Invokers that hunt people down with the Orchid, but this is just something else.
Yeah, this is taking it to the next level. I know a lot of people are going to call this like PM or whatever, but why? He's winning the game. He feels that he can get away with it. You do whatever you want.
Potential to be able to delete certain key heroes like the Earthshaker.
Top tower is under attack.
Who after that fight now has himself a 4-staff. The Ursa managed to complete a Diffusal Blade, so they can actually real quickly blow up the Wisp now.
They need the they need a big echo.
Maybe not that quickly. 3 Vid boosters.
What's going on?
But they can address the Ghost Scepter. They can't address that one item. I'm not sure about the those 3 orbs.
Imagine if Febby just built
They're
like
going to jump on. Dubu, kick. That's a good kick, actually, onto 2, but unfortunately the Tornado's going to be pretty disrupted. They do manage to get a 3-man Fissure, swap back out, but Dubu still dies as the kick comes in. MMY still going to be able to control these heroes with the Echo Slam over the top onto 2. They're definitely trying to go on to Febby, but my god, he's going to be able to complete the relocate out, leaving Forev here, because we know the Bristleback's always going to keep on living.
Nobody checked his items.
Yeah, no, like, it's a Ghost Scepter, guys. I can defusal it off. It's all good. Not the case here at all. Febby comes right back to the fight. And the last lane of Rags is going to be going down here unless LGD can pull out a miracle.
MVP.
RTK tries to jump for Febby here. Febby's fine, though. 4-staff back inside the base, trying to juke his way around, but maybe still dealing with QO. Oh, the Enrage goes off just before the Dagon hits. And RTK is going to be run down by MP. Melee Rax, range Rax is all that's left, and LGD, they probably knew it was over for a while now, but they just wanted to fight it out to the bitter end.
I think this loss is going to hurt almost more than the first game, just because they had certain advantages going into this. They just got outmaneuvered around the map. That first Roshan was so well done by MVP, and it took away a lot of LGD's lineup momentum.
Yeah, it wasn't just about the aggression, but the way they utilized some of their split pushing and kind of forced LGD around the map in order to open up certain things like that Roshan. So very dominant 2-0 to MVP. Our analysts either have a lot to talk about or very little. I'm not quite sure which.
Thank you so much, Cap and Blitz. Indeed, a sight to behold here. MVP put on a clinic against LGD and shut them down 2-0. And we were anticipating in game number 2, LGD were kind of pulling out something a bit different and something they might have needed here, breaking away from their disciplined style. They got their early grab of the Earth Spirit, a lone druid grab for Sylar, and certainly based on the early game, it looked like things were going pretty swimmingly for them, but suddenly, something somewhere went wrong so fast, and the game ends with a Dagon Invoker and 3 Vite boosters on a Febby Wisp. Gentlemen, this is going to be a fun one to break down. Again, they are going to be prepping for our winner's interview, so I apologize ahead of time if I'm going to be cutting any of you off, but I welcome back again to the panel, of course, Winter, Merlini, Draskell, and, of course, Cinderin. So, Winter, I start with you. It felt like a strong start for LGD, and I can't help but ask the common question, what happened?
They were just too fast for LGD.
Winter.
Sorry, my bad. They were just too fast for LGD, I think. Like the way they played, and LGD played the game like the usual game. Like the draft was definitely better than what they had in the first game, but everything was just like way too slow. They had to wait for a lot of stuff, and they had the lone druid. And despite their early game, it was just still not enough for them. Like when it comes to mid game, when they have relocate, and there's a few fights where they wanted to kill the Bristleback, but they just expended so much resources to kill him, and they lost way too many heroes just for one Bristleback.
Ben, what was your take on the game?
There was some weird mechanical things, and they ended up taking around 9. And Ursa needs to like be around that area to always threaten the Roach too. But if you're Ursa and you can't get Roach, you can't get first or second Roach, the game's pretty over.
He's on Radiant though.
Yeah, he's on Radiant, right? But like, if you have Ursa in your lineup, you have to tailor your lineup so that you can get that first Roach very early, because it's just such a big advantage. It doesn't matter if you have worse late game, but if you can contest Roach, that's okay. But you know, it's weird when your lone Druid is the one like making the plays, getting kills early. If like, where's everyone else on the map? I guess they tried a little bit with Earth Spirit, but as you said, too fast.
Well, I think one of the biggest issues that they had actually was the core matchup. I think for MVP heavily favored them because they let Earth Spirit go in the first phase, right? But then they picked Bristle and Jug, two heroes who I still feel are very strong against Earth Spirit throughout like pretty much every single stage of the game, right? And the consistencies that I saw in the drafting for LGD was they kind of lack a lot of damage. You know, they kind of pick these lineups to have a decent mix of physical and magic, but they don't have any like, we can get a hero isolated and kill it straight away. I think Winter mentioned during the draft that there was no way to quickly kill the Wisp. And I feel like that actually came back to bite them, because even if you do really well in the laning phase, we saw that amazing fissure block early, the nice ES rotations from LGD, there eventually becomes a point where you're hitting this mid-game timing with Jug and Bristle, and you don't have a good target. Like, who do you go on?
Cinderin, I have to ask here, how much of this series is MVP being that good or LGD off their game?
What are you doing, Andy?
Please don't distract him. I'm trying to ask him a question over here.
His microphone was just pointing the other way.
Okay, fair enough.
I was just
Thank you so
helping.
much. I appreciate it.
What if
we have a lot of hats we have to
If you
wear
want it
around
pointing
here.
down, you're welcome to have it pointing down.
All right. I think it's mainly MVP being good, but honestly, LGD drafted in a way that didn't allow them to shine, I think. It's a bad matchup for them. We talked about it going in, but I think in both games they could have drafted better for themselves. Again, in this game, I think MMY, he did his best. He really did his best, but he's playing the only active hero they have early. They're combining it with a Visage, very defensive lane support until he gets levels, needs to find that level 6. Lone Druid, very defensive laner. Ursa, sure, you can fight, but you need a couple of core items first before you can even engage, and I think he went phase into Mask into Blink. I don't even know if he didn't even fully free farm in his lane, but if he does, you get those items, I think, at about 10, 12 minutes maybe. They already lost Roche at that point. So it just went, it goes way too fast for them.
Sorry to interrupt you, Cinderin. It sounds like we have our interview ready to go, so let's send it to the stage with the winner.
当中，其实不止在刚刚的比赛当中，在整个比赛，包括小组赛 ，MVP 的表现都让人觉得有惊喜。然后我们就是想知道，对于这些惊喜 ，MVP 是怎么看待的？然后他们获得这场比赛的胜利之后，心情是如何？
So throughout the group stage in this tournament, your performance has been very surprising to a lot of people. So what do you say to that? And now that you've taken one step closer to the finals, how do you feel?
First, I think, well, as I said before in the interview, like we kind of figure out like what to do in this meta, and then, well, like everyone's like high-skilled player in our team. That's what I feel. But we just had the bad drafts or like didn't have a like deep drafts. So I think we've been having a struggle this like until before now. But I think we know like how to draft and we know how to play our games. And then I'm happy that I win.
就是我以前说过，我们要对这版本要识破这版本，要知道怎么去 BP， 怎么选英雄，就是最适合这版本的阵容。那现在以前别的队可能表现没那么好，可是我们现在好像学到了很多，所以发挥得很好。
哦，原来是这样子的。那 QO 觉得在本次比赛当中有哪些队伍是他们觉得是强劲的对手呢？
So in this competition, who do you think are the strongest teams left in the main event?
Well, we thought it was Alliance, and then I think they still are because they have like few different styles, and then it's like all hard to expect. But maybe so as EG, like, and we didn't even scream EG for once, so yeah, one of two. Yeah, EG.
我们一开始认为是 A 队，不过我们觉得，比如说 EG，别的外国队也是比较强的，因为他们阵容会有很多变化。
好的，非常感谢 QO 接受我们的采访。接下来我们交回分析台。
All right, so very happy MVP squad. That's a matchup I'm looking forward to. Them versus EG, a team they didn't even have a chance to scrim against. They were anxious against going against Alliance. Obviously, we saw the series earlier, a bit of an upset there. We are going to be cutting to a small break, but I want to ask one more question to my panel before we go. When you're doing that well in a game and you're deciding to pull out a Dagon, a couple of Vipe boosters, how would you guys classify that? Is it BM or is it seizing the opportunity to be a bit more efficient?
Style points.
Style points?
Having
Style
fun.
points.
Having fun?
Clearly a bug.
A bug.
3 vitality boosts is legit.
You would report though, right, Winter, for that? If someone did that in your game, just report.
Yeah, but we're winning the game.
You're winning, you don't
yeah,
care.
why
You would still report.
No, if
Probably
we're
stars a report, then he retracted if possible.
No, I would never report it if we are.
I would
winning.
commend them.
For teaching. Oh, 3 vitality boosters are good on IO. And
For style points, man.
Style points.
So MVP gets our approval here, and they still continue to look like one of the scariest teams out there. So what we'll do now is we'll cut to a break. When we return, we begin to go into the lower bracket now. Our first lower bracket matchup is going to be EHOME versus Archon. We'll switch up the panel and be back for more Dota.
自己对战方去调试自己的设备了。那这场比赛的话，正如我们刚刚说的，非常的关键，因为即将会诞生第一个淘汰的队伍，那也是希望两支队伍都能拿出自己最好的一个实力和水平吧。然后在这样的一个比赛过程当中，想问一下几位，你们比较看好哪一位选手的发挥？
我比较看好EHOME，然后比较看好
推翻、
重建，因为他算是
新的玩法，
希望他能够带领队伍走向胜利。我也是看好。
Let's go。
因为是。
Hello and welcome back to the Shanghai Major live here in Shanghai, presented to you by Perfect World, and we're here with a fresh panel. LD, welcome to the panel. First time today. Of course, you casted the first match. It's been a long day, but glad to have you on. Gods, Winter LD as well. Of course, welcome back. We're very colorful. May I just add? This is good things.
Welcome to the panel as well, Shiver.
Thank you.
We've hour grows late. Things are getting a little wild in Shanghai, but that's okay. I have faith in our royalty.
Definitely. Oh yeah, a Lady Shiva and royalty. I forgot about that. But
Emperor Chan.
For best of one.
Emperor Chan.
I don't know where we did that. But
what does that leave you as, Ben?
I don't think that's
I don't
the
know.
thing.
I can be Jester.
Samurai Wu.
Samurai? Sure.
Okay, best of ones, guys. Talking about samurais. Someone, and actually 4 teams are going home. Because there is life on the line in the tournament. And I know, Ben, you are kind of, well, you kind of like the elimination rounds,
Yes.
I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
Tell us why.
It's more interesting. I think, like, especially if it's best of one. Like, best of 3 eliminations are kind of interesting, but I find the BO1s way more interesting because teams, like, we saw a lot more crazy stuff. We just see a lot more crazy stuff.
Mhm.
Like, this could be the last game that you're playing.
Yes, and
In
actually
Shanghai.
it will be for 4 out of the 8
And
teams.
the best part is not only might we see crazy stuff in the game, but we might see crazy stuff outside of
Fans
Pit Lord get
rushing the
dropped to
stage.
save us all.
You have high expectations for this event, LD.
A man could dream.
There's one thing to note about fans rushing the stage, because our last game of the evening is going to be a Chinese showdown, if you will, of course, with CDEC versus Team Newbee. But unfortunately, that game will probably happen past 10 p.m., which means that there is no longer audience allowed in the stadium, as that is an unfortunate.
Yeah, I was like, are you going to work? He's like, yeah.
Brackets have been updated wrong, and the winner goes up against Alliance. That is a rough path already for either of the teams.
Yeah, it's potentially really rough for Alliance as
Mhm.
well. BO1 against EHOME that early in the bracket when they started winner bracket. It could imagine getting knocked out like that. That's
What about Archon
Brutal.
BO1 against Alliance in the bracket? It started out really rough. Another thing.
I mean, it's BO1, right? So there's no guarantee EHOME's the team that advances. I mean, I imagine if you're Alliance, you'd probably rather play Archon, but EHOME has looked a little shaky.
Yeah, but
They'd definitely rather versus Archon.
It's BO1 though.
For a lot of teams.
Definitely. Regardless of, even if Archon like stomp EHOME, I'm sure Alliance would be like.
What if it was a fist fight instead of a Dota game? Would they still rather versus Archon?
I don't know. None of the Archon guys are that scary.
RTK is
they're
pretty
big.
Yeah, they're big.
Lonham would want to protect his family.
Yeah.
I would rather face EHOME in a fist fight, though.
Why?
Well,
Why?
because I think they are more lightweight
Good. Real talk.
Are they?
Couple small guys.
compared to Archon.
I mean, like, Whitebeard's not lightweight, but I mean, are you scared of him in a fist fight?
Yes.
Moo could be pretty scary too.
I don't know.
He's got the whole
Actually,
caveman
this
look
is very
going.
deceiving, because I remember a competition once where Hotbit was doing a competition against several other people, and he won all of them, because there's also, like,
Yeah.
Asians can be surprisingly strong if you don't expect it, so size doesn't say anything in that case. So I take my words back.
Yeah.
We're back on this again, aren't we?
Okay.
It's true, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying any falseness here. Anyways, we're gonna have 4 best of ones. So our second one is gonna be Team Spirit versus Team Complexity. I want to just go over them, just talk a little bit about them, see what you guys have to say. Spirit, Complexity, initial thoughts.
Probably the closest.
50-50?
Yeah,
Yeah.
50-50. Maybe. Oh yeah, 50-50. I
Maybe
kind of
slight
slightly prefer
Complexity.
complexity, but I mean,
Yeah.
complexity
I
haven't
mean,
won a series.
Spirit showed showed some really good games in their group too. So I think that
I feel like I'm biased towards complexity because we're always around Swindles, and he talks about his team so highly. If I hadn't actually talked to Swindles, I'd be like, yeah, it's probably Spirit favorite.
I think it's really like even match. I think anyone of those two teams can perform well, can win the match and go on to perform well against other teams.
Spirit has better strategies, but they're more likely to choke.
And that is
you think
rough
Spirit
in the
has
best
better
of-
strategy?
I think it's much more down to the draft for both teams. Like they've both had games where they just draft themselves into
they
a
both corner. have really good drafts sometimes, but at the same time they have bad drafts as well. Like
I feel like they have extremes. You know, they don't have just like a crap that game and they lost before the game even started.
I think match up very well because of that. So I agree, 50-50.
And if you're talking about that being the most even matchup of the 4 best of ones we have today, Vici Gaming versus Virtus Pro.
question
VP
mark.
just look a lot better.
It's question mark though still.
It depends, because I mean, you had Vici Gaming who didn't really perform when they went through the group stages, but they're the team that definitely can just make.
Like VP, we've seen perform really well, like 3rd place, and like right now they could get 13 through 16.
And
so.
you look at VP, arguably I think almost inarguably at this point, the toughest group, with Liquid taking down Alliance, looking really strong at that. Obviously, EG, a really strong team, coming into this tournament, performed well, and VP played those teams tight. So, I mean, I think, if anything, VP look a lot better form-wise, but the question is going to be, does Vici finally get it together and step up? Because if you go back to the International, they start in the lower bracket, and I think they won, was it 5?
Get it together.
2 Chinese teams need to get it together, but one of them only will remain tonight in our last best of 1, Newbee versus CDEC. Thoughts?
I think Newbee favored.
Really?
Really?
I think CDEC. I think CDEC.
What do you think like makes it Newbie favorite?
They much better early game team. Their play style is more suited to the patch right now. CDC, I mean, they finished last in what was one of the
very frail here. Like Weaver comes to mind, where he dies too much. So, if they get the right heroes, I think it's Newbie favored. But I'm a little unsure about their draft.
He even dies a lot when he's on Morphling, so I don't think it's the hero.
but that's much more space created when you die on Morphling. When you die on Weaver, you just run and you go splat.
It's the way he plays, I think.
Yeah.
I really like those signs. by
Maybe
the
you
way.
should draft
Make
him
it
Brave
right.
King, you know, so he gets an extra chance.
Well, not seeing Havost at these events, you know, it's like How has to carry the legacy of both of the hyper-aggressive
they're
carry
both
players. It's a lot on his shoulders.
they're both so similar, actually. Think about it.
They really are. They really are.
Let's get back to the best of one at hand. Archon, EHOME. I know that everybody at home, as well as people on the panel, even though they won't say it right now because I won't allow them to,
Oh my.
might be slightly biased.
Look at that. Do you see that?
He's got a tattoo on the
That
face
is
there.
one of the sticky-ons, though.
And one of the banners actually says "eSport Daddy Lamb" in Chinese.
Aww.
Have there been any equally bold who said, what was it, the Alliance fan who said that, like, if they won, he'd just get it branded to his body for...
But he did that.
Yeah, but he did it. Has there been a similar prediction from a Chinese Dota fan? Have
I
they
do not
shown
know.
that level of loyalty?
We wouldn't know.
Yeah. Nobody heard of it?
You're asking
All
the
right,
wrong
clearly
people.
they're fans.
That's what
aren't
the
as
teams
hardcore.
need. They need that
The
motivation.
Swedes have them beat.
So what I want to do, right, is I know that all of you have your favorites, and I want LD, you're the Archon guy. I'm going to make you...
Wait, why am I the Archon guy?
You're the Archon guy. I'm
Your
going to
voice.
leave both Berlini and Ben. They can choose. They can choose whichever one they think is stronger.
You put the Merlini and Ben, and Victor and I are still laughing about that.
Ben's like the heart and soul of NA Dota. He goes with Archon.
I didn't
all right?
do it
I'm
on
taking
purpose this
EHOME
time. I
over
want to point that out.
What? I'm like the NA Dota.
I'm not Archon.
We are Archon.
You are,
we can be
you
Archon.
can Archon. Okay, go ahead. You guys are EHOME, right? So I want you from this point onward. We're just going to talk about the matchup, but you know which team you represent and which team you want to win, and I want to hear why.
Can
you
we do
think
like
your
one
team's gonna
pro
win.
versus one pro and?
Okay, so if you
If
play
you want.
if you play
I mean,
EHOME,
it's-
I'm gonna win for EHOME if Archon's not ready.
What? They lost with it every game.
No, but
Yes.
Go if you want.
They'll pick Bat Rider.
The pick Bat Rider.
Yeah.
but that's so obvious, like right? Like they know they're gonna pick.
Yo,
Bat
come
Rider.
on, we're on Archon here. Give us a break. Don't
All right,
nitpick.
EHOME, you have to ban Lone Druid versus them because Old 11 is very good on the hero.
We are not gonna ban Lone Druid because they're gonna pick Phoenix. I don't know, man, dude.
Oh, support Phoenix.
Yeah.
Old 11 is no.
Pearly whites were looking fresh and clean.
No, it's
He feels
still
good.
painful from what I last heard.
Less painful. It's got some painkillers. I'm speculating.
Point for Archon. In the laning stage, they are normally very aggressive and they can normally get advantages. And perhaps 11 is still not really up to scratch. And perhaps
you were
EHOME is
neutral,
still
Shiva.
not
What
gonna be-
happened?
You got shivered. Your turn.
Like they can definitely take it in the early game. They can
You don't have to
definitely
convince
run
me.
EHOME over. Come on.
I think you do have to convince me.
No, the problem with them is they will win.
Well, you're
they'll-
Archon fan.
They'll get an early game lead. Then
Don't give them
then
a-
something will happen. In
That's
the
Don't
not-
give them a... Okay, give
For
it-
EHOME, I think just in pretty much every role, they're more individually skilled.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's other than I think Moo's maybe the one really individually talented player in Archon. Archon just don't have they lack that superstar presence. You've got CTY, you've got Old 11, these big playmakers, and I think Archon just lack a big playmaker.
Archon have nothing to lose.
I've got one good reason.
Okay.
It's the year of the monkey, and they have monkeys.
I like that one.
Nice.
That's good. In all seriousness, for Archon, I think if they get out to a good start, they have a decent chance.
Yeah.
But if they fall behind early, I feel like they have absolutely no chance winning this game. Whereas EHOME could have a bad laning stage and come back. I don't think that's in the cards for Archon. Archon has struggled with their mid-game execution. We've seen quite a few times they get an early lead. Like, they'll have the fast Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider, find some pickoffs, but then it seems like their coordination and teamwork is lackey at times. They'll kind of go in one by one. They'll start hemorrhaging kills, and they're generally not drafting, like, super late-game lineups, so they can't afford to give those up. So I think they're the more tempo-dependent of the two teams. But if they can execute, I definitely wouldn't rule them out. I just think they're heavy underdogs.
I came up with a reason why they might be so tempo dependent. Archon, if they have a good North American scene very top heavy. If they have a good laning stage, normally they run over their opponents. Not the case when you have an even skilled team against you, or even higher skilled. Then you can't afford to make those mistakes. Is that a reasonable, valid argument to make, or is that could that be why they are lackluster in the mid to late game for Archon?
Winter?
I think it's you can't really say that. Like maybe to a certain extent, it's true. But then again, it's like your captain, right? Because your captain is making a
Yes.
worse decision compared to the other teams. So.
But
it
in
works
practice,
versus
that
the
is the
it works
case.
versus the weaker opponents, but it doesn't work versus the better opponents.
Yeah.
So maybe you have to change the way you look at the game when you're having much better competition.
Now, they did have the time to look at their strategy and seeing why it didn't work and learn from not only their mistakes, but also the mistakes that other teams made during the tournament. Biggest lesson, biggest thing we're going to see change for Archon.
Well, yeah, and I guess that's the question. Like, looking at complexity, there was this much talked about mid-Jakiro. We saw it one game. Didn't really pan out. The laning stage was bad. Have you guys heard of anything like that for Archon? Anything that comes to mind that they could bust out that is kind of a pocket pick or something different?
They did try mid-Jakiro. They tried support Nature's Prophet as well. They tried roaming Mirana.
I'm hearing the word tried a lot.
Because they didn't win a single game. That's the rough part, right? They didn't win a single game in their group stage. They don't have anything good to go off on. It's like, okay, that worked, and that worked because we did this and this, and we can maybe recreate that in a future game.
I mean, to go back to what Ben said, this is a team that's rumored to have roster changes coming after the major unless they have a really good performance here. So they really don't have anything.
He's putting words in your mouth.
No, I didn't say that you said that part, but basically like that, you might as well bust it.
I actually like their PL. I think I saw one of the games where they actually...
Jo had a really good game.
Yeah, they ran PL and it looked really good.
Did they run IOPL offlane that game? Was that game? I believe it was.
Not sure, but I remember they did play one game PL and they had a really solid early game. I remember they had CM. I'm not sure about IO. And their early lane went like pretty good. So I think that was one of the few games that I genuinely thought that Archon could have actually won. So I would actually I would think that one of their best bets is running PL.
I think the CM is definitely replaceable though. That hero fell off.
Yeah, but
the aura is really good for PL. Like he's so maybe
you already have IO, right?
And I'm not sure if they had IO that game.
I think that they had that was actually Complexity that had the tiny IO and the PL one.
About what they, of course, with 11 still having the dental issues, so they kind of might think it was only that we lost because of him not really doing well. But coming into this, the most important stat that I found about them was that they are actually 18-1 on the Dire side. How important is it to take that away from them, especially in the best of one, where perhaps Roshan can make the difference?
Well, let's bear in mind that in general for the entire tournament, I think Dire has like a 60. So already Dire's winning a lot more, regardless of which teams are playing.
18-1. That's
18
but that's still a crazy
Ooh.
stat.
Yeah.
Win first pick, I have to add.
Okay.
Sorry, not win Dire, but win first pick.
That's on
My
this
bad.
current patch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Stats, they're great.
They're great. It's great when you just throw these numbers out. You're probably making it up, Shiva. It's like
No, 18 win and 1 loss when first pick EHOME.
Okay.
I got it written down.
Do you want to show them your notes to
No, because they won't be able to read my handwriting anyway. So good.
Okay.
Archon, because which is a pretty good record for them.
It's a good record for anyone, not just Archon. 14-10, that's above 50%.
What will they value most? Getting the first
What troubles me is
denying that.
That's like the best stat that you found. It's like of all the possible combinations.
She's like, I can just picture shit. 14.
I feel like they play fast tempo is one of those things us analysts say, which we just say because it makes it sound good.
They run very like timing-centric drafts where maybe they're waiting for like the Tusk to get his levels early on back when they were running that a lot. Not 5-man, it's like a 4 protect 1 with maybe the lone druid off farming his own. So I think it's very important in this matchup that Archon has to disrupt their timings. If they let EHOME just get their key items and then go, I don't think the way Archon drafts they can really match.
It's time to bust out Fluff's legendary roaming Chaos Knight.
Oh my god.
What do you get on that?
Everyone was
Orb of Venom.
Aetherlands, dude.
No, Orb of Venom. No, you start with Orb of Venom and Mangoes, right?
Mangoes, yeah.
No wonder you want to see that. You just want to
all
see
mangoes.
No, but do you feel like that's actually...
Anything is worth it, but...
They got to play aggressive.
I'm not sure if that's the
early
best
game
strat.
laning aggression is what's going to win them games and what has won them games.
It's good.
What do you think you ban against them? Obviously, it depends if you're first pick or not. I mean, I think if you look at EHOME, Kaka, really good Earth Spirit
Ban
player,
against-
and the Lone Druid for 11 is very scary. So to me, those are probably your first 2 bans if EHOME is first pick for Archon. But I'm wondering what EHOME is thinking. Like, let's say Archon gets
Enchantress.
to go
I think
first.
Enchantress is one of Archon's best heroes. The Nature's Prophet's another kind
Bat
of...
Rider.
Yeah, Bat.
And I think it goes to ball the game early. Those are probably heroes EHOME either want to deny pick or ban potentially against them.
So we look a lot at players, we look at, we look a lot at heroes and their strategies and timings, but players, which specific players do you feel like need to bring their A game in order to be able to win this match for either team? But let's start with
Jo
Archon.
needs to step it up. He was probably the weakest player on the team throughout the group stage. He got caught off a few too many times. There was 1 or 2 games where they looked kind of like competitive for Archon. He just needed to not get caught while his team found pickoffs. He haunts in to help secure the kills, and he just kept getting ganked, kept basically feeding, and he had a just terrible group stage.
I would say for EHOME, I would say 11, but I think, again, he was sick, so assuming he's feeling better, I expect he will play better. So I'm not like, oh, I'm not sure if he will, but his performance was really underwhelming. I know Ben mentioned he looked really uncomfortable in the Void in the off lane, the first game that we cast together with this team, and the last time I saw him on Void, he was just dominant in the off lane. So I feel like 11 is capable of way better than what he showed in the group stage, and probably wins this match, then faces Alliance, and I'm kind of scared of him Alliance, because I think EHOME, with a healthy 11, is one of the biggest threats in the lower bracket.
Yeah, his offlane in the group stages was a bit lackluster indeed. And
It definitely was.
for that also, they had a Broodmother in one of the games where he indeed died, I think it was like 3 times in 5 minutes. But despite him being ill that game, that was just a team to try to take advantage of that. If they're later on in the game, yes, but not during the laning stage, which I think is where Archon really needs to get their
Didn't he
advantage.
go mid that game? I remember
There were 2 games.
There were
One
two
he
games.
went
Two
off
games,
lane
yeah.
Radiant, one he was dire mid.
I actually think EHOME are not going to Brood when it's maybe not your most comfortable strat, which for 11 he's a good Brood, but I don't think for EHOME because of how CTY and like Old Chicken play in the mid and safe lane. I think it just doesn't. It's not one of their best strategies.
It's more like just something, if you're Archon, you want to be careful going into those last, like the 3rd, 4th pick, that you don't completely forget about it. But it's, I wouldn't say it's like going into the series they want to play Brood. It's just available to them.
But I think if you feel like you are the stronger team, you don't funny against a weaker opponent. And you don't want to get caught out by the weaker opponent doing something weird as well. So they might also ban it themselves. That's a chance.
So then even if they're first pick, they likely will have to expend a ban on it. So I don't think there's any way.
But doesn't he play like Tusk a lot? Like usually the players that play Tusk, they would play Earth
Moo
Spirit.
plays with Tusk though.
Oh, they don't play it as support?
Let me see.
Pull up the notes.
Okay, so while he's doing that, password is 123.
I know. Thank you.
Uh-oh, they're coming for us.
The lobby password.
Comes back and just going for it. And a player that could potentially do that in this match as well.
We talked a lot about Moo. I think it's.
How about Monkeys as well? Like when
Monkeys
he's
been very hot or cold.
Yeah.
He's had some games where he really took over and had a big impact. Other games where he just played really poorly.
Yeah.
Any specific heroes for Moo? I know he plays the mean Enchantress.
Enchantress is really good for him.
Prophet?
Yeah, Prophet's quite good. Yeah. I think the Enchantress is best here, but Prophet probably one of his top 3.
He's all
keys. At least that's what they like to do typically. They play like that S4 style mid-tempo controlling Batrider.
Looking forward to seeing Batrider as well, which is apparently the most high contested hero for this. What are you laughing about?
The Earth Spirit said they picked it 6 times. They have a whopping 17% win rate.
That's got to be the worst Earth Spirit win rate I've ever heard.
Earth Spirit, please.
Oh, that's rough.
Well, actually, I think Fnatic was 0-2 with Earth Spirit, so technically that's a worse.
Really?
At least at this tournament, I believe.
At this tournament? They lost all their Earth Spirit.
Oh, no, it was coming into this tournament. No, so it's kind of a. We're just waiting
As
on
if it's not warm enough there.
the issues to get sorted out here.
Actually, it's not that warm in the arena, I guess. No, but EHOME, what do you feel in terms of players who is underperforming apart from 11? Because we're going to give him a pass for being ill with dental issues and whatnot.
Are we?
Yes, somewhat.
Should we be?
For now.
No excuses.
S4
everybody
is
here
playing
has
WC.
had and having like this gigantic pain in the back of your head, which basically messes with your mind. Everybody has had wisdom teeth that are annoying, right?
Look up some like electrodes to you. Next time you cast, we'll see if you can cast while experiencing tremendous pain.
I've already experienced casting with electric shocks, actually. So
we need physical pain. We're thinking like drill in the head or something. Like we're gonna.
But the main issue is I heard that the pain was one thing, but he can't talk to his teammates. That was like
that's
the
really big.
Yeah, that was like the bigger problem.
But he can listen to his teammates.
Yeah, but he's playing Void. He can't tell his teammates, guys, I'm going. He's just like.
Chat will.
Okay, then we're not gonna look.
You're soft, Ben.
What do you have to say for yourself, Ben?
Physical pain. That's also something I can make fun of a player for.
We're not making fun of him.
Look at the best player. Which one is the player that can put his team on his back and go?
Lamb?
Yeah.
Daddy Lamb?
Is Lion?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is lying.
On his back as well. It depends.
He hasn't done that in a while, but it's the possibility. You know.
Like, with him, it's like he's not really hot or cold. I would say like 80 to 90% of the time he's incredibly strong for EHOME. But every once in a while you get the classic CTY game that brings a smile to all our faces.
Not today.
Not today.
What do you think about CTY Lifestealer? Because both of these teams, for Archon it was, I believe, a jungling Lifestealer that went into a dragon and had a radiance and just did one of those things.
And a DOTA.
Yeah, that's the kind of cheesy strats Archon may need to bring.
Or maybe it was the safe lane farming lifestealer when there was Nature's Prophet support. That could be that game. Actually, that was that game.
Okay.
Safe lane farming, Nature's Prophet support, Jakiro mid. They all did that in one game.
I wouldn't put him past Archon to run like Medusa, too. Like, Jo really likes that hero. They ran a decent amount of the qualifier.
First Medusa, let's go.
First overall.
If you want to throw off your opponents, that's a good way to do
Instant
it.
Invoker Anti-Mage.
Mind games.
And then you run a
All
support
about
Medusa.
mind
It's like, what now, guys? We just picked it for the Stone Gaze, not for the Mana Shield. Like,
ugh.
Okay, we're going to take a step back and think about play styles for a bit. Either of these two teams is going to take it, and then they're going to go up against Alliance tomorrow.
I'm talking so much crap about the Lion pick.
Yeah.
And Lanham's was pretty good.
So that, but that would mean
EG
that
have been playing Lion. I want to see like another EG.
PPD and Lanham have been just disgusting on Lion this tournament. They're average. I think
They're averaging a ravage every game.
yes. Like every stun is at least like 2 to 3 heroes. I've seen very few just 1 hero stuns from them, especially not later on in the game.
worth putting Lion off lane with some support.
I mean, maybe if Swindle's playing the Lion, it's not worth the pick. But.
Is that a flame?
Yes.
I can't flame Swindles. He gave me
It's
a muffin.
funny because he came backstage earlier. He gave me a hug. He's one of my absolute favorite players.
Okay, Lion, highly contested pick. Priority picks for this
Archon
series.
liked
picks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Nature's Prophet, Enchantress.
I think Archon has run it on occasion as well.
Yep. You got to remember that BO1s, though, they tend to be safer picks. I would not be surprised at all to see like AM versus Spec on one side. Like Jo likes like Spec, and I like say I'm just going to do whatever. Like Spirit, they would just do level 1 roach probably on main stage, even though. You know,
but if CTY, I mean, EHOME don't want to, like, they're obviously coming into this one as heavy favorites. They're worried about getting cheese. Won't they pick something less greedy? They're not going to pick an anti-mage?
I think it'll just be stable draft from both teams with a lot of late game. Okay. Seems
I guess if
stable
you can wait
for something cheesy. How how many picks in do you think EHOME needs to adapt?
I mean, they just their last couple picks probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the situation, right? Like when they show something
Yeah.
weird, like usually you don't really open your draft with something weird. You open very standard, and then at the 4th pick you take a turn and things change. You know.
They'll probably just open like with a 1-2 punch of like a support with like a one of that cores and
Off
not
lane,
reveal too much,
maybe.
like a void, like a void plus support type thing, or Bat Rider maybe.
Hero that EHOME was very successful with at
Definitely
MDL.
more likely I'd say Archon would go for the Death Prophet. It's not a hero EHOME has been running.
At MDL they played it, didn't they?
They ran it, let's see, once in their last 10 games. So it's like in their rotation of picks, but not a go-to by any means.
Fair enough.
Void has actually been run quite a bit for all the
A very high number of games picked in the first day of the group stages.
It
And
seems
then
like
nobody won with it, and everybody just thought, "No, let's not touch that hero again.
I think the reason why because we even talk about this on the panel, because as the group stage progresses, the tempo becomes faster and faster,
Yes.
and Void is like, I got this spell that I have, it's so strong, but I have it once every 2 minutes. So, and every try to get Roshan, we try to get tower. And it's always like the team that is playing against the Void plays very well around the Chronosphere's cooldown, and then the Chronosphere becomes a light.
Good, especially against like
yeah, but
Slark, Bristle,
it depends
etc.
on it's very lineup. You usually pick the hero just for mostly for the chrono. The dilation is like a bonus. Oh, this game time dilation is actually really good. Even Earth Spirit actually.
Yeah, Slark, Earth Spirit. There's a lot of stuff.
Okay, gentlemen, it is time for us to get into the draft and see what we have for this elimination match. It is going to be Archon taking on EHOME, and one of these two teams is going to be spectator for the rest of the event. And it's just going to be watching from the sidelines. It's going to be the first team to get knocked out of the Shanghai Major, which is, you wouldn't want to wish that to anybody. EHOME go for the Nature's Prophet ban first with Darkseer removed by Archon.
No Earth Spirit ban, no Lone Druid ban, so...
But the Darkseer ban is also weird. Like,
They're protecting Jayo's lane. That's the plan. You don't want to give him a tough matchup in lane.
So what heroes do you ban? Well, okay, so they're going to ban Lone Druid. Archon have first pick. So or does EHOME want to give away Earth Spirit? They're not even going to risk it. But I don't know that Archon would have gone for it. So yeah, what's against him?
Jug, Gyro, like the two main carries that do well against the Darkseer in the safe lane.
AM.
Yeah, AM also does well. So
Bloodseeker.
I mean, most of the carries.
Alright, let's pick some Bloodseeker here,
most
guys.
of the carries do really well against Darkseer nowadays, but we see an Enchantress opening once more because this hero is just.
Yeah, I think this is one of Archon's strongest openings. It also denies it to EHOME.
Yeah.
How often do they actually run him jungle compared to offlane? Usually it's offlane, right?
Usually offlane for
They don't
Archon.
really do much jungle.
It is?
Probably like
No,
80,
they run
80%
Moo
offlane.
plays it a lot.
Yeah,
Moo plays it
80%
mostly.
Moo, 90% Moo, and then
But they do have the option of jungling it.
Yeah.
So even if it's unlane,
Yeah, OD is not exactly that great against Enchantress early on. I mean, I understand you're great after you get a lot of items, because you can nuke him down, but in the early stages of the game, I don't think OD is that great versus Enchantress, especially an offlane Enchantress that has a lot of levels and items to begin with.
More likely to be mid.
Yes. Old Chicken. Yeah, I've seen actually CTY's played it once or twice. Yeah, they both play. That's right.
I think Old Chicken plays it a little bit better though.
Taking that into consideration here, Archon, not going to go for it. So they grab the Witch Doctor, which does, I mean, it still technically could be support Enchantress, but it feels like quite likely it will be the offlaner here. So I kind of like that from EHOME, because if they didn't want Batrider for their strategy, they don't actually have to block pick it, but they still have solutions. And it's a good way to deal with Archon's likely follow-up this draft.
How is Archon going to deal with EHOME? Is there...
Right now with Enchantress and Witch Doctor, you have two heroes that excel at the laning phase, and your enemy has two spells that would essentially make the teamfight so strong. I think your primary focus is to just win right now, since they have the Enchantress. Like, they have to find a way that you can use the Enchantress spell, because if Enchantress doesn't get a good laning phase, I feel like the hero is just basically useless after that. Like, you need to make sure that Enchantress gets a good lane.
And it's less a presence.
They have been running Undying Enchantress on the offlane. Is there a chance we'll see that? Is that a lane-winning hero?
That's a good way to secure the Enchantress lane. You want her to have a partner that can tank, can make space for her. And the main thing is also securing your camps, because we've seen some games where Enchantress was useless in the offlane because the camps were blocked, so she has to travel back all the way.
So it might suggest jungle?
Might suggest the jungle, but it's still, I think it still depends on...
It's a hero that can pressure the lanes and be very annoying
Yeah,
early
but
on.
it still depends on the draft though. I think...
We've seen this draft before from EHOME, the Ursa, OD, and
yeah, I mean, this
put
is
pieces together.
This is what I think a few of you were suggesting is, yeah, they could go for something a little bit cheesier like a Brood, but EHOME probably thinking they're the stronger team, just doing very safe, stable. These are all heroes that have worked for them. They have team fight, they have decent lanes, they have great late game.
It does reveal everything though. They picked up all their cores here.
They are on Dire, so they can use the Roshan. I mean, it's not so good to sometimes reveal your all your cores, but
Ursa's good this game. He's
but at
great
the same
against
time, so maybe EHOME are considering the fact that we don't want to get cheesed by that, and we just want to make sure we secure Ursa and we are on Dire side. They probably have a very clear plan that we want Dire and we just want something that can abuse the Roshan over and over again.
So what do you guys think they get to deal with the Ursa at this point? They don't have their mid laner yet.
I mean, Viper.
Viper matches up well against Ursa.
Do they play Viper? Does he play Viper, Ben?
Monkeys?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you think Viper is good this game though?
I don't think Viper's that great. I mean, he's okay versus OD, but aside from like even then, he's like not that great versus OD.
So would you prefer something else like for him? Like what else does he play?
He plays a good Invoker.
He plays Batrider.
Invoker's still good, I think.
Oh, is this his hero or this is the offlaner?
Are they going to copy what EG did, have run Beastmaster support?
That's dirty.
It's risky running the Beastmaster jungle because of the Ursa. Like, if you don't do anything, the Ursa just takes Roche.
Beastmaster's a little odd this game. The Ursa, once he gets an Ags, is great against him. You've got the OD Banish to counter the Roar. You also have the Snowball save to deal with it.
There's Prison and... It's the
so
Hawk. I think it's the Hawk.
Yeah. They could have taken Night Stalker though, which...
I mean, it's easier to rely on the Hawk because, like, for Night Stalker, maybe you need your Aghanim's, but for Beastmaster, in case the Roshan happens early, you have the Hawk to scout it out. So maybe that was the idea behind the Beastmaster pick this game.
Do you like the Slark pick, Ben?
It's alright versus Ursa. Although, I think he can just get bursted down super easily. He's, like, so heavily farm dependent, and making sure he has a good lane, and versus Tidehunter, I don't think it's going to be that easy.
It does explain the Darkseer ban.
I have a difficult time against Tide, but I think with the Witch Doctor, it's sort of alright, because if you have a good support and Tide is alone, you should still be able to free farm pretty easily against Tide. Because at the end of the day, if your Witch Doctor gets like 1 point, maybe 2 points in Maledict early, and Kraken Shell doesn't remove Maledict, so you're always very worried of the kill potential that the Witch Doctor plus Slark have, then you can't really play that aggressive as a Tide unless the Tusk is down there with you.
EHOME's turn to pick.
EHOME, last pick, Phoenix. So their end draft.
Dual lanes, so with this pick, maybe. Tide +1. Not sure will be the Phoenix or the Tusk.
Because generally against Slug, you don't really want to leave an offlaner down alone and just let the Slug free farm. You want to contest it if possible.
Archon seems really weak against 5-man, and EHOME is super heavy 5-man.
Yeah, but from their opening, they don't really want to 5-man. I want to say like most picks when a team opens with Enchantress, it's more you want to focus on winning your lane and you're not focusing so much on team fight.
And speaking of
is it mid?
Oh, is it mid
brood? Monkeys plays mid brood.
Oh, mid brood, yeah.
Yeah.
So are they going to send the Tide mid? That's the question for EHOME.
Ah, I guess you could try and send like
I want to hear it, guys. Starting at the far corner, LD. Who is going to take this game? This elimination game.
EHOME is going to take it, and if Archon,
they've got the team fight. They've just gone for a more stable draft. The brood could be a little bit problematic, but I think ultimately EHOME will be fine.
And on the right corner, we're going to go for the NA team that's going to win their lane.
Okay. Well, I guess it is time to get into it. The first elimination game of the Shanghai Major. Archon taking on Team EHOME with the dynamic duo of ODPixel and Draskell.
It's dynamic indeed. Thank you very much, Shiva. We're here with Best of One. It is Archon versus EHOME. I'm ODPixel. I'm here with Draskell. The game is underway, and Draskell, we were talking about the drafts a lot, and as they said, it's all about winning the lanes between these two. Now, are Archon going to do it with the mid brood?
Well, we're going to have to find out. I think Winter brought up a pretty good point. It's kind of like a mind game. Where are we sending the brood? Where are we set? It's really hard in the early game for brood to move around too much because you have to worry about web cooldown. So once she places nets or webs, it's kind of like you need to stay there for at least a little while. So I think that EHOME probably have the advantage in that regard, and it's kind of like LD was saying. If they don't win their lanes, their team is actually fairly greedy. A lot of their heroes are squishy. They're going up against an OD. The Slark needs a lot of farm. The Slark is also not really a good laner by any stretch. So I think it's...
For the Slark, I mean, you're pretty much just looking at the Tusk with the Snowball stun, maybe the Tidehunter's Ravage, but other than that, the Slark, he's got the potential to be incredibly slippery this match if he has...
It's just a matter of, again, the kind of greed that they're going for by picking a hero in this situation. EHOME going for a 5-man smoke.
And indeed, talking about the Slark, he's about to receive a full 5-man to the face here. Jo in the jungle, he's going to walk straight into the smoke. Lanham's going to spawn him out. And the pings are coming through, and it will pounce away here. Jo keeping it safe, but they actually got the snowball onto him. And here we go, straight in with the stun onto Jo. Oh, it doesn't quite catch him though, the stun. He still hasn't got a pounce for 12 seconds. They'll start to chase him. The Furious Wipes are stacking up. So the first blood, Old 11 doing it with the classic start off. 2 GG branches now on the Tide.
That was the patented use my escape before the enemy team initiates on me death. That was like completely just mechanical mistake. There's no way you ever leap there unless the Tusk uses a spell. Because one of the only ways that you die in that situation is if you get sharded. But if you get sharded, you might have to...
Oh, hello. 3-man bouncy cask in the river, but they just go straight up to the high ground there with the snowball. Gush again onto Whitebeard. Looking for this one. He's got level 1 enchant. That's not going to save him. He's going to go using your level Gush.
This is a total disaster right now already for Archon, and it's not even 1 minute in. Like, the first creep wave is clashing right now, and as we expected, we're going to see the Tide versus Brood matchup, which the Brood you can win this matchup for sure as Brood, but it's hard. And the thing is, you're not really going to stop Old 11 from getting any farm in the lane anyway. The only thing they have going for you is the fact that he's skilled level 1 Gush. That is pretty much your only advantage in this lane as Brood.
We'll see how Monkey's going to do after Tide to get that very, very nice time on the bottle, thanks to his build. And EHOME closing the gap. And looks like they won't be able to dive that one. He's going to be A-OK for the time being. So that's your top lane, that's your mid lane. What's going on down on the bottom lane? Can we expect a little bit of a difference in luck here for Archon? Is Jo going to be all right on the Slark here?
Well, it's again, the Slark's not necessarily a super strong laner, but if you see what EHOME are doing, they're actually not prioritizing this lane at all. They're just kind of leaving Old Chicken down here on an off-lane OD, and I think this is more just a reaction to the way that the overall lane shaped up. As soon as they saw the last pick Brood, they knew they kind of had to change things up, because obviously you can't send OD in that lane, and I think they're prioritizing giving Ursa needs the safe lane to get to a point where he can at least pick up some lifesteal. Maybe he eventually rotates to the jungle, and they start to give Old Chicken a little bit more farm priority. But even in this lane, like, they're not really stopping him from farming. He's just kind of chilling here, you know? This is...
I think it's going to be a defensive Astral here on the OD, but it looks like Old Chicken could still go down here.
It's very necessary that they at least pressure some lane. Like, at the very least, if they can kill the offlane tower, try to move their supports around a little bit, maybe look towards trying to help Brood win mid a little bit harder, because not having in this matchup.
CS-wise, 11 for 3. Yeah, as I said, when it's coming to taking Roshan with the lineup that EHOME have, you look at Archon's lineup, at that point where, you know, with the Earth, they're going to be able to take it really early on. Archon, they don't really have the lineup to stop them, do they?
Well, their team fight's not what I would call good, which is why LD was emphasizing the fact that the laning phase from Archon needs to be more or less flawless. Now, you can contest the Roshan by just sending in like Enchantress creeps. With that being said,
certainly just like that, thanks to Kinnis with the Broodlings and the city, he's jumped one wave ahead. Now he's 27 against the 13. I mean, old 11. He's starting to have a grand old time here in the lane. It's getting a little bit harder for Monkeys to kind of stay toe-to-toe with the Tide.
And this is kind of why I was thinking that they might like try to play a mind game and not just straight up send the Brood mid. But I suppose if you're Archon, you really don't have that much of a choice. Like, I don't think I wanted to put Beastmaster in mid in this situation. Although I will say that it probably would have fared better. Like the Brood in the off lane and then Beastmaster mid might have been better in terms of the lanes.
On the Slark. So, I mean, did you expect this to kind of go as evenly as it has, or is there a surprise that Old Chicken's maybe getting as much as he is?
Well, in the beginning, they weren't really zoning him at all. As we're going to see, oh man, he doesn't even get the rune. That is, oh god. He bought a bottle, had no mana, and then he gets shard blocked like that. That's a really rough thing to happen. That was really nice shards. But yeah, as far as the bottom lane goes, this is a game where you're looking at Archon and you say to yourself, okay, we need to win the lanes. The Tide has
a bear CTY will take down the Enchantress. No mercy there for Archon on the top lane.
Yeah, this is not going well.
Right, CTY 27 for 18 here. It's yeah, it's got the potential to not be very pretty, this one, unless Archon are able to do something to slow down the Ursa. I mean, how do they deal with an Ursa that's got this much farm in the first 5 minutes of the game?
The Beastmaster, I think, was supposed to be kind of the answer for that, because when they picked Druid, clearly they had in mind to send it mid, and there was already a Tide on EHOME, so I don't know what's given them some kind of advantage, but I'm just not seeing it. Like, even bottom lane, Jail's just getting harassed right now by Old Chicken. He just doesn't care. And Kaka can just sit off to the side, and if they ever rotate down, he obviously has an easy escape. Even if he gets disabled, you can Astral, and then he can just swoop away no matter what. So the off-lane OD is farming more than your safe lane Slark. The Ursa and the Tide have respectively like the 2 highest CS in the game. And EHOME has Ursa, so they can just kill Roche whenever they want.
And think about this matchup as well on the bottom. Jay's got to be careful, because in terms of having mana to pound them, and as you said, the Phoenix, Kaka hiding in the sideline, we get close to EHOME, but EHOME just controlling the laning crew a little bit really nicely, keeping it under their tower, and Old Chicken, the front at the cast, Joe jumping for the Maledict is doing a lot here to Old Chicken, and they should be able to find the OD. He's trying to turn around, get as much onto Jo as he can, but he's going to lose his life. Kaka getting forced back. So Archon, they hang around, they wait for the
much. So it's really nice that Whitebeard's rotation has managed to secure something here. CTY is unbeaten on Ursa. All right. Literally 100% win rate.
Average KDA of 8-1-11. I mean, that's pretty terrifying. And that's games against teams that aren't Archon as well.
Yeah.
This is...
I mean, that's some heavy flame, but yes, you are correct.
Is under attack.
Just saying. But as far as the pace of the game, like, look at the CS. Good God. Like, the net worth, too. It's like the Brood has 27 creep kills at 7 minutes. The Slark has 24. Even with 2 deaths, the OD still has more CS than the safe lane Slark. What is their fallback mechanism? Like, there's no team fight. You can maybe go for a smoke gank, but you certainly can't gank the Tide. He bought Shreds. Like, he's going Shreds mech. He's really bottom, and killing the offlane tower doesn't really give you that much either.
Screw your Hawk, gold 11, Seth. More gold here for the big beast. Yeah, this is bounces here with the cast. Lanham jumps in as well, but the Maledict doing so much here. The heal will negate some of it, and Old 11 turns around, gets the Ravage onto 3, looking for Whitebeard. The snowball forward, they'll take down Enchantress. Then Old 11's just continuing to fight. He doesn't care, finally gets nuked down there by Monkeys Forever, and that's a big kill for the side of Archon to pick up. And I think if it ends like that, they'll be fine with that one. Taking the 1-for-1 trade, but getting that high priority kill on that Tide, who was having an absolute ball of a game.
If you can continually like 4-man or 5-man mid without getting punished in any way, then that's going to be what you have to do. But I mean, CTY already going into Roshan here. There's no vision here from Archon either, so we're going to see Monkeys actually grab himself the rune top. But there is a Hawk, so we'll know.
Certainly will know. The question is if they could do anything about it. And looking at where EHOME are, I don't think you'd want to run into this one. The rest of the side are there ready to back up CTY if Archon do decide to try himself for a bit of a cheeky play. We'll see if he can get away with it, but no, it's already down to EHOME. They picked it up, and the Spider just gets destroyed in the pit. CTY with the Roshan kill, with the Aegis under his belt, and with the dead Spider as well.
I think obviously, stuff like that looks bad when it happens, but I do think that Monkeys had to go for that play.
He had to go for it. Yeah.
Because here's 2 things that happened, right? They ganked mid, and Ravage was used, so that was technically the best opportunity I think that Archon would have had to win that fight.
Bottom lane, old chicken, getting a jump here.
Yeah, here we go again, trying for it. But he just turned this an impossible one, it seems, and he just turns around, takes down the Slark. Whitebeard is there with the micro, trying to control the OD. He's bringing Old Chicken incredibly low here. Can he quite find the kill? One more touch would do it now. He pops the stick charges. Old Chicken's out of there. We can see Whitebeard desperately wanting to dive that one with the heal, but it's not enough. And even the Centaur getting taken down there by Kaka's big beam of doom. Losing the Slark there, and unfortunately Archon desperately trying for the kill that time.
EHOME are just pressuring on so many fronts simultaneously. Like they're pushing in mid tower, they're getting kills on bottom lane. The only thing that Archon have going for them right now is the fact that Moo's pushing top. And I do think that team fighting again is going to be really rough for them, so I think this is the right play for Moo, not to try to go for the direct engagement, but take something away from EHOME and not put yourself in a situation where they're just going to keep walking away with more, because now they have the Aegis. Like CTY is going to have Blink soon. He's only like 500 away.
It's 10 minutes in. This is some really terrifying stuff coming out from the lineup of EHOME. You're going to be there to capitalize on them. We've got Archon smoked up, therefore will be a nice addition to these pickoffs that they are looking for. They're going to continue to move. The question is if they can find anything. Looks like bottom lane is going to be the call. Tier 1, still pretty much at full health here. It's going to be a hard kill. They do have the Primal Roar to try and set something up. Kaka has got a Supernova. Can they burst him down before he gets it off? Here we go on the Phoenix before he can get the ults out. And a nice little bit of movement there from Archon.
Yeah, the rotations that they've been doing have been working every single time they go bottom. Even that much. So EHOME kind of want to try to fight this.
They do indeed. Snowball to lead in straight onto Boom. Lanham's got the control. Old 11, Old Chicken and CTY are there for the puck.
Good God, man.
I think they're saying that. Did he buy it and then sell it?
Yeah,
he's looking for alternate builds. We could see. No, he's just going to pick it up for the side shop. I was hoping we were going to see some CTY Ursa style, skill build, item build that's going to be a bit funky. And by the looks of it, with the Sunray, they're not going to need to. They'll pop the Supernova to make sure he goes down, and they want to kill the babies as well. They'll get it. More money there for this Phoenix. And again, EHOME there with the kill. 8 for 4 at kills Ursa. CTY just starting to move around the map and just dismember the heroes on the side of Archon.
So with the Ursa that's snowballing this hard against heroes like Enchantress and Witch Doctor and things like that, he's going to more or less disintegrate any hero that he touches. And the fact of the matter is, Archon have a whopping 2 disables. So they have Cast from Witch Doctor and they have Roar. If neither of those things are up, there's not even like a reason to buy BKB. So we're going to see a Roar here.
Here's Jo jumping forward. They'll look for the OD kill. They will get it. They'll take down OD. Lanham pops down his Igloo. TP's out, gives them a wave. Lanham is out of there. The cast not coming out in time, unfortunately, to stop the TP. But again, this seems to be the lucky spot here for Archon. They keep finding big kills down on the bottom lane.
Well, a lot of their vision is prioritized around bottom. Like, they have a Rune Ward, they have the ward that's around Roshan, so they can see a lot of rotations coming in from EHOME so long as they're not smoked. So I think it's just a lot easier for them to prioritize this lane when, you have vision around it. It's like common sense DOTA, I suppose. Still, every single doing anything in addition to it. Like, we talk often about, okay, your kill's good, but does it get you a tower? Does it get you Roshan? Any sort of objective? And most of the time so far, I feel like the answer has been no. Up is like a Brood who, again, not really the greatest in team fights, and you still only have Treads, and it's 14 minutes in.
I mean, talking about the Slark, a lot of pressure here on Jerry this game.
Potentially on paper could carry during the late game. You're up against an OD, you're up against, eventually double Ravage and Ursa. And you're only back.
How does he have a little bit of a presence here at this point of the game?
Honestly, I think going things like Shadowblade against a team like EHOME who have insane 5-man potential, it's kind of counterintuitive. So a lot of the time you would want to use it as an initiation tool, but you just can't. So 11's going to spot out left here. He's going to go on.
Indeed, Fluff trying to fight up for his life. It's not going to be enough. Top lane just trying to make the most use of the fact that they know they're down here. Jo, he's got to run now. TP's coming through. Old 11. Old 11. I guess there's a lot of things that can go. Issues for him. He has got Kaka hanging around on the Phoenix. In fact, they want to try and go in. Lanham picking up CTY here in the snowball. CTY start dust out onto Monkeys Forever. And they try and find and chase down this Brood kill. Old Chicken coming in with the orb snaps. The Cask holding back the OD, and the bounces are favorable, but it doesn't matter. The Sunray from Kaka. Too much for the Spider. It's another kill here for EHOME, and we saw just how close Archon were there to killing CTY, and they just couldn't do it because of the OD there with his Astral.
God, that's got to feel so bad. You feel difficult for Archon to get a foothold in the game when they can't really get anything big in conjunction with their kills. Like, I say that, they have all the tier 1s down. Like, that's definitely something that you can look to and think maybe, okay, we could try to contest Roche.
Adam, pop down the shard seal, snowball across, straight in with the punch onto the Witch Doctor, bam! Old Chicken with the right clicks. Old 11's moving in for more. He does have a Ravage if he wants to use it. It looks like, the shards won't quite catch Whitebeard. He'll get himself away. Archon only losing the Witch Doctor here. Could be worse. Looking pretty for Archon.
It's like you said, the only real thing that Archon can do is try to contest Roshan, maybe get a lucky smoke or two, try to change the pace of the game that way. But as it stands right now, EHOME have the team fight advantage. They have the Lake in another lane, put Moo in another lane, or the Brood, try to split up EHOME a little bit. But as it stands right now, it's 17 minutes in, and EHOME are just like, we don't care if we kill the tower fast, you just can't kill us.
Let's see what Archon's answer is going to be to this. Moo actually is going to be the one drawing him away, but CTY blinks forward the ball slow. Might just save Moo for the time being, but he's got a big bad bird chasing him as well. Look, spraying out the impetus, Monkeys forever. Trying to get himself a bit of a spider army going. Tier 3 already at half health. EHOME still standing strong. They've got all the ultimates available. Jo desperately trying to make something happen on the top lane. Looking to cut the way and try and get that tier 2 down. So there's a bit of a cash influx here for his team. Almost certainly going to need him to come back and do something in defense. The question is, as a Slark at this point of the game with the items that Jo has, what can he offer? I'll pop out the fortification. Everything online, and here we go. They jump straight forward onto the Beastmaster with the Walrus Punch, and there's your Ravage. They'll get the Supernova out as well. It's an absolute massacre by the looks of it. Double kill here for Old Chicken. They will lose the tide as Jo is able to jump in there with the Shadow Dance. Now the question is, can Archon find anything else out the back of this? No, CTY, he comes straight back in. He's onto the Enchantress. Now he's looking for the Slark as well. Old Chicken and Kaka moving back in. There's a buyback here on the edge, but JO's down. It's a double kill for CTY. Slark does have buyback. But EHOME, I think they'll be ready to kill him again. And CTY, even if there's an opening, but they want to just try and protect this. At the least that Archon could do is force EHOME back so Jo doesn't have to expend that buyback. Now, looks like the Spider's going to be enough to spook him. Monkeys forever. And off you go. Off you go. That's right, back to you half of the map. And well, they will survive. It did cost them a few buybacks, but Archon, they keep the Rex alive in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Brood ended up doing quite a bit of work there. Like, he was cutting people off as they were leaving the base, ended up securing a kill on Lanham, and making it so EHOME basically can't overstay their welcome. They know Roshan as 5 with Ravage, who's going to be up in about a minute. And then you can just go for the Roshan and then force Archon to come to you. If Archon give that away, I think it's probably just Rax due to the fact that it's already exposed. It's very difficult to fight when you don't have a tier 3 to defend anymore, especially when, again, we talk about how EHOME has just this insane teamfight advantage. And the Slark is starting to get some farm, but he still needs more time. And the fact that he's even, it looks like he's going for BKB, I feel safe because they're just that far behind.
And talking about the team fight, the fact that you look at Old 11, he's got the Shiva's Guard now, ready for the next one. It's going to be even harder for the side of Archon to bite through the armor of this lineup.
Assange, but
it could be. It could be into the SN1.
I feel like he just wants to buy the BKB for the Ravage. And
in terms of the individual hero net worth, how is Jo doing in comparison? See what they can catch out. Taking into the jungle. Jo at the moment on his own down there. Looks like they're just checking out the area.
They like if the smoke broke, maybe they could find somebody. But as soon as they walk up a bit, they're like, okay, we've placed some wards. We don't really need to go for a kill.
Oh, Lanham straight in with the snowball onto Monkeys forever. But well, Stuns doesn't quite catch him. Monkeys a little bit too speedy here under the cover of the web.
What is he saving for, by the way? Monkeys has like 3,500 gold. Is it just one of those situations where you're like, all right, I don't actually know what to buy because the game is super hard?
Jo going for the smart TP out. Shadow Dance TP. He's got the recipe for the BKB. CTY unable to catch that one. And that's what we're talking about. One of the pluses of the Slark here. Unless they all jump on him as a 5-man, most of the time he's going to be able to get himself out of there.
Yeah, it's really tough for them to kill Slark. But the problem with the hero in this game is, I think in this particular match, the Slark can't even go for like the 1v5, you know what I mean? Like, he has too many heroes to go through, and plus his laning phase is also weak, and Archon's overall draft is very greedy in the sense of their lanes. Like, did any of their lanes win, actually? Like, their safe lane lost, their middle lane lost, and off lane definitely, yeah, they lost all 3 lanes for sure.
So they might lose the Rex now on top of this one. EHOME hammering away. Archon, what's the answer? They've got everyone up. So they just gotta let it go. There's just nothing that they can do here to stop the onslaught of EHOME. And they'll take the racks and they'll be out. And as you said, EHOME just playing a very clean game at this point. Jo, he's running straight in. He wants to try and fight here. Archon's coming through as well, but they've already lost Witch Doctor. CTY now unstoppable on the Ursa. A courier on a bit of a suicide mission there, and well, he's going to live. I think the uphill mischarge kept him alive then. It's a good job because he's got the Shadow Dance, but he's running. Pounces away. He's terrified of this Ursa. There is a level 3 here, 3 Necro on the Beastmaster. So Archon.
2s in top and bottom lane, like want to make sure they take the safest route to victory, but
that is the BKB done for Jaya.
Good timing. They have fresh BKB on the on Slark and 9-second BKB on Brood, but they are
catch EHOME off guard. CTY, obviously now without the bind and Jaya with the BKB straw just in time to save the Tusk, just teasing him in front of Archon, and they just can't get a seat.
It looked really good there for a second or two. And then Ravage happened, and OD. That game was hard, but EHOME still just holding a...
Catch on to Old Chicken, who's already blinked to safety. And EHOME, they are sticking together. EHOME very much comfortable if Archon want to try and force off. There'll be a buyback from the Witch Doctor. Fluff getting himself back in there, but it's only the Beastmaster who's going to be able to join him. And this could be the end of...
conventional lanes, but that just was necessity due to the fact that there was a last pick Brood. Archon ended up putting him mid. I kind of see where they were coming from. They thought if they could win the lanes really hard, play to their strengths, as God was saying on the panel, that they might be able to take the game. But this draft just felt like there was no real opportunity. Like their win condition was ridiculously hard.
Unless they tried their best, Archon, but the mid-tie, the CTY Ursa, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Team EHOME victorious here in the first elimination match, meaning that they will move on to round 2 of the lower bracket, which, unfortunately for them, perhaps is also a best of 1 against none other than Alliance. Who knew that EHOME and Alliance, 2 teams that for many people...
It made, put it well, like sure of the draft and how the...
And he therefore kicked Ohio.
Yeah,
which definitely helped his case.
I feel like he played well, but I didn't feel like he played like incredible. It's just like
wave to cut.
You can like go, yeah, you can go behind and farm the farm the wave and go jungle whatnot. But in the mid lane, what's the Brood gonna do? Just get trash. You just get trash.
Don't take any points in spiders. Right click.
I mean, even if you were to go that build, you can't be the type.
Let's get ourselves in.